They hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. Yeah. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way too fly. Yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got a soul view to myself, yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they want to come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation. If I got rollies, all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Riding all black like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living a life like I'm rich and I'm famous. Don't see the I ain't make it this far for myself, yeah. I had to prove to everybody else. I had to set them straight, yeah.
If I look like that, Clay, you slap the shit out of me. If I ever look like that.
What up? Good morning, man. Everybody, clap it up for yourself. Clap it up for boxing. It is fight. We are 2 days away. Clap it up. We are 2 days away. I'm excited. We got so much to talk about today, man. You know, April is a great boxing month, man. Shout out to April. Shout out to boxing. Shout out to every fighter in the game right now that's giving us what we want to see, especially in the best fights, the most competitive fights. We're going into a weekend now where 147-pound division, the welterweight division, is finally going to get a champion. Did I say finally? Well, hey, I mean, we'll talk about it, right? Welterweight division finally getting the champion this weekend, and not just a champion, a unified champion. Clap it up for a unified champion in the welterweight division, something to work for, something to work towards, right, for the division. And it putting a lot of people on the hot seat after this weekend. There'll be no excuses. There'll just be opportunity for the people who have the heart to step up to it. Jaron Ennis putting himself in position finally on this long journey at 147 pounds. Some people saying that he stayed there a little too long, right, Ray? Like he might have should have went to 154, but look, man, hard work, consistency, commitment, you know what I'm saying? Hold you down in the craziest situations. And here he is on the back end of just about ready to leave 154, right? He was just about to walk away from it, or just taking the ownership, like, man, this doesn't look like the division is going to give me anything to work with. Maybe I got to go to 154 and fight Virgil. And what happens? Brian Norman Jr., Mario Barrios, Stanionis, especially Stanionis right now, they see something in the last two performances that he had against David Avanesian and Karen Kukajajian, and he said, you know what, I can get at that a little bit. And what? Jaron said, what? Did somebody say unification? Did somebody say that they're actually going to pull their hands out their pockets and do something? We got a lot to talk about today. Jaron Boots and Stanionis getting ready to go ahead and let it fly this weekend for all of us. And we got a decent undercard on that as well. News coming out as well, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to everybody who showed up to my pop-up live last night. Shout out to Antonio Russell, who popped out with me, stepped up on the show. Great little interview, guys. Got to make sure you check that out, man. Antonio Russell about to make a resurgence in the game. He's saying that he's expecting to come back out in May. And he's calling out some names, right? He says he's got a little bit of smoke for Bam Rodriguez. He don't mind running a little bit of Rafael Espinosa. You know what I'm saying? He's just getting himself in position to go ahead and do something. We know the Russells are trying to make a movement out of it, as on the back end of Antoine Russell getting his WBA title over Raul Venezuela. So look out for Antonio Russell. But also we've got some perspective, Ray, on this whole Shakur Stevenson, William Zepeda spectacle that's ended up, Oscar De La Hoya saying that he's ducking now, and, Turkey Al-Sheikh reneging or retracting on offers. And Eddie Hearn came out 2 days ago or yesterday, I'm not too sure when it was, Was it yesterday?
Yeah.
Right. And he added some perspective and some context to what we're hearing. And we got to talk about that. I think that was kind of interesting, right? Like, right. Well, you got to balance it out. How you feel, respect is respect. I think both parties, we can kind of see where both parties are coming from a little bit. Maybe we will, right? But we'll talk about that as well, of course. Samson Leakowitz showing his face in the game. And I'm not liking what I'm seeing from Samson Leakowitz as of late, but Edwin De Los Santos had some words for the whole entire way the negotiation went and the way, the amount of money he was being offered versus the amount of money he was being offered, right? I know that might, like I said something twice, like I'm repeating myself, but we'll talk about that for sure. But it looks like the details got ironed out in that situation. And looks like June 7th, we've got Keyshawn Davis defending his title, you know what I'm saying, in Norfolk, Virginia. Looks like is able to bring it together. We'll talk about that as well. What else is going on out here, man? Oh, yeah, man. Lamont Roach getting a lot of heat, man. He doing an interview.
Listen, that interview was fire.
What's going on? Lamont Roach.
He answered the questions.
Ain't nothing. He can't say
nothing. He answered the questions, and now he getting shot up on the wall, bro.
He can't say nothing, Ray. We got to talk about that. And, listen, man, Gervonta Tank Davis also has news coming out. Looks like he's either adding, and we'll talk about it. Is he adding to his team or is he replacing the team? What are the changes and how are these changes going to affect him? Man, he's definitely getting ready. Whenever you see somebody adding and moving things around in their training camp, there's one of a few things happening. Either A, there's trouble in paradise, or B, maybe he's taking his fight that much more seriously, right? Maybe we're getting ready to see one of the best performances by Tank Davis as we've seen in a long time. Maybe he's taking Lamont Roach serious in the way that he didn't before. We'll talk about that as well. So much stuff going on. Let's go ahead and roll out the room right here. Talk to the people in the building. Shout out. We got 24 people in the building. Take a moment to go ahead and hit that like button if you haven't done it. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, take an opportunity to do that as well. But let me shout out to the people in the room. YG Knight in the building. Salute to YG Knight. SOB TV in the building. I like what SOB said. I got to put that up on the screen. Anytime the channel getting love like that, we're going to put it up on the screen, period. SOB play. And Ray, blessings, my brother. Let's build one of the best talk shows out there for show. Real boxing talk, respect. Keep doing what you're doing, man. Man, bro, that's the kind of stuff we need to hear every day to keep us moving, keep us motivated, because this isn't always rosy. And when it's sunny, but when it rains, it pours.
Well, it's gonna get better when you get to it. Our biggest troll got some nice words for us too. Second biggest troll.
Love is love. Shout out to my guy, Fighting Word with Bangs. Y'all make sure y'all go subscribe over there as well. Like he says, we love to love.
Yeah. Love, that's our brother, bro. That's our brother.
Shout out to Ross Clott in the building. Ross Clott in the building. Grassroots, salute to you, family. Antonio MMA, salute to you too, family. Champ Ross, hey, man, you could have been anywhere in this YouTube space to hear some boxing talk, but you decided to be here. Thank you for being here, man. I appreciate you. AJ Moore, man. Let's see, man. AJ Moore said something here. Said, so they could fight in Jersey, but couldn't do that for Norman, who didn't turn down nothing. He wanted to get paid like the champ he is. Okay, AJ, man. Listen, man. I hear you, brother. Man. In due time, everything will come to the light, brother.
It's true.
We'll see what it was all about.
It's true.
You know what I mean? Shout out to let's see who else we got in the band. Juice in the building. Salute, Juice. How you doing, family? That's my daughter's nickname. I remember the first time I seen Juice on here. I was like, Zara, is that you? What you doing on here watching your daddy on the internet? But Juice is a whole grown ass man, grown ass boxing fan, man. Salute to you.
And shouting out the government of his daughter at the same time. Thank you, Juice.
Hey,
Thank
yeah,
you,
right. You ain't lying. You telling the truth. You ain't lying. Hey, love my kids. Walaikum salam.
Yes.
Thank you. Showed up last week. Really supporting the channel, really supporting the movement. I appreciate you, Queen. Thank you, man. It means a lot, man. And she came on the panel last night. She has a motherly energy about her, man. She just makes the space feel safe. You know what I mean? Like, she you know what it is, what you do. I love my kids. You make me feel good about being good. You know what I mean? It's not easy to do that in this space. It's very easy to get caught up in the toxic energy of the space and get into going back and forth and
Yeah.
and you know, you want to kind of like take things personal, but when you choose another frequency level and you choose to commit to that frequency level, no matter what, it's hard to do that no matter what, right? But people like Love My Kids make it easier. You know what I mean? They celebrate you for what you need to be celebrated for. And you being here on the channel validates my position. You know what I mean? Certain people do that, right? Love My Kids is added to it. Echo, Bruce Gas, Blood Boxing came back last night and showed some love. Blue Blood, Dion, you know what I'm saying? Everything boxing, Hood Rich, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I was watching.
You know, the people who can see past the whole nonsense of it all and just kind of respect you for what you're trying to do and help support that movement. So shout out to Love My Kids. Let me see. Ill Will 85. Good morning to you, family. Good afternoon. I am late. You're right. It is 12. Good afternoon, bro. Good afternoon. You're right. That's my bad. Good afternoon. DJ 0082 in the building says Boost looks like Ish. I smell an upset. Oh, we're gonna talk about it. Is that how you feel? Well, maybe we don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know if I necessarily feel the same way, but look, man, Stanionis ain't nothing to play with, nothing to sleep on. It damn sure can be an upset. Stanionis is built like that. AJ Moore in the building. Salute to you, man. Says, so that's why they played Norman, because they don't see flaws. Good to know. Hey, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Bub Boxing. Bub, I feel like I ain't seen you in a minute, Bub, but you probably been here. I don't know what it is, man. Maybe you haven't trolled me in a while. Maybe you're not trolling me. I kind of don't think you're in the room. So it's good to see you. Yeah, let me see what he's saying right here, man. Bub always gets my attention, bro. He always finds a way to get under my skin. Bub's always getting under my skin. Says, I'm off. Let me get to the spot and let's turn up to
What spot? Whoa.
He said he's off. That means he's looking for his spot, you know, his recliner. He's got his drink. He said he got time for the BS today. It's going to be interesting today. I have a feeling it's going to be very interesting today. He says, I'm on it today. Be careful what you say. I'm in the bushes. Oh no, he creeping.
Oh wow, you just said 3 pauses in one
creeping, bro.
Creeping. What's up with that? And he got
what it is
with the eyeglass.
Yeah, kind of looking forward to it, but pause at the same time, Bub. You know what I mean? Kind of pause, kind of weird, right? Yeah, anyway. Marcus Warren in the building. Salute to you, man. Says the Tank groupies can't handle. Yeah, you know what it is. We got to talk about Tank. We got to talk about Lamont. We got to talk about Jaron. We got to talk about this undercard. We got so much to talk about, man. Keep going down to AK Crowder, sending them blessings, and we always receiving those blessings. AK always receiving those blessings. Thank you, man. Keep those blessings coming this way, man. I need them all, man. Life is a trip, man. It can be hard at times, man, and those blessings come in handy, King. They come in handy. Thomas Hill saying missing 8 likes. Hit the like button. Shout out to Thomas Hill in the building, man. Let's see here. I don't want to miss nobody. Mr. Big Play Bray in the building. Shout out to you, King. Thank you. Good morning to you as well, man. Oh, look, we already got some color in the chat, man. Of course, from Love My Kids, showing love, putting the dub in there. Salam alaikum, walaikum salam, Queen. You know what I'm saying? Thank you for the love, man. Thank you for the color, man. We appreciate it, man.
I heard she enjoyed the fast, bro.
Let me see here if I missed anybody, man. I don't want to. Oh, Mazuma TV. Mazuma TV in the building, man. That's grassroots right there. I'm always going to give that man his respect and always make it known and understood the role he's played in this channel being where it's at, bro. You know what I mean? We always missing each other, Mazuma, because you a late dude, bro. You at night, you know what I'm saying? And I just ain't built like that. I ain't got it in me like that. But man, I always look forward to seeing you here. I'm always watching your shit too, by the way. You know what I'm saying? The replays. You my God, bro, man.
Yeah, I watched Mark last night.
I believe my brother might be a single father as well. He might be. I don't think he's single father, but I think he's like a full-time dad. That man right there, you know what I'm saying? Watch out, aesthetically speaking. I don't want to speak on your business, Mark, but sometimes you see somebody doing something and you don't know what's really behind him and all the adversity and all the things he's accomplishing. You got to celebrate people like Mark, who's out there
doing his thing, man. I was listening to him yesterday. Yeah, man.
Boxing with him, man. He actually out here raising something, raising his son, you know what I'm saying, maintaining a home, maintaining fighters. He's a trainer. He's got a full-time job. I mean, he's spread thin to say the least, but when we're talking about productive, yeah, bro. You're looking at Mazuma TV is definitely productive, bro, right? Not wasting time and don't got time for no ignorance, man. Doing the work is not easy. I celebrate you, Mark, for sure, man.
Yeah, man. Salute. For real.
Watson in the building. I'm gonna go ahead. Oh, you are, Mark. Okay, we'll send the link out for you for sure, man. Let me go ahead and send that link out for Mark, man. He happens to be one of those people. He's off today. He ain't never off. Like I told y'all, boy be working.
Yeah, man.
Working all the time. Boy working all the time. If it ain't on the channel, it's at his job. If it ain't the job, it's at the gym. It's chasing that precious, that legacy around the house, making sure that legacy staying on point. You know what I mean? Because that legacy, I'm sure, can get under the skin of a full-time dad. At time to time, you have to bring them together, rein them in, right, Mark? We got to rein them in, get them together. So, you know, we're going to celebrate you. That's your link right there, by the way. Not everybody hit that link and make my life hard today. Please, please, please. That's from Mark right quick. You know what I mean? But it is what it is, man. It is what it is. So for Ray Davis, man, salute to you, King. You know, I had to get out a whole bunch, get my long-winded rants out the way.
Our brother Fonz down in Virginia, right?
Wait, where we see Fonz at? Fonz here?
Yeah.
Where he at?
Yeah.
Oh, salute. Yeah. Let's go, fam. Yo, Fonz, I see you got a new job, fam. I see you, man. I'm watching you, man. You out here shaking it up, Fonz. I know what you're doing out here. I'm
not used to having a hand one.
Hey. Salute.
You all right,
King, how you feeling, man?
I'm chilling, man. You know, I'm anemic, so I'm just getting my iron.
Oh, okay. You had to take the day off a little bit?
Yeah.
Oh, man. That's the regular thing you just doing? Is that the regular thing? Like every now and then you got to do that, so it is what it is?
Yeah, man. Just had to take a day off to prioritize my health, you know.
Always.
Absolutely. Salute.
That's the wealth, man. Salute to you, man. How your son doing?
Yeah. He's doing well, getting bigger, stronger, smarter every day.
Is he bad yet? Is he bad? Because he's always looking adorable when you post him on Instagram. Is he bad yet? Is he there yet? Or is he, what's going on? You know what I mean?
He not a bad kid. He like to touch everything. He like to explore. Yeah. So he just gotta, not necessarily bad. He's pretty cooperative for the most part, but
curious.
It's time. You gotta watch him though.
You can't turn away from him too long. You can't look that way too long. You got to make sure.
Yeah. He's curious is the word. Yeah,
exactly. He about to be 2 in 2 months, so
that's what's up.
I think the bad stage about to kick in soon.
No, yeah, it's gonna be a point where it's gonna be you or him. You heard?
Oh yeah.
It's gonna be that point where it's like, oh, you want to bump heads with me? It's gonna be me or you. Oh, bro, let me introduce you to the world. It's always me. It's always gonna be me.
Yeah, me and him gonna have to get in the ring soon.
Yeah, let them hands fly. I'll definitely get them in there, man. How you father? Everybody, the gym doing good? Everybody good?
Everybody's well, man. I can't complain. Today I got to go to an amateur show because I got 2 people fighting in the charity event.
Okay.
Yeah, I got a lot going on, bro. So I'm just trying to, one thing at a time.
Nah, man, you got it, man. You You're doing a lot, man. But what they say, God don't put nothing on your shoulders you can't handle, right? He don't put nothing on you can't handle. So the way it might look ain't the way it is. You know what I'm saying? They just look hard, bro. But it's your journey, bro. You built for what's been put on your shoulders, bro. Not everybody can do what you doing, bro. You built like that. Trust me.
Facts. What Floyd say? All work is easy work.
All work is easy work. Ain't no hard work out here. What you mean, man? What we out here doing, right? So you gonna hang with us and build on this boxing, or you just here for the moment?
He paused up when he got out. He probably was on the Wi-Fi and connecting out, so he's gonna switch. Yes.
You gonna build on this boxing with us, or you gonna get to a safe space first?
I think I should be fine. I don't know. Let me get to a safe space.
No doubt. All right. I'm gonna pull you down for a second and hit me right back up. You got that link, man. All right.
Dr. Box in the
All right,
building.
shout out to Love My Kids with the other dub. Hey, don't let one person be the one putting the color in this chat. Somebody put $1 in here. Don't leave Love My Kids by herself, man. She's showing love here. What did she say here? In case I have to leave the chat early, I'll send this now. Clay, I would really like to chop it up with you and Blue about the idea I have. Blue said he liked the idea you said yesterday. Yeah, man, about the drug testing and everything. Yeah, man. That was really a good idea, man. Definitely was, man. Yeah, man. Reach out, touch base with me or Blue, and we could build on that for sure. No doubt, man. Let's see, man. Where we at here? Dr. Boxing Talk. Shout out to Dr. Boxing Talk in the building. Eastside Easy in the building. Salute to you as well, family. And Justin Watson, man. Salute to you. We got a lot to talk about. Where do we start at, man? Where do we start at, bro?
I don't know. We start with we forgot to mention there's something else that's coming up.
What's going on?
Where just happened? The announcement of the all women's card.
The what?
The all women's card that got announced June 11th.
Oh, you talking about the Amanda Serrano, Katie Taylor card?
That conference yesterday, bro.
We could definitely talk about that.
Yo, I mean, we can get that in and out the way because that was thorough. I mean, there was some good questions coming in. You heard all the different all champions on that panel, bro. Like but nobody's kicking. You know what I find funny? And you tell me if I'm wrong. Just comparing that to the what was it, the OK Corral over at I know it's a different name. Was it the Casinda or whatever for Turkey? All the champions on one card, all the high profile fighters on one card. You know what I mean? And everybody was like, yo, why Shakur at this level? And why this person here? They ain't even the main event. Da, 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 da. You know what I mean? Same thing coming up in New York, right? The Fatal Fury card in New York City. Mm-hmm. But then you got this all women's card. And the same people are praising the card, like, yo, this is a good card by MVP. They put it on, it's all women. I mean, but they all champions. And they all could, a lot of these people, like Alicia Baumgartner, I forgot the other lady from England, they could all put on their own cards. Mm-hmm. But nobody kicking their backs in for being on the undercard. You dig what I'm saying? But on Turkey card, everybody was like, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, yo, you know what I mean? Get out of here. I couldn't see the other karate chop, but they was kicking their backs in. Mm-hmm. If I could kick, you would see me. You know what I mean? But I'm sitting down. It look crazy. But yo, shout out to the women. And their card, man. And I just wanted to touch in on that, Clay. But yeah, man, go ahead, brother.
No, I love it, man. Jake Paul is definitely Jake Paul is not, when we hold him accountable, we hold him accountable, right? But at the same time, when he's doing something great and special in a niche in the sport that doesn't really get a lot of light on it, you got to give him his respect for doing that. He's signing a lot of female fighters right now. Obviously, we know about the new acquirement in Alicia Baumgartner. I think he just picked up another one too. I want to say
the British lady, the British champion.
There's also a girl. Her last name's Metcalf. What's her name?
Oh yeah. But she's like the third fight for the end. She's like won so many divisions.
Yeah, but he's signing a lot of females.
She's super bantamweight champ.
Right, Shaw Metcalf. Exactly. Doc Boxer talking. Leave it to Doc Boxer. He got some facts, bro. Yep. He gonna have he
be watching women's boxing heavy. I ain't gonna lie to you, but yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Super welterweight, right? I mean, super bantamweight. I believe she is.
Yeah, I'm not sure what weight she's in, but I know I've seen her fight like once or twice. But I know he's picking up the talent, man, the female talent, and he's showcasing it. And like you said, man, all female card on Netflix. That's special. You know what I'm saying? That's definitely special, and that's kind of like what Jake gets the pass on a lot of times when he's doing the things he does. The antic kind of driven, wanting to fight. And we got to talk about that as well, him and Tank, because he also spoke on that and kind of shed light on that. And, we'll talk about that as well. But, you get upset with him when he does certain things, when he fights a 60-year-old Mike Tyson, or when he fights some retired MMA guy, and, he looks to do all that. But you got to give him his respect where it's due at. And what he's doing in female boxing is admirable, bro. We can celebrate that for sure, man. Mm-hmm. I think he's together. Mark, you together? You in a good spot?
Yeah, I'm good, bro.
Okay.
I'm driving right now, but
but no, I hear you clear. I'm also hearing myself though. Can you turn the volume down on the YouTube, or is this something?
Oh yeah. Hold on.
Okay. No doubt. We got a couple of topics to talk about today for sure, man. And this is a good topic. We got a Philly trainer. in the Philly boxing scene in here, and he got the cities on the map Saturday. The city's in the spotlight as Jaron Boots Ennis moves and makes his first step forward and becoming undisputed. And we got to talk about that as well, because he wants undisputed, right? This is pretty clear at this point. I mean, because there's always been questions about what's Jaron Ennis's real end game plan for 147, because he was right there, right? It was 154, 147, 147 when, you know, I mean, he was in the conversation, but like I said, the division started to give him some act right, and he's taking the opportunity to at least unify now. But there were questions about what he was going to do afterwards, right? Was this going to satiate you at 147 and you're going to be happy being unified and move up to 154? Or were you going to chase down the other champions? Is he recharged, reinvigorated to chase down the other champions and actually accomplish what he set to accomplish when he came in the division and become undisputed? And I think he's kind of communicated that at this point, that, yeah, nah, bro, I want all them dudes, bro. I want all them dudes, and I don't really want to leave this division until that happens. So that puts a lot of things into perspective. Where are you at with it at this point, Mark, as far as Jaron Boots Ennis at 147, or whether he'll go to 154? Where are you at with it?
Well, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you clear, brother.
All right, good. No echo, right?
Nah, you clear, for sure.
All right, cool. So where I'm at, man, look, man, I'm a huge fan of Jaron Ennis. You feel what I'm saying? So this man has goals set in place. And he's made it clear from the very beginning exactly what his intentions are in the 147-pound division. And that was mostly, you know, unifying the division. You see what I'm saying? Once he was able to get the IBF title, he wasn't really pleased in the way he obtained the IBF title. He would rather have gotten it, you know, from a champion, or at least, you know, putting a vacant title up and fighting for it. It was just handed to him. He didn't like how the way, you know, that went together, you know, but at the same time, he's not going to turn it down, because the reality is, when you are up and coming fighter like Jaron Ennis, these world titles put you in power positions. You see what I'm saying? It puts you in position to make more money, provide for your family, and put you in lucrative situations where you could face other champions and get to some big money, right? Jaron Ennis is all about the legacy, but he's not fighting for free neither. You know what I mean? There's people he got to take care of, including himself. So, so yeah, man. I'm with it. I love what he's doing. Look, and you know, he's the most popular guy in the division as of right now when we consider it champion. So I think he's in a great position where, you know, he could bring a good amount of money to the table, and none of the other champions are gonna make as much money. They're not gonna make the big bag they're looking for in that division unless they fight him. You see what I'm saying? Who else is really generating revenue at 147? Like Jaron, you know, selling out the Wells Fargo, or putting 16,000 people in seats over there. Mario Barrios, not no big name. Brian Norman ain't no big name. He just fought on the females undercard. You know what I'm saying? So, all of these guys, man, I honestly feel like they have to come see him. And, you know, if they want to sit around and turn down, you know, career high paydays and stuff like that, then Jaron Ennis, I highly doubt that he'll take another IBF mandatory. I think he'll just move up and consider, you know, doing the same thing at 154 pounds, which a lot of people have been asking him to do. But, you know, he gonna fight. Hold on.
You're freezing a little bit, but we hear you. But the visual is freezing a little bit, but we hear you.
Oh, okay, cool. So he's fighting the number 2, arguably, you know, the number 2 welterweight in the division. I think Stan Ennis and Boots are the best champions in the division right now. You see what I'm saying? So I like what he's doing. If he's able to become undisputed before going up to 54, cool. Because all it do will make him a bigger name and give him more power at the negotiation table when he makes his debut at 154 pounds. I'm in support of it.
Yeah. I'm there with you, man. Where you at with it, Ray? How you feel about, does he stay or does he move? Where you at with it?
Listen, either way, I'm good with it. I like what Mazuma said. Everything he said is dime on. He is the best champion of the division, right? They do have to go through him. Even if he moves up, he will have a name recognizable where he moves up into a place where his name is actually more recognizable than a lot of the people at 154. Even though you got some big talent there, they're not well known. He's the main card, right? So he'll be moving right into place. He'll be able to make some money. I love the fact that he brought up a very important thing, like with the belts come more money, and it removes you. Provides for the family, right? Because we've always been in that question of, and hearing people say, oh, F the belts, we don't need the belts will do nothing, money first, whatever, money over legacy. And this right here is exactly what we always talk about, Clay, and what Boots is doing. You get more belts, you get the belts, your money goes up. It doesn't matter. You ain't got to be the highest paid, but your money does go up. So Boots is doing the right thing. He's doing it the right way. I love this interview when he said, man, listen, man, I can always go for the money. I don't need the money. I want to be the champion. You know what I mean? And I love that from Boots at the end of the day. So what Mark said and what Boots ended up saying in that interview, man, I'm all for it. Dope.
I'm right there with all you guys, man. Yeah, like you said, man, just to add to it, the belts equal opportunity. Opportunity equals money, man. Especially when you're a talent like Jaron Boots Ennis. And what I mean by that is when you're as good as he is, he's high risk at all times for any fighter. And he has to always make sure that the reward is there with him. He has to make sure that reward is next to him, or he won't get any opportunities, right? If Boots isn't bringing something to the table, if he's not bringing money, if he's not bringing accolades and legacy, then why fight somebody as dangerous as Boots Ennis? Shout out to my brother Blue Blood Sports. Blue Blood Sports TV in the building. Salute, King. You know we'll be up later on at 6 p.m., 6:30 p.m. You'll be seeing me and Blue Cook on Blue Show, man. Shout out to Blue Blood. Yeah, so yeah, I love what he's doing, and I think, you know, he gets pushback, and the whole entire Virgil Ortiz supposed negotiation that was going, and you know, it got kind of painted in a weird way that, you know, he agreed, contracted, and then pulled back last minute. That whole situation was just, you know, Jaron thinking for himself and being like, listen, man, I got my own goals. And if those opportunities are there, people really sat there and act like he didn't say what he said at that post-conference meeting. Like he said, yeah, I can go up to 154. I might have to do that. But then in that same sentence with no commas said, but if those opportunities open up for me to unify the division, I'm going to take those opportunities. And you know, what people won't acknowledge is that those opportunities did open up, right? That Stanionis was clearly on the table and in a live negotiation with Eddie Hearn to put that fight together for Boots. And, you know, the man made the decision he had to make. And listen, you're talking to somebody who a year ago was trying to get Boots to go to 154. Trust me, I was tired of seeing people ducking him. It didn't look like the fights were going to manifest for him, and I wanted to see him go to 154. But look, by all means, the opportunities are there. At 147 for him to unify or even run it all the way up and become undisputed. I don't expect him to do anything less than what he's doing. That being said, I'm going to ask you guys, at this point, as far as Eddie Hearn and Boots, what are we grading Eddie Hearn on the works he's done with Boots since he's acquired Boots and brought Boots over to Matchroom in comparison to what he was dealing with Cameron Duncan and Showtime and Steven Espinosa? Now that he's over here with Eddie Hearn, how do you grade? It's been up and down, right? Like I'm sure the Brian Norman Jr. Negotiation, I don't know how anybody feels about it, but at this point, where Boots is at today, heading into a unification fight with Stanionis, how are we grading Eddie Hearn's work with Boots, Jaron Boots Ennis at this point? You can go ahead,
Go
Mark.
ahead,
Yeah.
Ray. I'm about to get close to some
right.
I'm gonna get close to some Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I give it a B plus. The reason why I give it a B plus is because there's some big fights that could have been made. We all know, but at the same time, he tried to make them. He kept them active. That's a plus. And matter of fact, I would say A minus. I'm gonna bump it up, A minus, because he kept them active. He kept his promise in words. Yeah, it wasn't the people he wanted to fight, but he kept them in fights with Karen, even though it was under a negotiation because they were trying to get another fight done. But it went to first bid, but he kept him there. He bought that fight from Germany, which everybody had the potential of saying it was in Germany, to bring it back to Philadelphia to make that fight happen. He got the fight with Indonesian just to keep him busy. You know what I mean? Stay busy fights. He's still moving him along. He's got him the championship opportunity that he's been desiring for so much. Like, what can you do but not give Eddie an A on his scorecard? You know what I mean? He does deserve an A minus. Now, there were some balls that he dropped along the way, trying to move him up, because I'm pretty sure he was in the same boat as us, Clay. Like, look, nobody wants to fight you. You need to move up. get to 154, and that's where all the action is. But then once he realized what it was, and he was like, "Look, man, I don't know what it was, but this Karen fight just opened up the floodgates at 147. You do want to take this risk? We rocking with you." And I think Eddie's listening to his fighter, and I think he deserves another plus on that. So let's give him a solid A.
Yeah, man, I'm there. I'm right there with you, Mark. How you feel about Eddie? Are you grading? Because I know, listen, I know you got Eddie Hearn under the magnifying glass because he's handling the jewel of Philadelphia, and you want to make sure he's handling that with white gloves. You know what I'm saying? Make sure you're doing right by my guy because my guy's been through so much dealing with these boxing politics to be where he needs to be, and the world's never really had an opportunity to see Boots do what he can really do. But here we are today in the present moment. He's getting this unification. How is it aging Eddie Hearn's management of Boots Ennis to this point from your point of view?
Well, let's look at it this way. Prior to the Eddie Hearn signing, what was the biggest criticisms about Jaron Ennis? One of them was he was inactive, right?
Right.
Two, he needed a bigger name. And three, he couldn't get the big names in there with him because he was considered a high risk, low reward, right? So Eddie Hearn, as soon as he signed him, he got a fight in Philadelphia. Got him a big fight in Philadelphia. And I don't know how y'all guys I don't know how y'all boxing scene is over where y'all from, but in Philadelphia, it's a fight town. And a lot of people were really excited about Jaron Ennis fighting at the Wells Fargo. He's the first fighter to ever headline the Wells Fargo. Can you hear me?
Right. Yeah, no, we hear you clear, bro. We right there with you.
All right.
Your phone might be acting weird with the imagery, everything like that, but we hear you. We good. I'll tell you, trust me.
All right, cool. So then he was able to put between 14 to 16K people in that arena to fight David Evanesian. Eddie Hearn also did a great job in finding a substitute for Jaron Ennis because unfortunately Cody Crawley had pulled out.
Right.
Cool.
Right.
He was able to get him David Evanesian. Wasn't the best opponent, but it was probably best case scenario for the time that they had left. So they was able to get that fight. Then he brings him back to the Wells Fargo. He attempted to get the Brian Norman situation, and I think he gave Brian Norman, to this day, I still believe that he gave him a large sum of money that a lot of people wouldn't have walked away from, but at the end of the day, it takes two to make a fight happen, and they didn't want to fight, bro. That's just the reality of the situation. There's no way that you could justify turning down 1.5, 1.7, and then you fighting for six figures on Michaela Mayer's undercard afterwards.
Right.
Now, if Brian Norman turned that bag down and then got $3 million to go fight Barrios or whatever, some crazy stuff like that, I understand it. You just prioritizing business like Bivol just did with Benavidez. You know what I'm saying? They said Bivol turned down $8 million for Benavidez, but I bet you Turkey gonna pay him a whole lot more than that. So I could give that a pass. But Eddie Hearn did what he could. He started off low, then they started boosting it up. They didn't want to fight. It is what it is. Eddie Hearn also can't control the IBF mandate and him boost to fight somebody. That's just the responsibility that comes with being a champion. They had to get that out of the way. You see what I'm saying? Right after getting that mandatory out of the way, Eddie Hearn is able to put Jaron in a situation where he's fighting another champion in his division. So he's getting him active, he's building his name up, and he's putting him in there with another champion, which Boots has been looking for. It seems like Eddie Hearn is checking all the boxes in terms of putting Boots in great positions to become a name and do some big shit in the welterweight division. So with that being known, bro, I'm gonna give him an A-. You know what I'm saying? And I think a lot of the stuff, like the unfortunate things that has happened with Jaron Ennis under Eddie Hearn, was out of Eddie Hearn's control, which is people not wanting to fight and injuries happening and mandatories being presented. I don't think Eddie Hearn could control neither one of those factors. You know what I'm saying? But I think he's been doing a great job with keeping them active, keeping them busy, and putting them in there in a good fight. I didn't see anybody else put Boots in a position to fight another champion. So
I agree.
I think he's doing great.
Yeah, man. I agree with you 100%, man. Sometimes you get, the job is not is easier said than done. You know what I mean? When it comes to Eddie Hearns, and when you look at the tasks I was put in front of him, being a UK boxing promoter, not really having that relationship with the whole entire American boxing scene the way he is, jumping into a situation with a big star in the making like Jaron Boots Ennis is a tall task. And like you guys said, you're dealing with a division that's almost freezing him out because of the risk he brings to the table and the lack of reward. The paydays wasn't there with him. The legacy wasn't there as far as the belts were. He had just grabbed an IBF belt that he was elevated to. He didn't even get to fight for it. And if fighters can find an excuse not to fight a hard fight at times, fighters will do it, right? Like, there's not everybody isn't Terrence. Everybody isn't I want to say Shakur or Devin or everybody isn't looking forward. David Benavidez, right, isn't looking forward to fighting the hard fights. If they don't have to, they'll navigate around those hard fights. And when you give them an excuse like, okay, there's, what does this guy bring to the table? What has he really done? Who has he really fought? What are you going to do? You're going to put your journey at risk to fight a guy like this. It becomes easy to duck a Boots Ennis. So Eddie went into that, dealing with that, but understanding that the talent was so great, we're going to have to take our time. Clearly, we know we're going to have to invest in him. He broke bread immediately and was like, boom, Wells Fargo 2 times in a row. I'm going to get your city behind you. We're going to spend the money. We're not going to think about the profit as much right now. We're not going to put you on pay-per-view and try to exploit you and squeeze every penny out of you. We're going to make it as easy as possible for fans to see you perform. And we're going to bet on, at the end of this, that it's going to turn into what you want, which is those unification title fights, which is some big money opportunities. We're going to hope that the Turkey Al-Sheikh of the world, well, I was going to say the sheiks of the world, right? But there's not a lot of big investors like Turkey. But we're going to pray that the money sees you and the money wants to get behind what you're doing, and that all this work and all this investment of time and resources that we're doing behind you is going to manifest into something special. And I think he did it. I think if you could look at it right now, I'm not sure how many fights Jaron Boots Ennis has left in his agreement with Eddie, if this is the last fight or if he has one more fight or not. But look, man, why go anywhere else, right? I say double down with Eddie Hearn. He's gotten behind you. He's been patient. You know the truth. You understand that if certain negotiations didn't go the way you if certain negotiations didn't go the way you wanted them to go, we understand that you were facing that anyway. Let's not act like Eddie Hearn not being able to secure that Brian Norman Jr. fight, or be willing to spend, be extorted out of money pretty much, right? Like, no, you're gonna spend everything. Nah, bro, you're not worth that much, bruh. You feel me? And I'm gonna pay you, but we're not gonna act like you didn't just make $150K at your last fight. We're not gonna turn that into, I need to give you $2 million, $2.5 million, bro. I'm gonna shoot you 1.7 off the strength of my man's who wants this fight, but you probably don't even on paper in real time deserve that money. I understand the value you have for yourself and where you hold yourself to, and your son is a champion in the idea that you want your son to walk away with a certain amount of money no matter what. But yeah, I agree with Mark, and I agree with a lot of people who say that clearly the risk was so high. The more of a reward you were asking for, the more reality of the light being shined on the risk you realize and acknowledge that was in front of you, in front of Jaron Boots Ennis. And I'm not trying to say like you weren't confident in your son, but listen, you know what you're dealing with Jaron Boots Ennis, and on the back end of a loss, you wanted to make it worth your while, because if you really knew you were going to win no matter what, you would have bet on yourself. And you would have took the steam from that man and fought him and took whatever it was. You would have took the 1.7. You would have gave yourself the credit for being able to negotiate it and to get it to that point. You would have took that money. You would have took that fight, because you would have realized the opportunity wasn't in the money that you could make in the fight, but the big opportunity was in what was going to come after you won that fight and what you was to look out. But you knew the truth. And there's nothing wrong with knowing the truth, right? Understanding the truth is understanding the truth, but we're not going to act like we don't see what happens. So that being said, I'm going to land my plane and say Eddie Hearn, I give at least an A-, right? I might step it up a little more and just say I give him an A. You know what I'm saying? An even. I'm not going to give him an A+, but I think he earned the A with me. I think he's doing great by Boots, man. And I don't think there's nothing for them guys to complain about. When you look into what they're with the, the way you compare is, all right, if it wasn't Eddie, then where would it have been and what would you have gotten there, right? Like, so if you'd have went to Top Rank with Bob, were you going to get what you're getting right now? If you went to PBC, looking at how active their roster has been and how many cards and events they've put out, would that have been the best move? You know what I mean? When you think about what the options were, was Eddie Hearn the best option? I personally think he was, and I like what he's doing. And man, and without Eddie Hearn, no Stanionis, no unification, no Virgil Ortiz on the table that you walked away from, no Teofimo Lopez that looks like Turkey wants to put a bag behind, no opportunities. You know what I'm saying? No unifications. Nothing, just whatever they give to you, right? In comparison to where you were to where you are right now, without a doubt, man, I think I give Eddie Hearn, the respect he deserves. You about to say something, Ray? My bad.
Yeah. And I was gonna say, let's not forget the tail ends of the conversation of the money. Don't forget that they were ready to move to the $2 million, and they bumped it up to 2.2. Let's not forget that, and that's why I fell out of the negotiation parts of that, because they definitely was ready to move up. You know what I mean? So the fact is that they were going to up the ante no matter what and see what they can squeeze out of that limit as much as they can. So it's a fact that, you know what I mean, I'm not going to call it a duck or whatever the case may be, but it was a power move over money, because the risk was definitely outweighing the reward in that, putting that title on the line. And they wanted to squeeze, like I said, every bit of juice out of that limit, unfortunately.
Right. That's what it turned into, man. I think it's great. Let me see here. I think he's back. You good to go, Mark?
Yes, we all good, brother. I'm logged on to the Wi-Fi. We straight.
Yeah, you look clear and everything, bro. I ain't gonna lie. You can see the whole difference immediately, bro.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, I give him his respect on what he's doing. So look, man, he's going into this fight with Stanionis, man. I don't know, Mark, you want to speak on Emanianis Stanionis? You know, Floyd Mayweather was notorious for celebrating his opponents before he got in the ring with it, because he understood that the value of the fight and the legacy in the fight was based on the actual opponent that was in front of him being a real threat. And, does he check those boxes? Is Stanionis a threat for real? Is this a big deal? You know what I mean? Is this easy work? Or, who are we talking about when we're talking about Stanionis and what he brings to the table and what Boots needs to be aware of going into this fight and what you're expecting to see?
Well, Stanionis is one of the best champions in the division. Like I said, in my list, he's number 2 behind Jaron Ennis. So with that being known, man, when you find another champion who, has shown to be strong, durable, good punching power, great conditioning as well. He got a lot of dog in him, and as far as I'm concerned, he's an undefeated fighter, correct?
Yeah,
I believe so. Yes.
So with that being known, bro, a lot of undefeated fighters have extremely stubborn mentality, so he's not gonna want to go anywhere. You know what I'm saying? He hasn't faced defeat in a professional setting. So with that being known, this is going Stanionis is going to provide some obstacles for Jaron Ennis. However, I do think that Boots is the superior fighter. I do think he's more well-rounded than Stanionis. Looking over Stanionis and his fights, I was just watching his fight with Gabriel Mastre this morning. And man, look, he's tough. So it's gonna be Boots is gonna have to be he's gonna have to bring out all his tools for this one, man. He's gonna have to be defensively responsible, not make those those Karen or David Evanesian mistakes. I think he needs to box intelligently behind a good jab. I've seen Stanionis also box Thomas Delorme, where it looked like he was getting outboxed in certain points. So with Boots, I'm sure he said he was watching a little bit of film from what I understand. So he knows that he can outbox him. I think if he fights an intelligent fight, he could break Stanionis apart and possibly stop him in the late rounds. But there is some things that he has to do in order to get to that point. And there's certain things that he needs to avoid. What does he need to avoid? He needs to avoid fighting on the inside and staying on the center line. You see what I'm saying? So if he's gonna fight on the inside, he needs to pick and choose when to do it, but he has to create angles. He has to create some type of head movement, stepping around the opponent and stuff like that. You can't give Stanionis any type of opportunities to land those big shots on the inside, because he likes to fight in close quarters. He likes to lean over that front foot, and he likes to throw them overhands over the top. And I've seen Boots get hit by Karen with overhands. You know what I'm saying? So he needs to avoid that at all costs. I think that if he keeps him at the end of his jab or just keeps him, at range behind his punches, I think he could break Stanionis apart. And Boots is a big puncher too. Everybody talks about how strong Stanionis is and his punching power. From what I understand, Boots got one of the highest knockout ratios amongst world champions right now. So,
100%.
So he has the hand speed, he has the power, and he's extremely precise. So I think that he could really put on a clinic, a Romain Villa type performance against Stanionis. But he can't get too greedy. He can't get too reckless because that could put Boots in some situations where, you know what I mean? He might give Stanionis some rounds or even give him the fight. Anything could happen in the sport of boxing. So as long as Boots is intelligent, and he strips Stanionis of his strengths, which is fighting on the inside and looping those hooks and just he comes in behind a good jab as well. But I think Boots is a lot faster than him, has a superior jab when he decides to use it. So um there's some things that he has to avoid, but if he's himself and uses his brain in there, I think that he could break him up and probably stop him around the 10th or 11th round.
No doubt, man. Ray, we already know what Ray's added on this one, man. He expects Boots to dominate, but I don't know if you want to add something.
He's not really dominating. I sense some adversity at some points. I think it's going to be a great fight. I think it's going to be competitive. Like I said, within the first 4 rounds, I think after the first, I think Stanionis does get some moments in this fight, and I think it's because he's like he just said, he got the dog in him. Like he's got to get inside. I already told you, Boots is the much bigger fighter, so he has to get inside to utilize his strengths. And when he does, Boots probably won't expect a few things to come from Stanionis, being that even though he's preparing for him, boxers prepare every time, but sometimes they switch things up and you can never predict what somebody's going to do, right? That's the whole thing in the boxing ring. So he might catch Boots off guard with a few things, and Boots is going to probably dig into that bag. Adversity is going to strike, and when he does, he's going to dominate the rest of that fight, put Stanionis on ice, make him as cold as he can. And I think it's a 9th round stoppage. You know what I mean? I'm going around above Mazuma. They're going to stop in the 9th round, and when he does stop him, I think Stanionis will be outclassed at that point. I think it's going to be Boots, whatever slickness. Sometimes he has that little, that slickness and that inside game where he likes to avoid certain things and look fly. I think he'll change that up where he will turn into what we want him to be, that ultimate fighter in that ring, and he's going to just show his style straight up, no gimmicks, no slips, and no weird. And I'm not saying weird in a negative way, but I'm saying something like no T.O. flashiness. It's going to be straight Boots boxing, and you're going to see him beat standing on his face really red. That's all I'm going to tell you.
I think it's possible, man. And like what Mark just said, man, you got to be careful. This on paper, is this the biggest challenge of Boots' career? As far as the caliber of fighter he has in front of him, is Stanionis the fighter? And the reason I say that, just to add some perspective or context, what I'm saying is Boots talked about, kind of being lulled into the competition he had and, not being able to get up for fights. Is this a fighter that gets Boots up? Or do we see, Calvin Ford talks about it with a Gervonta Tank Davis. You hear the best fighters talk about it, even T.O., as cringe as he can be at times, but he always makes it clear, like you always see with T.O., he steps up for the hard fights and, he can get lulled into like bad mistakes and being lazy and messy in the weaker fights, right? And that's kind of where he gets exposed. Does this fight get Boots up? Is this going to be, are you looking forward to seeing the best version of Boots that you've seen in a long time against his fight? Did he get woken up out of his sleep from the David Avanesian fight where people felt like he got hit too much, the Karen fight where they felt like he got hit too much? Although he won those fights, he received criticism for just kind of being a little reckless in those fights. Does that all culminate into this performance we're going to see Saturday night? And on top of that, if you could add to it, what do you want to see from Boots? We know he can win this fight in multiple different ways, but what do you want to see from Boots Saturday in this fight against Stanionis, outside of obviously seeing him get a victory?
I think that he's gonna be extremely motivated for this one because this is his first opportunity to actually beat a champion and take a belt off of a champion. This is the first time in his career where he's in the opportunity to do so. Another thing that I think is going to work out in his favor is that the IBF rehydration clause is not going to be in effect for this one. So I think that he's going to put on the weight that he needs. He is a big welterweight. I was a welterweight when I was boxing, and he's significantly bigger than me, and I was considered a big welterweight myself. So that's going to definitely play in his benefit as well. And in terms of what I want to see from Boots, I want to see Boots be exactly who he is, just with some defensive responsibilities. You know, I want to see him be the showman that he is in the ring when he gets comfortable in there and he does a little bit of showboat, and that's fun to me. You know, I enjoy watching Naseem Hamed do the same thing. Like, you know, Emmanuel Augustus, they get in their rhythm and then they put on a show for the people. I like to see Jaron Ennis tap into that as well. I like to see him utilize it. He has one of the best jabs in the sport of boxing, but he's one of the fighters who uses it, you know, the least, in my opinion. I think he could use it a lot more. I think against Romain Villa, he's shown flashes of a world class jab. I would like to see him bring that back. And if he does decide to fight on the inside, be the elusive fighter that you've shown to be on the come up. When you fought guys like Sergey Limpinis and, you know, Armando Alvarez, when you had your debut at Showtime and stuff like that, like we want to see you tap into that, because I've seen this man spar, I've seen this man fight, you know, up close and personal. Very slippery dude when he chooses to be, you know. So I think that, and in terms of like where he is mentally, from what I've been hearing in interviews and what I've been hearing from people that surround him personally, they said this man is not on social media, that as soon as he posts, he gets off. They said that he not even playing his game. You know, for a lot of people who don't know, Boots is a big gamer. You know what I'm saying? He said he not even playing his video games. He said he just been at home keeping his mind sharp, playing Sudoku and crossword puzzles and stuff like that. Just he's really, really dialed in. You know, I haven't seen Boots this focused in a long time, and I think it's for a reason, because this is a fight that he legitimately wants, and it's something that is on his to-do list that he's at the cusp of knocking off. You feel what I'm saying? So, yeah, man, that's what I want to see, and I think that's where Boots is at. You know, at this point, you know, in his career.
No doubt, no doubt, no
Yeah,
doubt.
yeah.
Ray, what you want to see from the kid, man? Like, you know, he's going into this fight. I already gave the spiel, man. This one is the one. Will this one be the one that he can get up for? And definitely speak on that rehydration clause. I definitely forgot to bring that to the table, because I think that's a big deal as to what's keeping him at 147. That on the back end of winning this fight, this adds 2 or 3 fights and the possibility of becoming unified, because it seemed like the reason that was going to push him up to 154 was that rehydration clause. This right here is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. You become a champion, you fight a champion, you beat a champion, but you also take off that little annoying fine print that kind of saying makes a difference on who you can be in that ring. So what do you think about that?
Real quick, Antonio MMA, I am a boxing coach.
Right.
I've coached multiple professional, because he's like, oh, you acting like you in this fighter's brain. Are you a coach?
I don't
Yeah,
know
I
what
am a
you
coach.
Yeah, he is a trainer, and he's a trainer who happens to have a relationship with
right
Boots.
Yeah, I'm a gym owner. I'm a boxing coach, USA boxing certified. You know, I got my certificates over there. For those of y'all who may doubt that, I've cornered many professional fighters, and you know, Olympians,
that was
all
weird.
of that.
I thought I cleared that up very early before you came up here about what you brought to the table and who you was. Didn't I just break that down, you guys, and tell you he's a full-time dad, full-time job, full-time boxing trainer? Man, I didn't put the gym ownership in there. I didn't think I needed to break it down that deep. But yeah, bro, he's very, 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 very much allowed to speak on this in a way that honestly me and Ray can't speak on it.
Yeah, man. These are trophies that came from my fighters, by the way.
Right.
Trainer of the year behind Bozy Ennis in 2022, and I'm only 27 years old, brother. So let's not act like, you know, I ain't got no credentials now. Let's slow that down a little bit.
Yeah, that was a little wild, bro. That was a little wild. We gotta listen. I know I told y'all that you got that, but you didn't need to get that because I told you, so you kind of deserve that. I put it out there early. I gave the introduction the right way. I know I did. It is what it is, though, right? But I hope that answered your question, Antonio MMA. I hope that, you know what I mean, satiated or you know what I mean, filled in that spot that you might have had some concerns about. Maybe that put some perspective on it. But go ahead, Ray. You was ready to head down that road and speak on it.
I'm ready to ignore the chat at this moment. So, to your question, does Ennis get Boots up for this fight? Absolutely. And I think the reason why we get him up for this fight is because we have to realize the last 2 fighters that Boots fought were fighters. A lot of people think, oh, Boots wasn't supposed to get hit. Boots is supposed to be this great fighter. Man, he's a boxer like every other boxer. And every other boxer I know that got in the ring with somebody, regardless of the caliber of opponent, they got hit. So things like that happen. number one, now going into the Stanionis situation is Stanionis is the guy that's going to that got this dude's butterflies in his belly literally twirling. No disrespect, because he's getting excited. And when he gets excited, he wants to go out there and he wants to give the fans what they deserve. Stanionis is the first guy to get in that ring. He is the number 2 boxer in the division as a champion. And I think he understands the challenge and the threats that Stanionis brings to him. So being that that's the case, it's like a summer breeze. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I got to go in here. My day can go all long. It can be all calm, but it's going to have some rust spots. And guess what? I don't know what those rust spots going to be, because when it happens, I have to have, like I said, that adversity to step into that zone, that comfort zone, and defeat that adversity and pull out these tools and make sure I get the job done. I like what Mazuma said about him using the jab. That's the primary source of this fight. He's going to have to use that jab, and rather he does it for whatever side. I prefer him to do orthodox as much as possible, because Stanionis does like southpaws. I hope he does it orthodox as much as he can, and I hope he dominates the fight like I see. If Boots does get comfortable and he does switch to anything southpaw or anything like that, we'll see what happens. You know what I mean? I'm not saying anything bad's going to happen, but Stanionis is a dog, so we have to understand that, and we know Stanionis is going to get into that little pocket where Boots is in the phone booth, and Philly style, tie the strap around your ankles, bro. Boots in the tire. You ain't going nowhere. This is how we get down. Mazuma know what I'm talking about. Yeah, they get in that little tire, that little phone booth. Feet can't go nowhere. All you can do is go to the body. So that's where it's going to end up, right there in that section. Look. Yeah, I see it. Right?
Yeah.
And you right there. And you right there. So with that being said, I think that's what we see that adversity come in. And that's when when they're in that phone booth, they will separate, and Boots will utilize that jab, and then that's when he'll calculate, and we'll see the Roman Villa victory that we seen in that fight on Stanionis. 9th round, baby.
Crazy. Listen, man, and is this the I'm looking to see Boots, the defensively responsible, athletic, competitive. I want to see the Boots Ennis that everybody wanted to see in the ring with Terrence Crawford Saturday. That's where I wanted to go back to. That guy who was Terrence Crawford's biggest, threat. Do you remember that guy? Do you remember when Errol lost and everybody was like, they were trying to sick Jaron on Terrence, right, to get the revenge, and everybody knew that he was that guy and Terrence, but I want to see that guy, the return of that guy, man. And I think we are, man. I think there's a good chance we're going to see. I'm excited, and I think this is going to be the coming of the coming of Boots Ennis on the boxing scene, right? The debut almost of the Jaron Boots Ennis that I know, that the eye test always told me he was, but the matchups and the resume didn't necessarily prove all the way, because people were always able to bring up, he didn't fight anybody, he ain't get in the ring with nobody. Well, this one right here, I think is going to check a lot of the boxes. I hope that he feels that way about it and that he's moving with that kind of energy, man. I'm looking to see the best Jaron Boots Ennis we've seen in a while. Now, there's also rumors, by the way, not to segue out of it, but we're staying in the 147-pound division of what Mario Barrios is actually going to do, because it seems like everybody's accounted for. He's in the ring with Stanionis. He's Brian Norman Jr. seems to be motivated and wants to make that fight happen. We just got to hope that he doesn't like I said in another video I said before, I hope yesterday's price ain't today's price, right? I hope that the price, the price makes sense. I hope that there's some I hope it's just realistic and that everybody's doing whatever they can do to make this fight happen in order for it to happen between Brian Norman and Jaron Boots Ennis. But ultimately, Mario Barrios seems to be kind of like that X factor, that wild card. We don't know what he's doing. Now, I'm hearing that there's rumors, people are pointing in the direction of him potentially going up to 154 pounds and, maybe vacating or leveraging, that WBC title up there at 154 if he's going to stay at 147. Where are we at on Mario Barrios? Like, is he gonna cooperate, or this dude's still in there? What are we dealing with that? Anybody hear anything about that?
Yeah, I think I actually sent that to you this morning.
Right, you sent me a post, but yeah, I was following. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I'm just seeing that too. But remember, I don't know if you remember. I think it was last week. Matter of fact, I was saying Barrios needs to move up. I think he's too big for the division. I was literally just saying that, and I said I think he wore out his welcome. I mean, you see him getting in draws with guys that nobody even knows, because he's probably depleted making these weights at 147. So probably it is best for him to go to 154, get out the way, and let whoever is, even if it's Devin and Ramirez fight for this title, vacant title, or maybe he stays there for one more fight. Does he stay there for the payday with Boots? We never know. He may stay there for the payday with Brian Norman. He will be the A side, so he'll make the bigger bag on that. But on that notion, we don't know what Barrios. Barrios is he's a tough fighter, very good rangy fighter, but Barrios gets himself trapped up with wanting to get in the inside, be a small fighter, and I think he's just too big at 1 foot, at 6'1", to be fighting these guys at 147 inside the pocket and trying to eliminate the competition. I don't think he uses his size well. So I think it's time for him to move up, put some weight on his bones, and hopefully he can, stay focused and fight bigger fighters and not worry about sacrificing the punishment that he does.
Right. Any opinion on Mario Barrios' status at 147, Mark?
I don't know exactly what Mario Barrios has planned, man. In all honesty, bro, I think that I don't know if it's necessarily him or his team, but I think they've been very cautious with him because they haven't been really pleased with his performances as of lately. Like that Abel Ramos, performance was atrocious, man. Like he started off well, and then he like faded in the mid rounds, and he was fighting for his life, towards the end. You know what I'm saying? So, that may, from what I saw, like he must have had a bad weight cut. So Ray may be on to something in terms of him, no longer, needing to be at 147. But in my opinion, I think he the weakest link in the welterweight division right now. If we talking champions. Who's this? If Abel Ramos is putting Mario Barrios on his back, Brian Norman could punch, man. He might run him into something and actually have him in a whole lot of trouble. I've also heard Mario Barrios trying to get like a Pacquiao fight and stuff like that.
Right.
Like that's like come on, Barrios. It's like you trying to, like, I understand you in a prestige. You got one of the most prestigious belts in boxing's history right now, so you trying to preserve it and get all the money that you can. I'm not knocking you, but at the same time, your responsibility as a champion is to either defend it against your mandatories or face the other best opposition that lies at 147. So, like the way Bozy Ennis said, man, you either got to shit or get off the pot, man. Like if you're not gonna be facing elite level competition, or if you're just gonna be avoiding guys and just staying quiet in your little corner or whatever, then you need to just go ahead and figure out something else to do, bro. Manny Pacquiao is not it, bro.
Nope.
Nah,
Like you beat the
could.
man, the man that beat Manny Pacquiao. Why you taking a step backwards?
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand
100%.
that.
He's clearly a prize fighter at this point, right? As far as his mentality, and I say that because I think the legacy fighters, they're always looking to position themselves in a way to add, and they think about their boxing careers. Like you see how Jaron Boots Ennis is moving. You can always tell when the fighters turn into prize fighters, they become a little bit it kind of gets hard to figure out what they're going to do because everything is money driven. And with Mario Barrios right now, it definitely seems like he's leveraging what he has to get as much money and to get as much as he can get out of it. And that doesn't necessarily always align with what you want to see him do. But in this case scenario, like you said earlier, Mark, the money is there with Boots. So, there's big money there with Boots. You know what I'm saying? And clearly the legacy, but even if you're just being a prize fighter, it doesn't seem like there's too many excuses left as to why you wouldn't jump in the ring with a Jaron Boots. And if anything, out of all the champions in the division, Brian Norman Jr. right now seems to be the high risk, low reward guy right now. Right? He brings a WBO title, but does he bring the payday? Does he bring that to the table? Time will tell, but Jaron clearly has a machine behind him right now. He's clearly going to be in position if he gets this win over here on the Manianas Stanionis to be not a unified champion. His market value is going to go up. It makes more sense more than ever to get in the ring with a Jaron Boots Ennis. But once again, how much confidence do you have in yourself as a fighter as well to make that fight? So Mario Barrios does seem to be the wild card. We'll see what happens. We can't see or talk about anything happening until after this Stanionis fight. So, shout out to Jaron Boots Ennis. Let's see what ends up happening. Saturday is his show. It's his night in Atlantic City. I'll be looking forward to see what he has going on. I wanted to tap in a little bit also into the undercard of this fight. Card. We got some decent up and coming fighters on that undercard. One of them right now being somebody who's shown up at 130 pounds. He a champion at 126, was in a potential fight of the year candidate against Nick Ball last year in Riyadh season. Came up short on that fight, but we saw his heart. The fight he had before that. Who was the guy he fought before that where he pulled it up? He pulled it out like in that last round. Who was it again?
Raymond Ford. You talking about the guy he beat before Nick Ball was
Odebek.
Kodomolotov.
Yeah, Komatov, whatever happened.
Yeah, that was a good fight. And
that was
really,
your candidate as well.
Yeah, right? he knocked him out in the last round or stopped him, whatever. That was a good fight.
Exactly. And even in his last fight he had with Orlando Gonzalez at 130 pounds was an exciting fight. Ended up taking that to a decision, but putting him on his pockets a few times in the fight and just kind of showing that, that 126 pound weight cut, and maybe that depleted him, and kind of, the fighter that he is at 130 looks like he's really acclimating well to the division. And this will be his second fight in that division. But is there any kind of titles or anything, any type of interim or international titles on? I don't know. I don't know if there is or there isn't, but he's going to be fighting against Thomas Matisse. In this fight, this guy coming in the ring with 22 wins, 4 losses, 17 of those wins coming by knockout. A good little fight for Raymond Ford. Any forecasts or any opinion on what Raymond Ford is doing at 130 right now? How do you like Raymond Ford, Mark?
Well, he's came to my gym to spar before, and he's one of the most talented fighters I've ever seen in the gym, if we being honest. Fast. He got some good pop on his punches, good reflexes. You can see the ring IQ. Him moving up in weight right now, I just think that they putting him in position to just acclimate to the weight division, get used to the new weight, so then he could become, somebody who fights for a world title possibly by the end of this year. You see what I'm saying? That's what I think this whole fight is. I don't see this as like, I'm not gonna call it a stay busy fight because Thomas Matisse has been around the block and stuff like that. But I just think that Raymond Ford, you know what I mean? He's the fresher fighter going into this fight. His confidence is at an all-time high, especially since he switched teams and he's been training with Shakur and them. It just seems like Raymond Ford is in a different zone right now. So I think he had a lot of distractions while he was at home and had trouble, getting down to the weight and stuff like that. No excuses, but that's what I personally think happened. And since he's had like a change of scenery and a change of trainers, it seems like he's in a whole different state of mind. It seems like he's operating at a different level. So I think Thomas Matisse he's sturdy, he's solid, but I just think that that's who Raymond Ford has in front of him to just what I mean, get acclimated to the weight division. And once he's able to dispose of Thomas Matisse, which I believe he can, then he'll start getting himself in position to fight the champions that are at 130 pounds.
No doubt. Where you at, Ray? This is out your city, man. This is New Jersey, man. Ray don't ever rep them fighters out of Jersey the way I think he should. I ain't gonna lie, man. He always, maybe you know what it is. He's the most critical because he holds them accountable and holds them to a high thing. But I don't know, man.
Pretty much what it is. You know what I mean? Look, what are you talking about? I was just at the fight the other day with my.
I know. That's what I was saying. Like you
No,
as far as like you keep an eye on them, but you always have like the critique for them. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. It is what it is.
Listen, man, because just like Mazuma, when you got Philly fighters, man, you gotta push them hard. You gotta support them and make sure that they on their P's and Q's, man. Make sure that those are the fighters that are representing you. Absolutely, Raymond Ford need to come in here and show and prove. Why not? But here's what I have a situation with. As we watch boxing throughout history, you get these guys with these losses, but they have great knockout ratios and they have great caliber fights, and especially when they're taller fighters with longer reaches and stuff like that, they're dangerous fighters. A guy that's already in the division, a guy that's able to probably keep you at the end of that jab, even though Raymond Ford, I think, is going to win this fight, I think he's going to also seek some adversity in this fight. I think probably third round, you're going to start seeing him find a little bit of trouble. And I think he's going to see that Matisse is utilizing all the things that a taller fighter does. I'm not going to say more athletic. Definitely Raymond Ford is more athletic, but a solid fighter. does that, especially as taught it. And then I think Raymond Ford is going to find his way and saying, look, this is what I need to do. What do you say this year is for, Clay? The year to what?
The body snatches, man. This is
There
the
you
body.
go.
The year the body
There you
snatches.
go.
The body
When you
snatches
got
is in the
when you-
building in
presumably
2025. They're working it.
you got a taller guy in there that uses that range. You get inside that phone booth and you start attacking that body. You know what I mean? And once you attack, you break them down, bring them to size. Once you bring them to size, that rumble changes. And now you got a whole different art of boxing there. And once you got that whole different art of boxing, that's when you find him backpedaling. And I think we get a TKO in this fight, man. I don't know what round, but it's definitely gonna be a TKO in this fight.
Wasn't Raymond Ford supposed to fight somebody else and it fell through? So he ended up fighting Matisse. Who was it?
I almost feel like he was going to be on another card
Yeah,
too at one
yeah,
point.
it
Not
was.
this card.
I think it's the card with Jalil Hackett's upcoming card. I thought he was supposed to go on later or something or before. But
I almost feel like he was supposed to be on that card. On the
Shakur's card.
Michaela
Oh
card.
yeah. He was supposed to fight Albert Bell.
Albert Bell.
Okay. On the Shakur, no, on the Michaela Mayer card, right? Wasn't he supposed to be on that card?
I thought it was no. I think it was on the was it the Glass Crescendo card? I think it was on that. And that fell off.
I think the same card as Bruce and Brian Norman. I feel like he was supposed to be on that card, but you know, what I mean, don't hold me to it. If not that card, the Keyshawn.
Yeah, because he's matchroom. That's top rank. I think he was supposed to be on the last Crescendo. I think they pulled him off that card.
Oh shoot, yeah, you're bugging. I'm bugging, man. Yeah, man. Matchroom. Yeah, you're right. I mean, it is what it is, man. I'm getting higher up on the Raymond Ford train a little bit. You know what I mean? I like what I saw him in the last fight, 130 pounds. I thought he acclimated well to the division, man. It just felt like that's where he was supposed to be. You know what I mean? And I like that for him. I do feel like the weight cut was kind of, you know what I mean, hurting him towards the end of his run at 126. He might have stayed at 126 for one fight too long, but he couldn't pass up on the opportunity to go ahead and make that money, go over to Riyadh, get that turkey bag and go ahead and make it happen with Nick Ball. But listen, man, he looked great at 130, man, and I'm looking to see him be involved in the championship fights there, man. I wouldn't mind seeing him in front of a Lamont Roach or an Oshaki or Emmanuel Navarrete or any of those guys running it up there, man. I think Raymond brings that element to the division, and now that I'm hearing rumors of Stephen Fulton even making and contemplating to make moves up to 130, I think Raymond Ford just adds that great. Right for now, I'm giving him that great dance partner accolade, right? I'm not going to say he runs it yet because he still has to show improve, but at a minimum, a great dance partner, man. And I think there's talent up there in that division for him to be in front of and for us to see some great boxing out of Raymond Ford. And I can appreciate Mark saying, listen, man, he's seen him in the gym, so he knows. He's like, nah, that kid is talented, man. So he's not there to be anybody's stepping stone or anybody's, you know what I'm saying, tune up. He's there to take over. How did Conor McGregor used to say? He said, we're not here to participate. We're here to take over.
Take over. Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And
man, I'll tell you
that's what
this.
Raymond's going to do. Mm-hmm.
Raymond Ford versus Stephen Fulton would be insane for Philadelphia, bro.
That's a headline fight.
Camden versus Jersey, bro. Bro, the only thing that's separating Camden and New Jersey and Philly is a mile and a half Ben Franklin Bridge.
I was gonna say the bridge. That's it.
Oh my God. But Raymond Ford and Oshaki was supposed to be the fight, man. That buildup would have been insane. They do not like each other, bro.
They don't?
No.
Raymond don't like a lot of people, huh? I see Raymond going.
Raymond Ford don't be friends with anybody. Raymond Ford is an a-hole, man. but it's like in a competitive way. Like he gives everybody the same energy, bro. Like I just seen what he said about Bruce Carrington yesterday. Like he gives zero. Like you already know what I'm trying to say. Zero F's, bro. Seriously.
I like it though. I like it for boxing. You know what I mean? I don't know how he is on a personal level, but I appreciate that kind of energy for anybody who you can fight. Like I don't like it when I see fighters do that with fighters that they'll never fight. He's like, come on, bro, just mind. You ain't got to do that. But when it's somebody who you can get in the ring with, why not, man? He's keeping it business because he wants to be able to put the ultimate hands on you when y'all get in the ring, he don't want no obstacles. He doesn't want no, yeah, we friends, or you know what I mean, or you know, I got respect for this guy, so I really don't want to fight him, but I'm gonna fight him. You know, I got to. No, I like that energy that Raymond's bringing to the table right now. Listen, Bruce right now is doing his thing at 126 pounds, and I think he's doing great things over there. I think he's going to do great things. I want to see him in some fights over there. We were talking about it with Antonio Russell last night. Shout out to Antonio Russell. Like he's kind of like the Raymond Ford of 126, right? I want to see him in there with Rafael Espinoza. I want to see him in there with Nick Ball. I want to see him in there. So he got to pay attention to that. But clearly, these guys look like they can get it in at some point. If Raymond Ford makes 130 where he's at and he continues to move the way he's moving and he looks to unify and stay there, maybe even become undisputed, you know, he can welcome Shushu Carrington to 130 at some point. We might be able to see a big fight there. I love the Stephen Fulton fight. Like you said, that was one of the fights that I thought was prime, that Philly, New Jersey connection right there. And the fighters that they are, obviously, as well, that stylistically, you know what I'm saying, would make for a great fight, man. I like what Raymond Ford is doing. Once again, not until you get through Thomas Matisse. That's the next step, one fight at a time. After Thomas Matisse, we'll see what they got. They got for him. And another fighter, by the way, that I think Eddie Hearn is doing the work with, man. You know, Eddie Hearn working with his fighters and trying and doing the best he can by them, man. He's doing a great job with the young bull. Got him a big payday in Riyadh, you know what I'm saying, on the back of a fight of the year candidate with him and Nick Ball. Great fight. Fight of the year candidate with Odebek, and now putting him in position right now to do some great things at 130, man. I'm looking forward to see what that looks like for him, man. Salute to Raymond Ford. Let's go down to a prospect on the card too. We got two special prospects on that card, man. One of them, you know, being Raymond Ford's little brother a little bit. You know what I'm saying? The guy, he's kind of got coming behind him, and Zaquin Moses looking to continue his streak as well. This will be what, his third? Is this going to be his third professional fight or fourth? What is this for him? Third, right? His third professional fight underneath the Matchroom banner as well. Another Eddie Hearn a fighter, younger cousin of Shakur Stevenson. This kid has talent, man. He looks good so far, right? You don't want to give the prospects too much. You want to recognize of what they do, but you know, he's doing what he's supposed to do right now. How you feel about what you've seen in Zaquin Moses, Mark?
You could tell that he's under Shakur Stevenson's wing for sure, man. They got a lot of similarities. You could tell they got the same type of coaching. They follow the same type of philosophies, man. But what's impressive about Zach Quinn was that he didn't have the most decorated amateur career. You know, he wasn't even in the amateurs that long, and a lot of this is still new to him. So there's just some kids that walk into the gym, man, and they just have natural ability. You know, and there's fighters that take a little while before they start competing, and then there's ones that you could just let go right away. You know, I've had fighters that I've trained for a year and a half, and then they get their first fight. There's fighters that I've trained for 3 months that I've put in their first fight. You know, and Zach Quinn just seems to be a fast learner, intelligent, athletic, and he's coachable, which is one of the best qualities that you can have as a fighter. With him being under Shakur Stevenson's wing, and one thing that I give Shakur Stevenson a lot of credit for, man, is that he has an eye for talent. You know what I'm saying? Like, he really know. I think he will be a phenomenal promoter when it's all said and done, or even a manager, because everybody that he's put like his stamps on, they went on to do great things. Like, I remember he put the stamp on Keyshawn. You know, he had put his stamp on Raymond Ford. You know, and that's why Raymond Ford and him have been rocking, and he won a world title shortly afterwards. You know, now he's stamping Zach Quinn, and then the kid what was that? Emmanuel Chance is another guy that he's saying is the truth and that can actually do something. And he just made his pro debut not too long ago, correct?
Yeah, Emmanuel Chance. I think so.
Yeah. So
I didn't follow him that
he
closely, but
what was gonna help Zach Quinn is that he has brilliant boxing minds around him, um, accomplished fighters around him, and like you know what the cliche is. You know, you always want to surround yourself with people that are smarter than you or more accomplished than you. You know, if you surround yourself with 3 millionaires, you will be likely to be the fourth one. And I think that with Zaquin Moses, you know, with all of the decorated fighters that he's around, he's bound to be great as long as he's focused and he stays disciplined and he follows instructions. He'll be more than well off. And plus, he with Eddie Hearn now, so Eddie Hearn's a promotional powerhouse. You know, so he's put himself in a great position and he's around great people. So it's he's bound to succeed.
Yeah. What do you think, Ray? Where you at on Zach Quinn? Another New Jersey native. Let's see what's going to happen.
From the other side. We on the Atlantic side, from the Delaware side. You know what I mean? Actually, no, he down there. Yeah, he did train out in Canada too. But anyway, I'm going from when Jack Quinn was doing Kenichi Bear commercials with Jaleel Hackett, bro. You know what I mean? Talking about running the thing, doing their little training episodes, and I'm like, yo, look out. And I'm looking at him, I'm like, yo, look how big this kid got. You know what I mean? This is when he was starting off, like Mazuna said, like he was just training and stuff, you know what I mean? Just playing around in the ring. Now he out here looking like a whole nother animal, because I don't even think anybody noticed that this dude went from like 5'9" or 5'8" to almost like 5'10", bro. Like he literally shot up. If you actually see the stature and the size of that he grew, dude, he'll probably be welterweight in no time, because he at 26, and he about to move into 130. He about to move into 135 soon. He is definitely one of the up and coming rising stars in the division that he's in. I think he has very good skill sets, such as Shakur. I think his defense is very, very much there. But the thing is, he's willing to take a punch. And I don't mean that Shakur won't. I'm just saying, like, he looks like he's willing to put his body on the line to make some contact and to fight forward. I did see that in his last two fights. I seen that he's willing to take a shot. Now, as the competition increases, maybe he won't be so reluctant to do so. But I like what I see in the young brother, and I like his footwork. So whenever I watch a boxer, first thing I watch is their footwork and how they use that style, because the boxers actually hands. Everybody got hands when they box. It's the footwork that matters, and his footwork is very So I think it's better than Shakur's. I'm gonna say. You know what I mean? Like
wow.
Yeah, bro. I'm just saying. So
well, I mean that being said, you know, Shakur brings the compromised hands, right? Like Shakur just checks so many boxes. He's always in the argument as one of the best boxers in boxing today. You know, Terrence, you leave it up to Terrence Crawford to say he is the best boxer in boxing today, outside of maybe himself, right? But he's always in the conversation. But the one thing about Shakur that he brings in, the inconvenient truth with Shakur, is that his hands are compromised. And on any given Sunday, his hands is going to fail him. And, you know, because of that, you know, I think we can be honest. I know I can be honest and say, like, damn, bro, right? That's all I can say with Shakur's, like, damn, bro, because you know you see so much more with better hands. Is Zach Quinn the second coming potentially of what we wanted to see from Shakur Stevenson? And once again, not taking anything away from him, because I love to watch Shakur box, but does Zach Quinn kind of check those boxes and seem to be like the healthy hand? If Shakur had healthy hand, he would be what Zach Quinn looks like he's going to be. Or are we looking at it like that?
No, because if you actually watch Shakur's fights right after the Olympics, Shakur and Zach Quinn actually fought exactly the same, in my opinion. But I just think that, in my opinion, I think Zach Quinn just has a little bit more. One, he's a bigger fighter, right? I already told you, Shakur started at 122. Zach Quinn came in there at 130, so he's already the bigger fighter.
Shakur started at 26.
26.
Yeah, that's where he got his first world title.
That's what I thought. He fought at 126. I didn't know he started.
I'm sorry, 26. Excuse me. Thank you. My bad. 26. Thank you. I don't know why I went down to wait. I think he's at 130 right now. My bad. Little mental error, but Zach Quinn already has to step up on there. Not to mention, he has the people around him to keep him pushing to the next level. So now he has all the experienced fighters around him to teach him. Shakur did have a few experienced fighters. He did move around. He had Coach K and all these guys. But now we have what you call second or third generation. You got more people in your ear to tell you what mistakes not to make. The problem is, does his head get too big and he gets in the ring with somebody, and then that's when the devastation happens, because we've seen that happen with AB, right? So I always put my mind, AB stats. AB had right people around him that fought and did this and did that, got in the ring, thought he was superhuman, went up and skipped the division and got beat. So I think Zach Quinn is actually on the right path, as long as he stays focused, like Mazuma said, and none of that happens. I think he'll turn out to be a great fighter years to come.
100. I like what I've seen Zach Quinn so far. The eye test is what the eye test is. He still needs experience. I think he's in a great place over there with Eddie Hearn in Matchroom. Looking forward to see this fight and see what the next one is. If I'm correct, though, he still has a win over Carmel Moulton in the amateurs, right? Am I bugging?
Yes,
correct.
Right. So they kind of right there. You know, who knows what can happen, right? Carmel Moulton growing as well, a big fighter as well.
Yeah, he got tall too, bro.
Yeah, bro. You're watching a lot of these guys damn near go to like some sort of a puberty, damn near, right? Like they're growing right in front of us.
Yeah.
You know who else did it? I always bring him up, but Xander. Xander Zayas grew up in front of us, bro. He was just like, I've seen Xander go from like young Xander to like this, like he's getting pimples on his face, and the jawline is getting defined, and but the power hasn't translated for him the way I think he needs it to translate for him. But you're watching a lot of these young fighters grow up. Zarquin Moses being one of those fighters, of course. Carmel Moulton just looking. Go ahead and look back at Carmel Moulton 2 years ago, a year and a half ago. I'm telling you, and look at him now. It is night and day. Like this kid is growing up in front of our face. You know what I mean? And you know, he has to kind of figure out how he's going to handle it, where the weight class he's going to actually sit at and do his thing at. But look, we can see those guys fight again. Zarquin is definitely the future, part of the future of boxing, man. I'm looking forward to see what happens with this kid, man. He'll be on this card showing out. And then we have another prospect we're going to jump into on this card that showed up and did his debut a month or so back. He debuted Amari Jones, silver medalist in the Olympics. Was he silver or was he bronze? I think he was a silver medalist, right? What was Amari? Was he silver or bronze?
I thought he got silver. No, bronze. No. Did he even medal? I thought he medaled. Bronze medal. He was the only person to get out with a medal. Yeah.
Right. But he looked great in his last fight, man. I don't know if you guys watched him. He was on that card with what was his last card that he was on? What was that card? He was on a card. Not too long ago.
It was the one in Florida. He fought in his hometown.
Exactly.
I think it was the Edgar Berlanga one.
Or was it? I mean, it wasn't Edgar Berlanga's card. It was actually
Amos. Yeah, Amos. Yeah.
Berlanga fought, you know what I mean, on undercard on that one. That's a whole nother story. But Mari looked great on that card. It was really one of the fights that I looked at on the card out of all the fights. That was probably the fight kind of stole the show in a little bit. The hometown love, and he showed the poise, stopped his opponent. I think hold on a second. That was Amari's professional debut, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not tripping, right? So why am I looking at something wrong right here? Why is his pro record? Am I looking at the wrong Amari?
You're looking at your spell Amari is Omari.
Oh my God, I got the wrong guy up here, bro.
So when you put Amari Jones, let me tell you something, man. When y'all seen that, I was like, why is he talking about Devin Haney's fighter?
There he is. There he is, bro.
That's why.
God, bro. Let me get this guy off my screen, man. God, bro. Yo, you know, there was another time when I embarrassed myself like this. Do you remember when I went up in there and on your show and I was saying that Al Heyman used to work with the WWE, but it was Paul Heyman? You know what I'm saying? This goes right there in that same story. Right there. Omari, Al, Paul. You know what I mean? Listen, man, it is what it is, right?
Their names damn near identical though.
Yeah,
you know what's hilarious? Because I pulled him up and I'm like, damn, he looked different. This is not the same guy, man. But yeah, man, Omari Jones, man, making his second professional fight, fought on that Ammo Williams card, looked great in that fight, stopped the opponent, showed the poise, stayed behind that jab, dissected, broke down his opponent, and look. Eddie Hearn said, man, we got to get this kid busy. Let's go ahead and get him active, man. And he wants to see this kid do great things. How you guys liking what you're seeing in Omari Jones at this point? What do you think about him?
Talented.
Well, go ahead.
No, I was just saying talented. I'm good. I'm going to let you land it. I'm done.
Okay. I feel like there's not really much to say about him. I mean, he got one fight. So far, so good. You know what I'm saying? At this point in his career, obviously he's a prospect, and you know Eddie Hearn's whole intentions is to get him to a high level like he do with any other of his fighters. So you know, just build him up one step at a time, give him a little bit more of a challenging obstacle, and then you know the more that he continues to pass the test, the tougher the opposition to get, and then you know obviously he'll fight for a world title. But you know, so far so good. You know, he beat up on his last opponent for sure. He was lighting him up, and you know, you could tell that he was excited. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, Eddie Hearn, hopefully he keeps him active and keeps putting him on these undercards and keep building him up so the boxing fans will recognize who he is and, you know, just continue to climb. That's all it is.
That's it. Looking forward to seeing those two prospects in Omari and Zarquin. I'm looking to do some great things. Keeping an eye on them, but you know, great exposure for them on Saturday underneath this this epic fight that I'm hoping to see between Boots and Staniona. So I'm wishing them, those guys, the best, man. Look, we got 39, 40 people, I don't know, inside of the chat right now. If you haven't hit the like button, take an opportunity to do that. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done it yet, man. I appreciate the support, and feel free to throw the super chats and the super thanks and the super stickers in there as well, man. Putting some color in the chat. I want to move into the drama, into the drama of the division a little bit. Well, not all the way to the drama of the division all the way, right? Things are happening, but Eddie Hearn put some perspective as to what happened with this whole Shakur Stevenson, William Zepeda negotiation, and in Turki Al-Sheikh's position as far as pulling back on what he wanted to offer Shakur. And Eddie Hearn shedded some light on it, and shedded the light on the fact that the fight wasn't going to be happening. The fight wasn't going to be happening in Saudi, that the fight was actually looking to be made in the States. And this is how come the offer was what it was. Turki Al-Sheikh catching a lot of heat, being the guy with the bag. I thought he spared no expense. I thought he spent all the money in the world. But Turki Al-Sheikh showing that, listen, man, I like what I like, and I'm here with a purpose, right? Turki has contingencies, guys. And is this as far-fetched as the boxing space would like to make it? Is it as far-fetched to say that Turki has contingencies and he has purpose and he has a reason why he's here in the boxing space, and outside of also being a great fan of the sport and wanting to see best fights, that he actually has a mission, right? He has an assignment, and Shakur Stevenson fighting in the States is different than Shakur fighting in Saudi, because they are trying to push Saudi Arabia as the mecca of sports entertainment. Where are you guys on this whole entire development of this at this point? Shakur Stevenson not getting the offer, not getting the money that he feels that Turki promised him, but at the same time, Eddie Hearn adding perspective to it as far as why. Is Turki out of pocket? Is he having nervous? Is he dealing with nervous energy? Is the money not what we thought it was, or is this just boxing business politics as usual? Where you guys at with it?
I literally stated this the other day, Clay, when I said we only got one half of the story, and it's being provoked by the other side of the street, right? We already know that they're trying to put stuff out there. They're trying to make an embarrassment and make it understanding to the world that Shakur is this type of person, when Shakur's actually been the only one that's been stepping up to these guys that's been fighting. I ain't gonna say narrative, but my speculations, based on what I heard and what I see from Oscar's side, was that they're looking for a different way to get out this fight, or another way to create a problem to make people second guess why they're getting out this fight. Because when you watch all the times that he got into a fight with Shakur, his fighters, he found a way to get them out. I think Turki, in my opinion, Turki had a point of, listen, I'm not paying for these fights and these guys keep pulling out. That could be the case still in a little bit, but we already got the other side talking about it, which is, these guys want to move the fight to the United States, which, again, is probably one of the ideas of Oscar, who wants to move it out of Saudi Arabia, because we already see that he has an issue with probably bringing his fighter over there to embarrass himself. So he wants to do it here, where he probably can, force feed or get whatever ideals he has in the bed to get his fighters somewhat supported. I think having a fight over there was the best thing to have. Because Shakur wants to be international, and I think it's good for our boy Zepeda to go over there and fight. Why not? But if they feel that there's no reason for it, whatever, you got to take the pay cut. Because if you're not going to come here and collect this money, I'll do it over there, but I got to pay for a new venue, new this, new that. Something's got to give, and if that's got to give, it's going to be some money back in my pocket. So I ain't mad at it. I think it's more than fair.
Yeah. Where you at with Mark?
So before I answer this, what did Eddie Hearn say? Cause I'm still a little bit lost. I already know. I already feel how I feel about Zepeda, bro. He's already shown that he wants nothing to do with Shakur Stevenson. If it ain't him, it's definitely his team. Since the very beginning, we could go all the way back to when they first started talking about the fight. Coach Panda and everybody, you could tell they was not interested in the fight. Oscar De La Hoya's coming out saying, "Oh, my fighter's so badass that he's ranked in every sanctioning body at 135, and we're not gonna allow anybody to tell us who we're gonna fight." So it was always that type of situation. Now they could have fought Shakur Stevenson back when he got that first fight done with when he got injured, when he was supposed to fight that one dude. What was his name? He ended up getting surgery on his hand.
Cordina.
Joe Cordina. He could have fought Cepeda around. Cepeda could have fought Shakur around that time. But they went on to, test the waters with Tevin Farmer because Tevin Farmer is a, slick defensive southpaw just like Shakur. So I think that they was using Tevin Farmer as a way to see exactly how they would do with that style, with that type of style in particular. And he failed. Especially in that first fight, a lot of people thought he lost the first fight. There's some people, depending on who you talk to, that feel like, Cepeda probably lost the second fight as well. I thought he won the second one, but the first one was definitely up for debate. You feel what I'm saying? But what remains is that he has trouble with those type of fighters, and Tevin Farmer is not on the level of a Shakur Stevenson, if we being honest. So I can only imagine how much more difficult that style will be for Cepeda to attempt to overcome. So, um, what's the situation in particular with Turkey? What is he saying? He said he's not putting money into it.
No, that's not what it was. What he basically said, I'm trying to find it. Hold on one second.
I didn't see that.
I'm trying to pull it up right now.
I knew that's what he was doing. That's why I was going to say it.
Right? Yeah, I'm trying to find it. I'm this close to find it.
He pull it up and let you hear it for yourself. I knew that.
Okay. But I honestly, like, in the meanwhile, while he's still trying to figure it out, I'm gonna just speak a little bit more on the situation. Now, I'm gonna just say this. I feel like Oscar De La Hoya and them are doing little tactics to try. They want to duck Shakur, but without receiving the criticism for it. So they're trying to make things a little bit harder at the negotiation table. You know what I'm saying? As far as I'm concerned, when things go to a purse bid, the sanctioning body has the say in how the way the purse is split up. And from what I heard, it was 70-30. Oscar De La Hoya and them didn't like that. But it's like at the end of the day, bro, y'all the contenders. Y'all not no world champions. You see what I'm saying? So why is there such a pushback on the money? If they're put in a position where they're forced to fight Shakur Stevenson, it's gonna be for an amount of money that they feel like they could cash out with.
Yep.
See what I'm saying? So like I don't know. I don't know, man. That I just feel like they don't want to fight Shakur, and if they do fight Shakur, it has to be for an amount of money that they
All
can't
right, I found
receive
it.
or build anywhere else.
Or Mazuma is going to be on their card where they can run the show. Because if they get to go to purse bid, what they're going to do? They're going to outbid everybody and get that card.
Right.
Yeah, manipulation.
Yep.
Hold on. Let's put it up there and react to it in real time. Here it is.
And Cepeda. Spitz.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a bit of a sticky one because we were looking to do 2 fights in Saudi. One was the first fight. Originally, it was going to be Cordina. Shakur was injured. Then it was going to be Schofield. Then it ended up being Padley. And then we were going to do the Cepeda fight. Obviously, timing-wise, there's now not going to be a show in Saudi in the summer. So there has been conversations about a potential fight with Shakur and Cepeda. But financially, it's different because it's not in Saudi. So right now, there's no agreement on that fight. One thing's for sure, Shakur Stevenson is the champion. He ain't stepping away from that fight. There's only one person that can step away from that fight, and that's Cepeda. But I don't believe he will step away from that fight. So today, I had a very positive conversation with Eric Gomez from Golden Boy, and we will be going to DAZN to say, let's make Shakur Stevenson against Cepeda happen. It's one of the best fights in the sport. And we'll have that conversation with DAZN this week. Obviously, we're at the benefit of Eric Gomez and Oscar are with DAZN. We're with DAZN. Let's make the fight happen. It's a great fight. I said to Eric, maybe we could look at some kind of Matchroom Golden Boy 5v5 on the undercard as well. And let's do a huge show. So that's what we're pushing for at the moment. And from our side, 100%, Shakur Stevenson against Cepeda will be next.
What's happening with your 5v5 with Warren?
Oh, yeah.
We are still planning it for July, August. And when His Excellency comes over for the Eubank Ben fight, we will hopefully close everything off.
All right. So that is what it is. That is what it is right there. Basically, to sum it up, he said that the fight's not happening in Saudi. That's the difference. The difference is that the offer that was made to Shakur Stevenson was based off of a fight in Saudi Arabia, 2 fights happening in Saudi. That now that they're pushing to have this fight in the States, that Turki Al-Sheikh is not walking away completely from it, but definitely not willing to offer the same amount of money that that he would have offered Shakur Stevenson in the spirit of incentivizing the fight happening in Saudi. And at the end of the day, Turki Al-Sheikh has contingencies, bro. He's got a job to do. He's not just a boxing fan and enthusiast. He's also the sports ambassador or representation of sports and entertainment for Saudi Arabia, as far as his government actual job, that he has an actual job that he's supposed to be doing. And is it that far-fetched at all? And is it wrong? Is it wrong? Is Turki out of pocket? Is Turki supposed to be financing all the fights no matter where they are in the world? Or is he allowed to have an agenda? Is he allowed to have contingencies? Is he out of pocket for doing that?
All right, now that I got clarification, I don't think he's out of pocket at all, man. This what people got to take into consideration. That's not Turki Al-Sheikh's money. You see what I'm saying? He's the head of the entertainment department, the sports and entertainment department in Riyadh, right? So he's given he's given this money, but it's for a reason. It's to get people, and I've been saying this. Turki Al-Sheikh is just not this boxing fan that people portray him to be, and he just throwing money because he's just a huge boxing fan and want the big fights to happen. Is he a boxing fan? Yes, but there's a motive behind what he's doing, and his main objective is to get people to come to Riyadh to boost, like tourism. You feel what I'm saying? When Bud had that fight out in LA, they said that when they went to the fights, they were being handed brochures for Riyadh. To each and every person that, purchased a ticket and that was in the building, they were pretty much being persuaded by the promoters, the people that were handling the event, to go to Riyadh. There's this reputation around Saudi Arabia that's, they portrayed in a negative light, and they're attempting to reverse that. And how can they do that? By putting on events that'll persuade people to come over and experience what Riyadh is like. You see what I'm saying? So I don't think he's out of pocket at all. He has a mission just like any other promoter. His mission's just slightly different. These promoters are looking to get the biggest bag possible without having to share it. You see what I'm saying? Turki Al-Sheikh doesn't necessarily care about getting his, return on investment or whatever, but in terms of like making money off of the event, he don't really care about that. But he cares about, reversing this negative image that Riyadh has and really trying to put Riyadh in the most positive light possible and have it be like the new Las Vegas. Be like the new place that everybody wants to go to and want to go on vacation and stuff like that. You see what I'm saying? So he don't have to give anybody anything. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, Terrence Crawford, both of his fights, I believe, are going to be in the States. But at the same time, he is an ambassador for Riyadh Caesar. So, they have a different type of relationship. So, is Turki Al-Sheikh capable of making the fight happen in the States? Yes, because he's about to do that with Rolly and Ryan Garcia. You see what I'm saying? He's doing that, so he can make that exception, but it's ultimately up to him what he wants to do. You see what I'm saying? It's if he does it, cool. But if he doesn't, he doesn't need to neither. So,
Exactly.
they made these fights happen before without Turki Al-Sheikh. They can make it happen again without Turki Al-Sheikh. You feel me? So it is what it is.
Yeah. Like what Eddie said. Eddie put a lot of perspective on it. Like at the end of the day, it's mind games from one side, and it's actually you think you're hurting this side, but you're hurting yourself because you're going to lose in the end of the whole thing. We already know that it's on Oscar's end of the street because he's been, like Mazuma said earlier, been pulling some paid out the fights, making excuses for him, pulling Schofield, talking about massage cream or lotion, whatever, on his legs, and laying in the hospital beds in a fake coma and all that stuff, man. Like, we already know what it is with them. So at the end of the day, man, we're gonna figure it all out. We're gonna get it. So listen. If they say they're gonna put this fight together, let them put that fight together, even if it's on the zone. I'm gonna watch the fight. I think it's a big fight, and guess what it becomes. So everybody can understand. And in my opinion, Claymore, mark my words. If this fight happens, they become the headline, right? They get rid of all that other shit they was talking about he can't headline his own fight over there at the zone or Matchroom. he becomes the headline of this fight. So now he becomes the head card. He's no longer on the undercard of another champion or something in Saudi. So I like what's happening. He'll get the paper.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I thought it was interesting. Let me shout out some of these super chats. Actually, there's one here that I missed, man. I love my kids back in the building with $10. I don't know how I missed that. Nobody said nothing to me. I just kind of like walked past it. I don't know if she's still in the room, but she says, shouting out to all you amazing men at Clay's Corner. Clay, I'll see you guys at 6 p.m. The way he speaks, you can't make that. Proud of this young man. That's what I'm talking about with I love my kids, right? That's the type of thing I'm talking about, right? You know what I mean? Like, she encourages the mess out of you. You know what I'm saying? Like, just really encourage you and highlights what you do. I appreciate you, Queen. Thank you, man. Thank you, man. Ill Will 85 with $10 in the building says, great panel. Appreciate you, Claymore, as always. Mark, channel fire as well. Great mind and an unbiased boxing fan. I'm gonna go watch Media Day. It's about to go down right now. Hit that like button. Get this panel on top of the list, man. Salute, man. This is a great panel, by the way, man.
I think we want to come up, Clay.
Yeah, I know, but this is not the time for it. You know what I mean? Like I said earlier, Mark is just somebody, if he pops up in here, I'm always throw the link out there because the build is going to be official. But this is not open panel. This is still the show part. You know what I'm saying? It's just that Mark is here. You know what I mean?
Blaze getting we call it salt. Like, you know, when you get that quench of thirst, like you want to drink Sprite, right? Is that what it's called? Thirst quencher or something like that?
Yeah.
Yo, pause, by the way. Blaze want to get up here. He's like, yo, y'all cooking. I want a piece of the action. Give me some of that steak, bro. Like, I want to, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want that steak to dry up, bro. Nice and tender up there, just fresh out the oven, nice and hot. Cut through it like butter. Save me a slice. You know what I mean? So I see Blaze out there, ancients too.
That's a fact. That's a fact, man. Let me go ahead. I'm going to throw this link up right quick for I Love My Kid. She wants to come up and say something. She's pretty much the sponsor of the show today. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Without what you got. So I'm going to allow her to hit that link. You other guys, I'm not going to put it up, bro.
Go ahead.
So if you want to sit back and chill for a second, you can, but that's not what this link is for. I'm giving you the heads up. So don't be upset if you sit back there collecting dust a little bit. I'm only putting this link out there right now for Love My Kids, man. So if you want to come up here and say something, feel free to come up here and say something. We got a lot more to build on as well. So I you know what I mean, I'm not, you know, we got a lot to talk about. Trust me when I tell you, I got this all mapped out for us. Trust me, we got some conversations to have today. You know what I mean? Let me see, sweetie, where do I say it? Too much to type. Love My Kids. I don't know if you see, I put the link up there. So feel free to hit that link. I'm going to continue to move this around a little bit. I want to talk about Shakur a little bit, stay on this topic a little bit more here. So Shakur has contingencies, right? And it's holding up his payday, I guess. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day. Oh, hold on. Let me bring her right quick. Hey, good morning, Queen. Assalamu alaikum, Queen. How you feeling this morning?
Good morning. I'm so tired because of you. I cooked dinner already. And hi, guys. And thank you, Fire Frequency. He helped me out because I just wanted to say something really quick. What's the gentleman's name? The one from Philly?
Mark. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, my channel name is Mazuma TV, but my name is Mark.
What part of Philly you from?
North.
Oh, no, so yeah, you're very you're 27 years old, kid, man. You're very articulate and together, and you know, salute to you what you do with those kids. Yeah, you made me proud as a mother. Seriously, you really did. So not to be mean, but I just think that guy in the chat, you know, when we talk about tearing people down, you know, to say, you know, and this is not to be, this is a learning thing for the person in the chat, but to say you think you act like you're in someone's head, that's just like, to me, like, yo, or you know, yeah, you just don't say stuff like that to people. That wasn't cool. But, and also, is he the gentleman from last night, the one with the burgundy in a hat?
No,
okay.
he wasn't up here last night, though.
Okay, but real quick, I just want to say to you guys, I really think for Turkey, because they are tycoons, long money never ends, right? And just Clay, and being a Muslim, especially a Muslim from those countries, you know, that's what Mecca is, and you know, everything, you know, they are they're not friends like you know, they may be very kind, but it's always about them. And money moves everything, and if he wants to to handle his boxing the way he does. Yes, he does have to. He can do what he wants to, but he does have to make it around the world. Nobody is going over to Saudi every time to fight. It's just not going to happen. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's it. I mean, you have to. So, but again, they're bullies with their money. They think that, you know, they want a quick return. And this is just my opinion. They want a quick return on the money. It doesn't, you know, he thought, I put this money down, they're going to run. And it didn't happen the way he wanted it to, you know. That was just my thought. And I might be wrong, but give me, what's the name of you? What did you say your site was again?
Mark, she's talking to you. It's Mazuma TV, M-A-Z. I'm going to actually put the link in the channel. So
I got Mazuma. I've heard that name before, Mazuma. But yeah, no, I enjoy you guys got the people on your panel. They're mad smart, and your chat. You know, I'm getting ready to lay it down for a couple hours so I can hang out with you guys at 6. And thank you so much. You know what you said to me today, Clay. It meant a lot, for real. It did. It meant a whole lot. You know,
yeah, you are. You bring that energy, man, and it's appreciated. Welcome.
Oh man, I love you guys, and life is life right now for me. So I really appreciate you guys.
And salute to you, Queen, because I wasn't on the show last night. I was there by spirit. I'm the co-host to Claymore Range channel, and I just want to let you know, working at 7-Eleven after being a Verizon technician.
I told you that was you. All right, baby.
It wasn't me. No,
Oh.
I heard it.
Oh, you heard it. Okay.
I work overnight too. I'm saying I heard it listening in because I can't tap in at my job because of where my area is. I'm a technician as well. So I'm in a clean section, so I can't bring phones and stuff in.
Okay.
But I can listen to walls. I actually sneak my earpiece in so I can listen. But y'all was cooking last night. So
yeah, I enjoyed it. And it really is. I just believe it takes a village, you know, and I don't know how old they are, but, you know, like I said, I've always, you know, my kids, everything, their friends, you know, it's just good to support, you know, you got to support people. That's what makes the world go round, you know. And thank you guys for all being nice to me and not thinking that I don't know a lot, but I'm learning.
No doubt, Queen. Thank you, man.
Okay, so 6 p.m.?
6 p.m. or 6:30. You know, it's on Blues time, so it's on his
Oh,
schedule.
my God. Well, you can't talk because you was mad. Look at you, but you know what? He was so cross-eyed last night. He looked seriously. I would have thought he was drunk. If I didn't know he was tired, I would have thought he had drank some alcohol or something like that.
No,
just tired. Yeah, I don't drink either. Well, you know what I do. Okay, chat. I will see you guys. I'm so tired too. I know I love you. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys. Bye-bye.
Yeah, man. Appreciate that. Definitely appreciate that, man. Yeah, by the way, I put the pin up in the link for Mark's channel. So if you guys aren't subscribed, you know what I mean, there it is in the channel. It's also in the chat. But doubling back on this contingencies holding up Shakur's payday. Shakur Stevenson, you know, like I said, damn, man. That's what comes to my mind when I think of Shakur. Damn.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it just seems like he can't get it just seems like he can't get the break. Even when he gets the break, it's always something with him, right? So he's having a hard time making the fights in the States. He's got bad hands. Her mic was loud. Okay, all right, bub. Anyway, he's having a hard time making the fights, and here he is in a situation again where, you know, he's under the understanding that Turki Al-Sheikh is going to be helping him and, you know, being a machine behind him to get him to be where he needs to be. But here's this contingency that his biggest paydays with Turki Al-Sheikh are aligned with him actually performing in Saudi Arabia. Now, I've shared my personal opinion about how the American boxing space has treated Shakur Stevenson and how I think he might even consider going overseas to get his paydays and make those fights where he needs to. I mean, he needs to fight here in America, but once again, just adding to what Mark said, I don't think it's a big deal. Salute to the Queen. You know, I understand where she's coming from as far as the money and bullying and that perspective is. But listen, man, when in Rome, right? This is what all these promoters have been doing. Al Heyman did it for the longest time with the PBC, the way he kind of poached the fighters away from Golden Boy. You're watching Samson Leakowitz kind of use and leverage his fighters market value to dictate terms as to where an undisputed champion is going to fight and say, no, you got to come here. We're not going there. Like, brother, the opportunities with him. He's the A side. The money's behind him with Turkey. Who are you to dictate the terms? But this is the world that we live in, right? And I don't think there's anything wrong with Turkey Al-Sheikh leveraging his resources to make as much happen for Saudi Arabia as he can. It is the Saudi Arabian PIF fund that's paying for this. And that's kind of like, what do you expect, right? Like the money being spent for and from Saudi Arabia should benefit Saudi Arabia. And if he wants to incentivize Shakur Stevenson to perform in Saudi Arabia, well, the money is what he has to leverage, right? So I'm not saying I'm not going to be involved in your business if it's not in Saudi Arabia, but, you know, kind of like I'm going to give you some perks that I'm going to keep on the table to incentivize you as much as I can to be here rather than there. But if you're going to be there, I'm not going to be green. I'm going to give you this, but it's not going to be that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Is that Shakur's thing? Like, he wants to fight here, and
I think that's more Oscars and
yes, Oscars playing.
That's their way out. That's their way out. Then they don't want to fight.
That's what I was saying, right? And check it. And at the end of that, even listening to Eddie, right? It doesn't mean that money's off the table for Shakur, because he said he has a 2-fight deal with him over there. So that means he can still make another fight after this and pay to fight over there. I think because Turkey always wanted the Zepeda and Shakur fight there. He's been begging for that fight for over a year now over there. So it seems that Oscar is moving the needle, right? It seems that the Shakur fight is still on the table for over there. Maybe it'd be Javante or someone else over there. I don't care if it's Cardina or whatever. Somebody over there, he's going to get that bag. But with Turkey, and I get it now, what Turkey's offering him, and I got it before, but I'm saying, like, to be clear to everyone else, what Turkey's offering him here is still a bag. It's just not going to be, like Clay said, that bag is going to be this bag. And we'll let you perform over there, but it's for this. When you come back over here, you'll get that. So let's make it happen. Yo, it makes all the sense in the world, man. And I think that's why I told you I think Shakur didn't bring this up, because he understood where it was, right? But I think the frustration happened because he's seeing the green. At the same time, he's explaining to Oscar certain things, and Oscar's messing up his money. And I think that's what happened. And that's why I said sometimes you just got to shut up and ignore things. But you know what? That's your core, man. It is what it is.
Sound like Brian Norman talking about how they would have accepted that bag, but just not in Philadelphia, because it's not like, since when has Seta never like, yo, Pop, you a boxing manager. If the money right, we go to Antarctica.
That's correct.
Hey, Mr. Rosa.
How you doing, guys?
Salute. So I ain't seen him in forever. How's everything going on over there out in Philadelphia, man?
All great, brother. All great, my brother. Just getting guys ready for May 10th. Just in the gym every day. You know how it is, huh?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good to see you in good spirits and good health, man.
Likewise.
Go ahead. You was about to elaborate though on something, and I cut you off. I got excited when I saw you, bro, and I cut you off. Go ahead, man.
No. Just saying. I mean, for the right money, we go anywhere, man. You know, I'm not me as a trainer, as a manager. I don't believe in A side, B side. I don't believe in hometown advantage and all that stuff. At the end of the day, you still got to fight. What makes it right is who gets the correct bag. That's my feel on it.
You're in the opportunity, right? It is an opportunity, or it isn't an opportunity. Period.
Exactly.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
No doubt.
Go to Antarctica for that money. Antarctica, we go over there for the money. If
the opportunity says it's over there in Antarctica, then we're gonna go double down, get our North Faces together. We're gonna go ahead and get, you know what I'm saying, our winning gear together, bro. We're gonna get it together, bro, and we're gonna be over in Antarctica. We getting the pack going. We getting the war chest together, man. What are you talking about?
We can name it the Rumble at the North Pole, whatever you want to do.
We're doing research. All right, what's the weather at over there? What do I need to be aware of? Because we definitely look like we are planning a trip to the North Pole, so we're gonna do a little research and get ourselves together and get prepared for the North Pole, man. I'm all about it, man.
You remember Antarctica, South Pole, Arctic. I don't know where it's at, bro. I thought y'all were fighting in front of penguins, but y'all want to fight in front of the polar bears. Either way, y'all fighting cold weather, and y'all gonna be wearing the same boots that Scooter had on while y'all out there. So it's all good.
It definitely is. It definitely is, man. The Tims, right? So, staying right here with Eddie Hearns a little bit, he has a lot that he's dealing with as well. We've got Dimitri Bivol right now, who's, this looks like he's getting past the silliness of it all. I'm definitely interested in where Mark's at with it at this point. This story's been developing ever since, let's be honest, ever since a Riyadh season, right? Ever since the sequel, this story's been kind of like moving forward as far as David Benavidez and how he's being maneuvered into space. And, David Benavidez has had his own trials and tribulations trying to get to a title fight, 168 pounds, not treating him right. Mauricio Sulaiman didn't seem to be on the same page with him as far as activating or putting pressure on Canelo Alvarez to, saying to defend that WBC title at 168, but seems to be finding some newfound fair treatment at 175 as Mauricio Sulaiman finds himself doing the right thing by activating a mandatory with Dimitri Bivol and, ultimately getting in the way a little bit into Turki Al-Sheikh's idea and plans as to what he wanted to do as far as this trilogy is concerned and as far as where he saw David Benavidez in it and where he wanted to put him at. We're here now where Dimitri Bivol's had to go ahead and pretty much had to go ahead and vacate. He didn't have to. He could have, canceled everything he had with Turkey and Artur Beterbiev and, had the terms dictated to him and, moved to David Benavidez's, to the beat of David Benavidez's drum, or Samson Legowitz or Al Heyman, whoever's drum is being, whatever beat is being followed here. But he decided to stay with the home team that supported him, financed him, got him to where he wanted to be, remembering that nobody wanted to do nothing with him at one point, and that Turki Al-Sheikh brought him Undisputed, brought him his biggest paydays, and he's staying loyal to that soil. He's gotten past the silliness of it all, and Mauricio Sulaiman kind of showing his colors a little bit, as of late with Turki Al-Sheikh and the way he activated his mandatory and kind of been, they try to smile with it and they try to throw the rocks and hide their hands, but I think it's fair to say at this point that Mauricio Sulaiman seems to be on the other side of the conversation when it comes to what Turki Al-Sheikh is trying to do in boxing. But he said something real interesting the other day when being interviewed, bringing up the pay structure of Dimitri Bivol and saying that there was this $8 million offer on the table that David Benavidez's team brought to Dimitri Bivol. And he highlighted something real interesting. I'm the kind of guy who hears things and I go, he said that Dimitri Bivol only got paid $2.7 million on his last fight. We all know that Mauricio Sulaiman makes that money off of the pay, right? That he gets that percentage off of the pay. And it seems like he might be a little indifferent with how much of the pay was declared and what he got his percentage off of, as I think there's an understanding that the way we talked about it last night a little bit, there's an understanding about the way the pay works, right? That what's declared doesn't necessarily represent everything the fighter's been paid. And they found ways to finagle around giving the sanctioning bodies these percentages on these purses. And the part that was declared was a 2.7 million. Mark, you mentioned a little bit earlier that whatever it is that they, first of all, where are you guys at? Do you think that's what he got paid? Do you think Dimitri Bivol got paid $2.7 million to fight Artur Beterbiev in Saudi Arabia? Are we going with what Mauricio Sulaiman said?
No. You crazy? Maybe that's why he only wanted to pay the 3% of 2.7. So he told him that.
I don't know, but
that's crazy. You know what I mean?
Where did that number come from?
No way. Bro, you got people that were on the undercard that make upwards of $10 million. Like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
My thing is, where did that number come from, though? Where did the 2.7 million come from? Did he just make it up, or is that number?
I just told you, he probably had him write 2 checks, one for the main amount, for the most amount, and said, look, break this up to 2.7 so I can pay this guy 3.7, all these sanctions bodies, 2.7, whatever it is, 3% of all this money right here. That's what that was, man. He just smart moved him. That's all that is. He crazy.
What do you think, Mark, first of all? What do you think the 2.7 came from? Because for me, I got my own opinion on it, but I'm interested in yours. Where did $2.7 million come from when Mauricio Sulaiman said that?
I don't know, but I feel like that's a goddamn lie.
That's a lie.
I'm going to tell you what I think. I think that's what was declared to him, and I think his 3% came from 2.7 million. And I think he feels some kind of way about how Turkey's able to maneuver when fights happen in Saudi Arabia. He's able to maneuver the purses to protect the fighter. Exactly. I think he found a way to pay the fighters a certain way and be like, this is what your purse is going to be. It's going to be $2.7 million.
Al Heyman was doing the same thing, though, wasn't he?
I feel like that's what was happening, right?
Bro,
but all of a sudden it's a big deal.
Crazy.
It's a big deal with the way that Turkey's maneuvering. But when I heard him say that, when I heard Mauricio say, yeah, he got paid $2.7 million, you could see it if you pay attention to his face. It was cynicism in it. There was cynicism in the 2.7 million into what he said. You know what I'm saying? He got paid 2.7 million. You know what I'm saying? It's like when somebody shorts you, you know what I'm saying? And you know they shorted you, but you can't prove it. So you say it with cynicism. Yeah, all you made yesterday was $5, right? So you know what I mean? So clearly we gotta move it with it like this. And you know, in the back of his mind, he know that you popped off with like a band, you know what I mean, yesterday, and you just shorted him on your bread, but you can't prove it, so you just kind of sarcastic. Well, I mean, we're moving like this because all you made was $20 yesterday, right? That's what you said. So I guess we gotta move with it like this. It feels like he feels like he has issues with the way the money was split. The WBC sanctioning bodies split of the purse that Dmitry Bivol declared at 2.7 million, and he's been on the opposite side of this conversation. That's why I grabbed from it. I know I could be looking too deep into it.
You're right. I think that's 100% what happened. I think that they moved the money. Like I said, they gave him a big amount here into some Swiss bank account. I was like, look, we're going to write the check for it. You can pay your team, pay your sanction fees with that, and then you go from there. Bro, it makes all the sense in the world. Why else would he do it any other way? Because these guys are manipulating the system, and it is what it is. That's why you seen the distaste from Mauricio Sulaiman when he made that statement. He was probably mad because he found out what was going on. Yo, it's crazy work, but hey, it's not crazy on their part. The fighters deserve the money, man. Where's this money going when they get it?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I definitely thought it was interesting, man. I don't want to get too deep into it because there's definitely a lot of speculation.
Why is he speaking about another man's wallet anyway?
Because of that, everything. I love that question. That's what I'm talking about.
Right.
You feel me? Why is he talking about the purses as a sanctioning body? The only vested interest he has in the purses is at 3%. And clearly it's on the front of his mind. Clearly that 3% is on the front of his mind. It's probably influenced what he's done with Dmitry Bivol, putting that pressure on him to vacate that title, making David Benavidez, and once again, Samson Leikowitz creeping around I don't want to say in bed, but definitely in communication with Mauricio Sulaiman. You know what I'm saying? And listen, man, Mauricio Sulaiman not happy with the way things are being moved around as far as these purses, because he knows, even though he can't prove it because he might not have access to that information, what he's being made privy to is 2.7 million. And it's just like I said earlier, when you know, you know. You know what I'm saying? And if you know somebody's like making $100,000 and you do a percentage of that and somehow he's finagled it and made it look like it's $10,000, it could get under your skin, right? Like, you know, like I know fighters are going over there. Look how Mark and you reacted when I said that. You guys like, hell no. That man ain't just made 2.7 million. But from Mauricio Sulaiman's point of view, he's like, I know, right? You feel me? He's like, I know, right? He ain't make no 2.7, but I'm gonna let you know I only got 3% of $2.7 million, bro. Hey. I don't like the way that felt, bro. So it is what it is. We're gonna get that belt up out of there. We're gonna go and give that belt to somebody else who I've already spoken to their management. We're on the same page. I'll have access to the books. I'll have access to the money. I can dictate the terms, and I'll make sure that my company is getting the right split from that bread. You know what I'm saying? I can't force Turkey to open up the books and show me how much he's paying Dmitry. I can't force Dmitry to open up the books. It's an overseas international thing. But here in America, here, the way boxing works, I can do that. I can negotiate with Samson Leikowitz and say, listen, you know, I know your boy trying to get to that title. I can make that happen. You know I can't. You know what I mean? But here, we got to have a little bit of an agreement. I need some transparency, brother. I need some transparency as to how things is working to make sure that these splits make the most sense. How bad do you want that title? I still think David Benavidez made a mistake. He slept on the genuine nature of Turki Al-Sheikh, and him saying what he's saying and standing on his word should have held a little bit more weight. I think he should have took that Caleb Smith fight. He should have made that lucrative amount of money, and he should have put himself in position to become an undisputed champion to fight the winner of Artur Beterbiev and Dmitry Bivol. But it is what it is. He's moved with it, with the energy he decided to move with it. We'll watch it fight Anthony Yard. Or if Caleb bites, we'll watch your next fight, David. We're not mad at you, but I do think I'd have moved a little bit prematurely.
Yo, what's funny about this is that what the blue belt costs? You know what I mean? Like, you see what I'm saying? Yo, the Did the blue belt cost more than the 2.7 million? He mad about it? Like what? Like why are you mad at what this fighter can pay you? It's 3%. It's 3%. At the end of the day,
3% of 10 million is different than 3% of 2 million. The way I understand where Mauricio's at with it for his own interest, you know what I'm saying? But I do think there needs to be consistent structure and in the way you do things. This is a business, and you know, the way you handle Canelo Alvarez in comparison to the way you handle Dimitri Bivol, that's clearly what's the word I'm saying? It starts with a P, but there's clearly treatment, and you're clearly wielding and enforcing rules as you see fit. You're not being consistent. You're not being fair. You're not being consistent. You're not, at least with the IBF, you can complain about the way the IBF moves, but they're consistent. They're always doing that, right? They're always stripping people, making them vacate, making them take mandatories. They're very strict, and you can be upset and kind of frustrated with the way they do it, but you can't throw rocks at them and say that they're inconsistent. With the WBC, it seems like you pick and you choose.
Yes.
You move as you see fit. You did something different with Canelo. You allowed him to rock out for 3 years and allowed David Benavidez to sit there for 3 years and never get an opportunity at Canelo Alvarez. You never threatened to strip Canelo Alvarez. You never did that. The IBF did. They put it on Canelo and said, you got to fight William Skull. And if you don't, we're going to take that belt from you. You can't be mad at him. They did it with Terrence. You can't be mad at him. You know what I'm saying? They do it all the time. But the way Mauricio kind of moved with it, you know, it just throws shots at this whole entire boxing space, and it validates a Dana White and a Nick Khan and a Turkey Al-Sheikh coming together to make a new league, because people get tired of the politics. They get tired of the nonsense, and these are the things that help fighters escape fighting the best. And as fans, we only care about the fights happening. Crap like this needs to get out of boxing. And I don't know if Turkey and Dana and Nick's collaboration is a solution, but I understand where the idea comes from. So that we need to start a new boxing league, right?
So my question is, and Mark, you could probably answer this better than anything. The fighters paid to be in the sanctioned bodies anyway, a percentage or something anyway, like some type of money fees or whatever to be in the sanctions, right? To be ranked or whatever. And then from there, they get a title. They have to pay a 3% fee. So they double dipping anyway on free money. You know what I mean? So it's crazy for him to even complain about the amount. He just want a new suit, bro. I ain't mad at him. But shit, at the end of the day, bro, you eat what you sow, right? What is it? You eat what you cook, whatever. Make that bed you lay in.
Right.
Yeah. There you go. Thank you. But that's what it is. Yeah, okay.
It is what it is. Let's continue to move on. Mark, I don't know if you wanted to say something or not, or we can move on from this.
No, that was well said. Y'all good.
Okay. Let's move on, man. So Lamont Roach speaks his truth in a recent interview with Andre Ward. He's been on a media campaign ever since his fight he had with Gervonta Tank Davis. A lot of people, I think most people, had him winning that fight. A lot of people had him winning the fight without the knee, but with the knee and the knockdown, the knockdown that wasn't ruled a knockdown, it was almost, I think 9 out of 10 people feel like Lamont walked away with a victory on that fight. Well, first of all, Mark, I know where Ray's at with it. I haven't spoken to you since that fight. Where are you on that fight? Just to kind of get your perspective as far as that Lamont Roach Tank Davis fight that happened on March 1st. What did you see and what did you think at the end of the fight?
Well, when I had watched it, I mean, prior to me watching it, I thought Tank was going to get him up out of there within 6 rounds, just like a lot of people did, in all honesty. I find it so funny that people, you know, we've rarely seen anybody say Lamont Roach was going to win. And then, you know, when the fight turned out how it turned out, everybody, man, I told you. Man, I told you Lamont was going to do something. And I'm like, bro, I ain't hearing none of y'all say anything about that, but it is what it is. So Lamont Roach shows some things in there, man. First of all, he's shown that he is durable. He could take a hell of a shot. There was some body shots he had gotten hit with that he stood up to well. There was some shots up top that Tank had landed as well that he stood up to. But in my opinion, me personally, I think he showed exactly where Tank Hart was at. You see what I'm saying? Now, I did hear that Tank was going through some things and, you know, all that stuff. But, you know, this was the first time that I seen somebody actually get past, you know, Tank's talent. You see what I'm saying? Because, you know, Tank is a phenomenal fighter, extremely talented, fast. quick, good punching power, explosive. He's the goods. You know what I'm saying? So he's talented as a fighter. But this was the first time where Tank had to show something else besides, what he's been usually accustomed to winning with, in terms of, like he'll hit a dude and they'll go out, whatever the case is, they'll quit, whatever the case is. This time the punches was there. He was landing shots. But this was the first time that somebody was not fazed by Tank's power, so it made him think. It left him in a situation where he had to do something else. You see what I'm saying? And really dig into his bag of tricks. And when we really seen it, he resorted to doing things like attempting to bite Roach. Of course, we seen the controversial knee. And in all honesty, man, this is stuff that I heard, and I know this is going to ruffle some feathers, but it is what it is. I've heard years before he fought Lamont, I had heard rumors about people who've been chief sparring partners for Tank in his camp, him doing dramatic things like that in sparring as well. Like he'll be getting off on somebody, whatever. He'll stop sparring partners back to back. Then he'll get in there with somebody who ain't going. And little like him storming out the ring will happen. Like a lot of, like he does a lot of things to buy time, or just when it get too hot in that kitchen, he get the fuck up out of there. You see what I'm saying? Now that's stuff that I heard about Tank, and I know that's something that Tank's team may have been privy to as well. And I think that's exactly why they've been matchmaking him the way they've been matchmaking him. And Tank was well aware of Lamont's abilities, because the whole build-up, what was he saying? Oh no, Roach could crack. Oh no, he got skills. Like no, like he put a lot of respect on Lamont's name, and that's because he knew him on a personal level. And they said that even Lamont's dad helped train Tank for like one of the national tournaments back when he was an amateur. So like this, like they knew Tank. You see what I'm saying? And not only did Tank improve since the amateurs, but they did as well. It was great coaching on Lamont Senior's part. And I thought that the fight was extremely close, but obviously with the knee, I had Lamont up by 1 point if they would have counted it. And I think that's why a lot of people have been, praising Lamont Roach, because the general consensus is that he really won the fight, and the politics of boxing interfered with Tank receiving his first loss. And in terms of him doing like his little media stuff since the fight, that's exactly what he should do. You know what I'm saying? Like when you building your name up, you want to keep your name relevant after a fight. We seen Terrence Crawford do it after the Earl Spence fight. He went on a little media run after he defeated Earl Spence. You
100%.
want to keep your name relevant. You want to keep your face, on the TV screens or the YouTube channels and stuff like that, because that'll catapult you to the next level in terms of popularity. So I like what Lamont Roach is doing, and they actually did the interview in Philadelphia. I thought that was pretty dope, man. I've been trying to run into Andre Ward too, and you know what I'm saying? I've been trying to run into him. Yeah, bro. He be real low key with it. But nah, man, like the fight overall, Lamont showed some things that I didn't know he was capable of. Showed some durability. He showed a lot of dog. I do think he could have won the fight more convincingly if he was a little bit more active. But it was a great fight, and I'm looking forward to the rematch.
No doubt. So that being said, and you kind of answered all the questions, and I'll let Ray get at it as well, as far as opinions on these interviews. Like, is he clout chasing? Is he trying to make his whole entire career off of a close fight with Tank, or is he in all reality doing what he's supposed to be doing at this point? I mean, what else is he supposed to do, right? Where you at with it?
Me, or you wanted him to rock with it still?
No, he did it. You.
Yeah. Okay, so I think the sparring match was most famous. I believe it was Gilberto Ramirez or something like that. Apparently he rocked. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm trying to remember who it was, but it was somebody like that with a G in their name. I know he apparently Tank literally tried to fight the whole team or whatever the case may be, and it's a lot of, like you said, it's a lot of information out there. I'm not afraid to put it out there because it's out there already. But I can't remember exactly who it was, but it was definitely somebody. You're right. But at the end of the day, Gervonta, what Lamont Roach said, it has a lot of significance, man. I mean, adversity is the key to everything. And I think we've seen so many people go into these matchups with him where there was some type of disadvantage, whether they were weight drained or holding weight down, whatever the case was there, or Gervonta being the skilled fighter that he was, psyching out his opponents. You know what I mean? If you notice, he never even put his hands on Lamont. He never disrespected Lamont. Lamont said that, right? He's like, yo, he never touched me. He knew that something would have went down. He had respect for me. I have respect for him. Even they compared, I heard somebody compare it to the Frank Martin fight. I think it was actually on Clay Channel last night, and I was like, no, it wasn't. It was somewhere else. I ain't gonna say where. No disrespect. It's a foe. I mean, a friend, not a foe. But yeah. So I'm like, yo, that makes sense, right? So Frank Martin did the same thing, but what did Frank Martin show? Frank Martin was weight drained. Frank Martin two was afraid of Gervonta Davis. So even though he won those couple of rounds, once he felt like he wasn't hurting Gervonta, what did he do? He kind of retreated a little bit with whatever shots he did. He didn't smother the shots.
That flinch said a lot too. That
Yeah,
flinch.
that's what I'm saying. So once you seen the smile on his face, like, yo, I got you. Once he knew that he was afraid, he was like, yo, I got you. Because he wasn't attacking Frank until he did that. He literally was just playing possum with him. And that said a lot. And if you notice, Gervonta has tough fights when he can't use his uppercut on the inside. Smaller fighters, he has a tough time, especially when they're inside, to use the uppercut. It took him forever in that fight to get the uppercut on Cruz, right? Santa Cruz. It took him forever to get the uppercut on Cuban fighter. That everybody just been talking about. I don't know why I don't know his name. Terrence Crawford for he won he beat the title for the WBA title. But anyway,
Cuban fighter.
Yeah, he beat
Terrence beat for a title.
Yeah, no, Gervonta. Yeah, no. Gervonta beat him for a title. Gamboa.
Okay.
So when Gervonta couldn't get the uppercut in, it took him to what? Late in the rounds, right? When these guys are not, and they're his size, he broke his hand trying to punch Isaac Cruz with the uppercuts. So when he can't fight these guys in close sectors like this and get those uppercuts off of guys his own size, they're not tall guys for him to utilize that advantage. Guess what happens? It makes a rough fight for him. He has to rethink, recalibrate, which I think he has a great IQ, but he also gets frustrated. And I think the frustration comes within himself, and that's when the fuel starts running out the tank, and I think a different type of fire starts burning. So he starts panicking. And I think we seen him panic in this fight because he didn't even know where he was. And when they told him he was behind on cards, I'm pretty sure he started doing different things. And we heard that from Lamont Roach, like, yo, the guy didn't have no power that I thought he didn't have the power I thought he had. And that being said, he was like, yo, but he's athletic. He gets people out with his athleticism, his quickness, you know what I mean? The speed, the quickness, athleticism, and the ring IQ. He knows where to land these punches at the right time. So I didn't give him that chance to do so. So now the blueprint is out. Does Tank beat Lamont Roach in the second fight convincingly? Does he do something different? Does he stick to the game plan? We already heard that he's training with Mohammed, somebody down in Atlanta. What's he doing
Mustafa,
next?
Coach Mustafa.
My bad. Shout out to Mustafa. Assalamu alaikum, my brother. But, shout out to Mustafa. So what does he do now? Does he switch it up? Does he bring these guys back in? What's going on with the camp, the team, and etc.? So Tank looks like he got a lot of things on his mind that he needs to deal with personally before he steps in the ring with anybody. Oh, one more thing. Tank wasn't worried about this fight. His mind wasn't there because he was already looking forward to the Paul fight. And that's exactly another reason why I think it threw him off. Now, I'm not telling he got in the ring, so you knew what you was doing. I'm thinking.
Yeah. We could. That's a great segue into Tank as well. And with what he's doing, just Tank ever since the Frank Martin fight, it seemed like the Tank that we saw at the Frank Martin fight just seemed so dialed in. It seemed like the boxers were all checked. He was happy. The relationship was there with him and Calvin and Kenny. The team was together. He seemed like he had this 6 or 7 fight deal on the table that he was super excited about. It was going to be the biggest deal, bigger than, more importantly, Floyd Mayweather's deal. He wanted to stand him up. That Tank was dialed in, and you just were very optimistic at what the next year or two was going to look with that Tank. Like, oh, we about to see the fights. I walked away from these press conferences feeling like the Shakur fight's going to happen. Maybe even the Tio fight's going to happen. Who knows? Maybe a Devin fight, a Ryan Garcia fight, a rematch at a more favorable weight that would give Ryan Garcia a little better opportunity to be strong. I thought there was going to be a lot of even the Keyshawn Davis might happen, anticipating Keyshawn Davis, making a run and getting that WBO title at some point. But something changed in between that Frank Martin fight and that a Lamont Roach fight, right? Something happened in between the negotiations. Just something happened, like let's say after the Vasily Lomachenko negotiations went to the side, right? Like at that point, it looks like something happened with Tank Davis, and he's been making changes ever since, right? Ever since that happened with Vasily Lomachenko, we just seen things changing with Tank. He's making changes in his camp. He's decided he's going to retire. He doesn't want to stay in boxing anymore. He's not doing the 6 or 7 fights anymore. He's going to do whatever he can cram into this year. It'll be this year, but he's looking to retire. And here we go with another change. We saw him bring Barry Hunter into the Lamont Roach fight camp, and now we see him adding Mustafa to the conversation. Like I agree with you, Ray, right? Like Tank needs to get some things squared away personally before we can expect anything more of him as far as in the boxing ring is concerned. Is Mustafa going to check that box? Does Mustafa kind of like bring that and add to what Tank is trying to do? Or is this just another sign of him distracted from the sport and him not being mentally where he needs to be in these fights? This addition of Mustafa, Mark, you can speak on it. This addition of Mustafa, good thing, bad thing, good sign, bad sign, consistency, inconsistency. How are you looking at it from a boxer trainer's point of view from all these moves that Tank has been making on the back end of him bringing Barry Hunter in there, moving Calvin Ford out the way, moving Kenny Ellis out the way, or demoting or promoting or moving laterally, however you want to look at it as far as the moves that Tank's been moving? What does this represent to you? What are you seeing?
Well, it's a confusing move in all honesty, man. It's a very confusing move because as far as I'm concerned, whenever Tank had performed with, Coach Calvin and Kenny Ellis, he's performed phenomenally. You know what I'm saying? Especially when he was focused, like with Rolly Romero got a great knockout on him. Ryan Garcia, got a good performance in that one. Hector Luis Garcia, Mario Barrios, that was all under the tutelage of Coach Calvin. You see what I'm saying? Coach Calvin was the one that introduced boxing to Gervonta Davis. Coach Calvin is a father figure to Gervonta Davis. Coach Calvin helped Gervonta Davis find his ultimate purpose in life, which was being an elite level boxer from the amateurs all the way to, mega fights, world championship level fights. You see what I'm saying? So I know he had a history with Coach Barry Hunter, but it was confusing seeing Coach Barry be the lead trainer. Why is that? Why is he deserving of that opportunity and Coach Calvin isn't? It's not like you had, you've been in a slump with performances and you learned everything you needed to learn from Coach Calvin. No, you have always performed well under Coach Calvin. You know what I mean? To be even more honest, especially after he left being around Adrian Broner and stuff like that. His career has been on the climb ever since then. Coach Mustafa, from what I've seen, he's a good trainer. You see what I'm saying? He's worked with Tevin Farmer and stuff like that. And Coach Mustafa is the type of coach that he likes to teach like the old school ways. He's big on, prayer, cross blocking and prairieing shots. And, he likes to go back to the old school teachers and bring that to this modern era. And he's real big on drills and stuff like that. I've been watching Coach Mustafa for years. You know what I'm saying? There's little things that I've seen him do that have been helpful in my training as well. So I commend him for it. I salute him. But for the type of style that Gervonta Davis has, I don't know if that's gonna work too well. You know what I'm saying? I know that Gervonta has been around Coach Mustafa in the past because I guess Tank being Georgia and stuff like that, and he has like his own boxing gym out in Decatur and stuff like that. But I don't know, man. I don't think anybody is the proper replacement for Coach Calvin. The chemistry that they have, no trainer knows Tank like Coach Calvin. That chemistry plays a big part in how the way you perform in the ring. I don't know if and Gervonta has showed like in these recent times he has shown a lot of disregard for Coach Calvin. A lot of it's a lot of disrespect
like contempt.
going on.
It's almost contempt, right? Like it's almost like he's got an issue with
he has zero respect for Coach Calvin. And I'm trying to figure out exactly where that's coming from, man. I don't know if Coach Calvin did something to him or he feeling like he just outgrew Coach Calvin and he just keeping him around because he feels like he has to be loyal to him. I don't know what the case is, but in all honesty, man, I'm a big believer that if it ain't broke, you ain't really gotta fix it. That's been the winning formula your whole career, and now you're going against it. And the one time that you happen to put Coach Calvin to the side, you have your first real controversial fight where people think you lose. I don't think that's a coincidence, y'all. I think that his corner had a lot to do with that. And I think that if you put Coach Calvin back in the place that he was at initially, you will see Gervonta Davis perform how he usually performs. You know what I'm saying? But it's a very confusing situation. I don't know if Mustafa is like somebody that he's just working with during the off season or he's officially added him to the camp. I don't know, but a very confusing situation.
Yeah, hence the question mark right there in the graphic on the screen, because I'm interested in that too, as far as whether or not he's a permanent addition. Is this a change, or is this just a little one off, running a little camp with Mustafa? I don't know, man. We seen the Barry Hunter move. We seen now this Mustafa move, and what we're not seeing, which I think you're alluding to as well, is I'm looking to see you back in the gym with Calvin. Where's those videos at? Where are you where is it at that you're working with Calvin and working with Kenny and back on the program and back on what got you to the big show and got you these accolades and got the whole entire space buzzing? Where's that video footage at? Why are we seeing videos of you in the gym with Barry Hunter and now we see you out in Georgia with Mustafa? What are you looking for outside of what you've already had in Kenny Ellis and Calvin Ford? I think it's a real interesting situation to watch develop. He does seem distracted at times, and he looks like he's looking for some sort of change. He talks about he wants therapy. He wants to change the man he is. He wants to retire from the sport. You just see him showing more and more signs of walking away from the sport than staying in the sport. And I don't know what that manifests into as far as performance in the ring against the top level competitors that we're asking him to be in the ring with, right? And hence, the one in front of him right now, Lamont Roach, who's shown and proved that he belongs in the ring with Tank Davis. I don't know what that looks like and what that manifests into as far as performances in the ring. You want to share some thoughts on it, Ray, and where you at with it?
Yeah. I mean, from what I see, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, this is a man that's boxing his own shadow. Or the man in the mirror, right? What I'm thinking is he has loyalty to these gentlemen, and he already spoke out against the gentleman and subliminal messaging saying that he has to move from certain people, get certain people out of his camp, away from certain. And he's been saying this now. Him saying it is at the same time. Is he reluctant because they go on to get away from them because he loved them and their family? They always been there, but yet he feels that. And I know this is probably the case because he say people talk too much, people do too much. Them going on doing interviews, explaining certain things, giving information out why he's not fighting, why he is fighting, giving excuses for him and things of that nature, where he is not really a public figure like that. And I think he allows a certain piece of it, but you heard them get into arguments before over information. Clay, we all seen a tweet 2 years ago about him telling them to shut the hell up, right? Shut the hell up and stop talking. Let's get to business, basically, is what he was saying, right? He's telling his team to stop talking, stop going in these interviews and putting stuff out there. So I think he probably had enough. I think he's been going to therapy already. I think he's already in therapy. And I think the therapist is telling him maybe you got to get away from certain people in your life that, even though you may care for them, you need to be in a different place, seek different opportunities. And I think he's in a trial and error situation. Like, I need to try different things, different people, being around, see how I fit in and not lose what I have as family at the same time. So I think he's in a conflict within himself, like I said, fighting the man in the mirror or fighting boxing his own shadow. And I think that really hurts. And I think that's mentally bothering him. And I think he's trying to deal with these changes in his life.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not too sure. I mean, I'm not too sure as far as what he's doing as far as the
interviews and the stuff he put out on Twitter.
Right. I'm not too sure, myself, as far as going that far with it. But I do think he's making changes. And I think those changes are with reason, not without reason. I don't think he's making changes for nothing. I think he's making changes for reasons. And I think it is concerning. But like I said, is Mustafa a good thing or a bad thing? Mustafa's a great trainer, like Mark said, a great history of working with champions. But, to see Tank, more importantly than Mustafa, more importantly with Barry Hunter, I think the biggest thing is, where's Calvin?
Right.
Why aren't you with Calvin? Calvin was the guy who's got you there. Calvin's the guy who's been working with you. He's the one you say is the father figure. He's the one who you saying all these things to, but we see you so far away from him. We've seen the contentment even in the aftermath of the fight between Lamont Roach and him and Tank Davis, where we've seen him kind of walk by Calvin and almost shoulder shrug him out the way. Like it just doesn't aesthetically from the outside looking in, it's concerning. It looks concerning, right? But time will tell. We'll see how that develops. We got one more topic, guys, to cover, and then I'm going to open the panel up for people who want to come up here and share their thoughts on these topics, and then ultimately head into closing out the show. I know Mark is also open. I appreciate you hanging in there with us, Mark. I know you're balancing working in the gym as well as being on here, so I know you're balancing going back and forth, man. I appreciate you being here with us, man. I want to tap into this real quick right here. Keyshawn Davis, a businessman, brings it back to Norfolk. June 7th is the date. This right here changed aggressively. Went from one extreme to the other extreme. We had Keyshawn Davis negotiating in a deal supposedly being in the final stages between him and Edwin De Los Santos. Then abruptly, we see Edwin De Los Santos and his team pull back out of the negotiations on making this fight with Keyshawn Davis, stating that Top Rank lowballed him, offered him $200,000 or $225,000 to make this fight happen. Top Rank quickly responds. This all inside of a 24-hour period, says, young man, young bull, I don't know what they told you, but let me put you on. We did not offer $225,000 in order to make this fight happen. You need to go talk to the people who you got your faith into, because we clearly made an offer of not only $400,000, but quite frankly, young brother, we were ready to go north of $400,000. So Edwin De Los Santos, blown away by this information to find out that his actual offer was somewhere in between $400,000 and $500,000. Whatever it is and whatever it was, right now it seems like they were able to iron out those wrinkles, come to an agreement. Edwin De Los Santos is being compensated. It's in the vicinity of somewhere where he's comfortable, and this fight is back on from what I'm understanding. Hopefully it doesn't change again. Shout out to Blueblood, who always says things are always susceptible to change in boxing, right? So these things can change, but as far as I understand, unless you guys want to steer me in a different direction, this fight is on and popping. We got Keyshawn Davis, we got Edwin De Los Santos, June 7th. Where are you guys at? Any thoughts at all on what actually happened, and what do you think about this discrepancy that $225,000 was on the table for him? I mean, was what was being offered to him by his management, who happens to be Samson Leakowitz, by the way, if you're wondering who I'm talking about. But in actuality, it was closer to $400,000 to $500,000 on the table. Any opinions on what happened there?
Boy, I don't really get into the money side of things, Clay, unless it's something really straight out in front of me, because I don't like that business aspect. But sounds like somebody got their hands in the bag and they got caught, right? Got their hands caught in the cookie jar. So I think it's hilarious when things like this happen and it gets exposed. Because now what happens? Now you got your guy you just pulled out of Riyadh that was supposed to get a really nice bag, right? And now you're trying to get him paid over here because you want to get out of that picture. You have another guy in here that you're dipping into his cookie jar, pause, and you're trying to figure out where, he's trying to figure out where the extra money went, and you telling him, oh, you only got this much. It kind of almost sounds to me, and you tell me if I'm wrong, I don't know if you guys remember when Rick Glazier was saying that he was some type of fight exploitation guy. Like, he would introduce fighters to certain people and coordinate fights with people, but he'll take a piece of the pie and then he'll negotiate the fight. And when people were saying that he takes a piece and then he sends it into the contract that's what they're offering, and then he takes another piece after the fact. It sounds like a double dip situation, Clay. And when I see situations like this, it's really, again, bad for the sport. I think you got to talk about Mike Tyson last night and how he got, how he was getting burned at the money in the cash office, right? So it looks like this is the same situation. Another promoter, sadly, trying to get over, or another management team trying to get over on their fighter because they feel that there's some values of why they had to. Rather, whatever the case may be, maybe it was getting his papers right, and they're trying to charge him for that. Whatever, I don't know. I'm not getting into that. But at the end of the day, it's something that should be always upfront with your fighter, especially when that's the guy that's really paying you. You're negotiating for him, and he's paying you. You shouldn't be doing it the opposite way. That's crazy work. I rest my case.
Yeah, Mark, I'm interested in your perspective a little bit because you have fighters that you're working with, but also I don't know what your father is it or if he's listening. I don't know if he can hear us or not. But this is the business of boxing, right? This is what happens in the business, and you always hear about the corruption and the nasty work that goes on behind the curtains. And with this social media space that we're in right now, it's kind of hard for these. It seems like a lot of these promoters in the business of boxing gets exposed every other day, every other week. There's some kind of shady business going on. But this one right here seems to be real blatant, right? $400,000+ that's being offered by a company, and the fighter's being offered, maybe less than 50% of the money if it's north of 400,000, but close to 50% if it was 400 exactly, being at 225 was what was on the table for Edwin De Los Santos. Is this crazy to you? What does it look like to you from the outside looking in? I'll do you even better, right? Your fighter, Edwin De Los Santos, is your fighter that you train, and you find out that there's this money on the table that's not being offered, and you and your fighter deciding to pull away, potentially walk away from this. Where are you at mentally as far as the way this situation looks from the outside looking in, right? And I want to be clear, we're outside looking in. So how do you feel about it?
I feel like this is exactly why promoters don't want fighters to be at the negotiation table with them. Also, this is a reason why promoters and matchmakers, whatever, managers, don't really like fighters to talk about their money situations or anything like that publicly, because you put two and two together and you realize that you're getting effed over. You see what I'm saying? Now, to me, it's clear what happened. You know what I'm saying? It was a clear miscommunication. But besides that, Edwin De Los Santos got a phone call. Said, hey, Keyshawn Davis, they offering you a fight, but they only paying $200,000. He's like, $200,000? Hey, he a world champion. Why he only offering $200,000? So he went to social media to try to shit on Keyshawn Davis, and the whole time is not what it is. You see what I'm saying? I guess they thought that Edwin De Los Santos was going to keep it under wraps and not announce it publicly. Top Rank gets word that Edwin De Los Santos was saying he was only getting offered $200. He like, man, we offer him double. So we going to go ahead. We going to put that out there. So to me, personally, it sound like his promoter was scraping something off of the top. Now, this is stuff that I've heard of on multiple occasions. Clay, you a fighter, right? You an elite level fighter. You get offered to fight another champion in your division. He's the A side, you're the B side. You coming up right now. They say your promoter calls you like, yo, they offering you $3 million to fight so and so, and you like, man, I made that in my last fight. Like, ain't nobody doing that. Whole time you getting offered $7. You see what I'm saying? But you're not privy to that information because you're not at the tables with the promoters. You only know what you're being told. So the promoter, the A-side promoter calls your promoter and is like, hey, we got $7 million. He go and tell you $3 million. You know what I'm saying? You're not the one communicating with the A-side promoter, so you don't know no better. You take the $3 million, you fight for the $3 million. The whole time there's an additional $4 million on the table that your promoter pocketing, and he not even throwing punches or taking any punishment in that ring. This is very common. Unfortunately, I've heard of these stories on multiple occasions, and this ain't no different, man. This ain't no different. So, and also I just find it funny how fast the fight got made as soon as that was exposed. You see what I'm saying?
Like Thanos, like,
was probably, yeah, like the fight just came together in like 20.
Mark, it happened so fast,
don't ever
Mark.
get made that quick, huh?
It happened so fast, Mark. It's almost like it didn't happen.
Exactly.
Like it's almost like it happened so fast. It's almost like it didn't happen. Like
that made
nobody's
sense
talking about it.
That made sense and work a little faster than usual. He was like, "Oh," like he done got caught up. Right. Like, "Oh man, no, it actually was no." He tried to make it sound good, like, "Oh, they called back again, and now they offering 400,000."
Right. Or you heard wrong, like Champ. I didn't tell you 225,000. They gave them Mr. T.
Yeah, remember somebody else under the bus.
I heard you took the money. No, you didn't. Maybe I didn't. I'm gonna go beat up on the fool and told me. You know what I'm saying?
So he thought. I bet you Samson probably threw somebody under the bus to save himself.
Yeah.
But that's a little sneaky situation, and they needed Edwin De Los Santos needed to keep his eyes wide open from now on, and it should make Edwin De Los Santos question: damn, is this the first time this has happened to me?
Right.
And where
What was
there's
I
smoke,
supposed to make in the Shakur fight?
brother, where there's
Damn.
smoke, right? Where there's smoke, and this is just being fair, because I'm definitely been looking at Samson Leakowicz with the side eye. I believe the David Benavidez situation. I just don't feel like what David Benavidez did gives me David Benavidez energy. It just never seemed to be the way, and he even stated it that ideally this is not the way I'd like to become champion. We're watching Jaron Boots Ennis go through this, right? Being emailed champ, quote unquote, and doing everything in his power to get this jacket off of him. He values the what's the word? The rites of passage of getting it in blood, getting it in the ring, not being gifted anything, not having anybody put a jacket on him to say that he didn't beat a champion to become a champion. David Benavidez doesn't seem like the fighter and hasn't shown me historically that the way he moves is that he would be okay with just being an email champion when there is an opportunity to fight the champion, right? Like if you can't, with Jaron's situation, he literally had no choice. Terrence was leaving, wasn't going to give him the opportunity. He had to do what he had to do. But on any given Sunday, he would have much rather, if he would have understood that Terrence Crawford was on the table, that Terrence would have just had to, if Terrence would have been like, yo, after I'm done with Errol, you're next, bro. I promise you. I think Jaron would have chose I'm going to chill then. Don't strip him. He said we fighting after the Errol Spence rematch. Let them have that rematch. I don't want that belt. Don't bring that over here. If Terrence would, you know what I'm trying to say, Mark? If you'd have formally been like, you're next, bro. Trust me. Let me do this. I got to go ahead and do this so I don't got to deal with no financial getting sued, dumb nonsense going on. But you next, bro. So get ready, man. Get in that gym, bro, because I'm coming to give you all that smoke after this fight. I think Jaron would have chose to do that rather than being emailed the champ, emailed the belt. But David doesn't. He was offered the opportunity. Turkey gave him the path. Turkey told him, I'm going to give you the Caleb Smith fight. Lucrative offer, according to what Samson Leakowicz said. Lucrative offer. After this fight, David, I'm putting you in there with the winner, Dimitri and Artur Beterbiev. He even made the statement out on the stage. Al, holla at me. I want to do something with David Benavidez. It's always been in the boxing algorithm that Turkey Al-Sheikh offered David Benavidez an opportunity to become undisputed ever since David tried to campaign to Turkey to get the fight with Canelo Alvarez, right? Hey, Turkey, shoot this dude $200 million, man, so I could put hands and feet on this guy. And Turkey said, listen, I don't know, man. I think you're a great fighter. I'm not finna shoot that guy $200 million for that, because as much money as you might think I have, I'm not into just throwing money away. But I'll tell you what I am going to do. Come up to 175, go ahead and fight Vosdick. Winner of that fight will get an interim WBC title. I'm going to put you in line. The game plan was always to have David Benavidez being an opportunity to fight for in this case, an undisputed title. But now all of a sudden you become impatient. You waited 3 years with Canelo Alvarez and got nothing out of it. You can't wait a couple of months to allow these dudes to fight a trilogy and a fight where they're one of one, where they're 1-1, where it makes sense. Now you can't wait. Now it's just too much. You'd rather take an email title. Nah, it's not consistent for me personally as to what I've seen David Benavidez go through. But what is consistent in these weird transactions is the man on the screen. That's what seems to be consistent. And what Edwin De Los Santos almost missed out on his a payday, but a payday, right? Being that he's going to get half the money that he was being offered. But also, you almost had this guy miss out on the opportunity to become a champion in a division where he just came off of a horrible performance with Shakur Stevenson. For all intent purposes, we can argue that he doesn't even deserve an opportunity at a belt, being that he came over a loss. He has this opportunity in front of him, and you almost tricked him out of his payday and his opportunity. It doesn't look good for Samson Leakowicz. It doesn't look good as to the way business is being handled on that side of the on the field. But let me know. I know I went on for a minute, but I needed to put some context and some perspective as to the way I'm looking at it. How you feel about it at this point? I'll leave it for you guys to give your opinion. It is what it is. What I am going to do, though, is I am going to put this link out there right now. We're going to open the panel up a little bit. That's all I kind of wanted that I had to cover a little bit as far as topics are concerned. I'm real interested in what's going on out there in the space, and it is what it is. But Mark, it's crazy looking, right? It's crazy looking.
Very, very, very funny situation.
Yeah, bro.
But I'm gonna tell y'all, based off of my boxing experience and dealing with the pros and dealing with multiple promoters, this ain't uncommon.
Mm-hmm.
This
That's what I
ain't
said.
uncommon at all.
Yeah.
This happens.
Yeah.
And that's why, like, I spoke about it on my live a couple days. No, I think it was yesterday or the day before. It was one of them. And I said I was kind of disappointed at Oscar De La Hoya for his previous statements because, you know, he's a former fighter. He's one of the greatest. You see what I'm saying? And he went out of his way to say, I guess he had his promoter hat on, that fighters don't deserve to be at the negotiation table. And I'm like, damn, why is that? And I think this is one of the reasons why promoters don't want fighters to know what they're actually worth so they can continue to give them crumbs. And this is why Canelo had his problems with De La Hoya, because he's even quoted De La Hoya to saying stuff like, you know, you just feed them little by little so you can just keep them hungry. Like, and as long as you keep them hungry, you'll have control over them, like that type situation. So I think he just shares the same mentality that a lot of these other promoters have, unfortunately. So very, very fishy situation, but it's not uncommon. It happens more than you think.
Wow. Yep.
Yeah. Get
But
exposed, man.
Hey Clay, I'm gonna get up out of here, man. I gotta start prepping for this amateur show that I'm about to attend to. I appreciate everybody that came through and was showing love, all the positivity, you know, all the super chats,
Peace,
everybody that's
champ.
supporting Clay. Thank you. Shout out to Ray, shout out to Clay. Subscribe to Mazuma TV, yo. I just had an interview with Rolly Romero. I'm working on
Nice.
something. I'm working on something with Blair Cobbs right now, and I think
Yeah.
Raymond Ford gonna be next up on the list, man. So y'all be on the lookout for that, man. Y'all have a blessed, beautiful night, y'all. I appreciate y'all. I'll be back on soon.
Hey, Mark, did you hear the
What's up,
new
Mark?
nicknames? Did you hear the new nicknames Fly Frequency gave us? Cassius
Nah, what's that?
Clay and Sugar Ray.
Sugar Ray
That's
Davis and Cassius Clay.
that's fire.
It is
Shout
what
out
it
to
is.
Frequent Fly. That's some fire ass nicknames right there.
It is what it is, man. Hey, man, I got Mark's link it's pinned in the chat. If you see it up top, that's the link to his channel. Take an opportunity to go over there and subscribe to the channel if you haven't done that yet, man. Mark, I appreciate you. You let us take you away from the world for about 2.5 hours, bro. I appreciate it, man. Thank you, man. It's always good to have you here,
Nah, brother. I'll be back on soon, man. I'll holler at y'all. Y'all have a great
All
night.
right.
Always welcome, brother.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Yeah, man. That's Mark. That's Mark. Mark Lando, to give his real name. You know what I mean? I'm comfortable doing that because he's a boxing trainer. He's out there. Everybody knows who he is in Philadelphia. Him and his father. I don't think he's senior. I can't remember what his father's name is, but you know, they own a gym out there. I think it's called Pivot.
Yeah.
I think it's called Pivot Gym, but they train a lot of guys out there. They do a lot of work with the Boots Ennis's and you know, just the Philly scene. Their gym is available for a lot of sparring. You heard him say Raymond Ford came over there and sparred some of his fighters. He's knee deep in the Philadelphia boxing scene. Relationships with Greg Hackett, relationships with Bozy, with that team over there. So it was definitely a pleasure to have him on the channel, man. I know people don't know him like that off the strength, but you know, when I get an opportunity to bring like real experience and real talk in the boxing space, they don't have to be celebrated and known by everybody. Don't be shocked. I bring up what I consider, like, you know what I'm saying, the grassroots foundation to a lot of things that we're talking about. So real experience and real valuable contribution to the content on this space whenever he wants to come up here. So that being said, salute to the panel right now. I don't think we got anybody else in the background, but we got two greats in here, man. Two guys who's always up in here building and sharing a lot of jewels with the space. Shout out to my guy Blaze, pound for pound in the building, and shout out to my guy Fight Sport Talk.
What's up, brothers?
What's up? And they got channels themselves. Please subscribe.
Peace, y'all. Peace, chat.
Right?
Yeah, so they got channels themselves, so please subscribe to them. You know what I mean? Show them some love as well.
Yeah, Fight Sports. How's the weather in New Zealand, man?
Yeah,
the weather's good, and I've only just started listening to you guys because it's like 6:30 in the morning here. So I'm not sure where you guys want to start, but yeah, weather's good, man.
And we can start wherever. Blaze, how you doing, family?
Oh, I'm doing great. I'm in my garage like Clever Lane, man. Get my reps in, so when I get to the boxing gym, I'm ready.
And that's it. That's it. When you stay ready, for sure, you ain't got to get ready.
And I gotta give a shout out to y'all names, man. The Cassius Clay and Sugar Ray. That's so filthy. Because you already know Muhammad. Muhammad said, when they was talking about who the greatest in his time, he was saying Sugar Ray Robinson. So you feel me? It all line up.
Yeah. I like it, man. So yeah, man, it's fight week. It's fight week, man. Jaron Ennis, getting ready to go ahead and get an opportunity to finally fight for his first title, not be elevated, not be emailed, or he's made it clear, obviously respectfully, I'm not throwing shots. I respect him as an IBF champion, but listen, man, how you see yourself is the most important thing. And Jaron Boots Ennis has a hard time rocking this email champion jacket, and he looks to go ahead and rectify and fix all that nonsense this weekend when he fights his biggest opponent yet on paper in the Manianis Stanionis. He goes down, unified champion, maybe the welterweight division's first official champion. Where you guys at with it on this fight at this point, man? Have you guys had enough time to roll it around in your head? And what are you looking forward to see Saturday night?
Yeah, and so I'm actually part of an organization I work for. We're throwing a fight party for the Jaron Ennis fight community. All the kids gonna be there. We got a PlayStation set up. You feel me? But what I would say with Jaron is like, what is this his first title shot? Like not outside the email?
This is his first legitimate. He's fighting a champion for their belt. Yes.
So this is in comparison, and I just want to bring it up because it is significant. It's Bud going off his 19th straight championship bout, right? 19 straight. You see, this is Jaron Boots Ennis' first time fighting for the title, not just getting it, and then he ain't even defended yet. Right, so this is his moment. Like this is his biggest moment, and Stanionis is a very formidable opponent. There can't be no excuses if he handles his business with Stanionis, because Stanionis is a very, very good fighter. I went back and watched his tape. Was watching his tape. Like, no, he really gets busy. So you feel me? Then like I said, you know what I'm waiting for. I come on here every time. Hey, Brian Norman Jr. and Boots Ennis, Undisputed, they can really control their destiny. They just got to go get the other belt. And then they can really make it happen. You feel me? Because that's like, when we're trying to see who's really at the top of 147, we got two individuals knocking on the door right there. There ain't nobody. I want somebody. If somebody can tell me who's better than Bud, who's better than Boots, and who's better than Brian Norman Jr. at 147 right now. You feel me? We can talk about it. And so that's where I'm at with it. Boots handle his business. He got two belts. He's unified. That's the one thing he does when he jumps. His first time fighting for a title, he fight for unification. I don't want to dismiss that either, because that's all I want to see right now. All I want to see as a boxing enthusiast is unifications and mandatories. If not, then I'll see big names, different people move up and down and do that. Pound for pound. If y'all both on the pound for pound list, I'm with it. You feel me? But really, I want to see unification and mandatory. And so this is what we got, And so I'm excited.
No doubt, man. I'm right there with you. Where you at with it, Fight Sports?
I'm at the same place I was before, which is these are the fights that we just want to see, because the welterweight division, I mean, these guys, they've one of the issues that they've had is that they haven't had a chance to dethrone the other champions. So therefore, everybody's kind of moved along under the radar, and we don't actually know who the best is. A lot of people, including myself, I would say it's Boots Ennis, but we don't know for certain. And this is the fight where we're going to see how good he really is, because Stanionis is good in all areas. And yeah, we're going to see if Boots can unify. And I think it's a fantastic fight. I mean, I think these two right now are the best in the division, and I just can't wait to see it. I mean, so far Boots, the funny thing is he hasn't actually looked vulnerable in a fight where people are questioning how good he is. But the only question is that he hasn't looked as good as people expect. Is that because maybe his dad isn't the best trainer for him? Is it because he's got bored against overmatched competition? Is it because he's so much better than these guys? We'll wait and see. I mean, I'm very high on Stanionis. I'm glad he's had a chance to shake some of the ring rust off, although he's been out for almost a year, so that does kind of concern me. But yeah, all these guys. Brian Norman. I mean, he's the guy people didn't expect to be champion with that win over Santillan, where he showed great heart. Barrios, he's definitely surprised me coming back to become world champion, and I'd like to see him against all these guys. And as far as who's on the rise, who could maybe challenge them, I would say Shakram Gyasov. He's looking pretty good, and yeah, the fights are there to be made. We just need to see them all against each other, and this is where we start.
Yeah, definitely, man. This is definitely where Boots' journey starts. I'm bringing COE Films in the building. Salute, King. How you doing, man? I don't know if he's there. I don't hear you if you
What's
are
up,
trying
man?
to talk.
How you doing?
Oh, what's good, fam?
Yeah,
How
can you
you,
hear me?
man? Yep. We hear you.
I'm doing good, man. Okay, yeah.
Man.
So I had got a phone call. And
yeah. Kind of awkward. Bad connection. So I'm gonna put this question out on the panel right now. As far as Boots' ability to become undisputed, he did an interview recently and basically stated his intention and made it clear that he wants undisputed, that he wants all the titles, he wants a shot at all these guys in the division. Now, this is not saying that he will get it, but making it clear that this is the priority for Boots right now. That before he considers going anywhere out of 154, he needs to rule out these unification fights happening. He needs to rule out that they can't happen. As long as they can happen, as long as these fights are on the table, Boots will not be leaving 147 for all arguments' sake, will not be leaving that division until he's able to become undisputed. Me personally, I still got questions of how Mario Barrios is going to carry and if he's going to be available for unification. It would look like Mario Barrios and Brian Norman Jr. be the one that makes more sense as far as, the fight, just based off the back end of Top Rank and PBC actually coming together supposedly and agreeing to promote and make some big fights. It seems like that's there to be made, right? The money fight clearly with Boots, but where are you guys at with Boots' ability, and how do you feel about him saying he still wants to stand down there at 147 and go ahead and unify and become undisputed, or is he just staying there too long? Is he risking being there a little bit too long and it's not a good look, and you'd rather just see him go up to 154 after his unification and start doing his thing up there at 154? Where are you guys at with it at this point?
I want to see him fight Brian Norman Jr.
Well, no, yeah, I mean, yes, to a degree,
him.
but just ultimately him staying at 147 now that unifications are on the line. Should he do that, or is he staying there too long?
Oh yeah, he most definitely he should go ahead and become undisputed there. He always stated that he wanted to be there. So, and he's been standing firm on it. So I think he should go ahead and become undisputed and then go to the next level, because one thing I know, and what I have seen about these fighters, I mean, we could talk about Earl Spence. He wanted to become undisputed, and he stayed all the way until the end, to become undisputed. So if you're passionate about it and you set your heart on it, man, go for it. Don't leave no stone unturned, when you go for it. So most definitely need to clear it out and then go to 154 and see what he can do there.
Yeah, man. I'm in agreement. Where you at with it, Blaze?
He's fighting. If he stays at 147, he fights Brian Norman Jr. Whether it's for undisputed, whether it's for unification. So I'm with it. I'm with it. That's his path to show who he is. Because one thing he can say is that there will be no questions if he clears out 147. He clears it out. It's like I cleared it out. You dig? And his frame is built to go up. So, they got a good plan right here. The question is though, like I said, I'm not counting Brian Norman Jr. out, man. I'm not counting him out. That's why I want to see it. That's why I want to see it. And then I love this because this is Boost's challenge. Stanionis is going to challenge Boost like Madrimov challenged Bud. And everybody don't give Madrimov credit, but Madrimov went and got a title with under 11 fights. Loma did that too. They be doing that over there. Them Eastern Europeans be doing that. You feel me? So he's nice. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna have to play chess with Stanionis. He's not gonna be able to do what he did in his last couple fights, where he got somebody running or he got somebody that's just gonna stand in front of him and he can freestyle and then he can take a punch whenever he want to take a punch, and then just get mad and get him up off of him. No, Stanionis is gonna rock him if he's standing in the box with him and he's not, using his defense, using all that length he got, using the counters. I don't know if there's gonna be any showboating in this fight. He ain't gonna be able to turn to the crowd in this fight. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I like this fight. That's why it's dope, because it's like Stanionis is a solid fighter with that belt at 147. So when he beats him, boxing fans who really like the sports gonna respect what Boots do. But the boy come to fight too, so you never know. So I got Boots in that fight. I'm not saying I got any doubts, but it's boxing.
Right. No, I agree with you 100%,
Yeah.
man. Where you at, Fight
Yeah.
Sports, as far as him at 147?
Again, I love it as long as he can make the weight. Because that weight cut is, a question. I was seeing another guy's had me on his show a few times. He was before I came on your guys' show. I noticed he was talking about how Boots looked in I think it was just a normal street interview he did with a fan the other day, and he's looking thin. So we'll see how that weight cut can, if that becomes an issue. But I love it. Like, when he turned down the Virgil Ortiz fight, there were a lot of. I mean, he was the laughing stock of the boxing at that particular time, because fans were impatient. Fans wanted to see the Ortiz fight, and when he said, "Look, it's because I want to fight all the champions here that are at welterweight," it's sounded perfectly normal. We just hadn't seen the fight yet, so fans were saying, "Look, why didn't you take this fight that was right in front of you?" And now we're getting it. So, and like I said, I think Stanionis is the most promising guy besides Boots Ennis. So I love it. I love that he wants to become that guy. I mean, welterweight again. It's we were waiting for a big star who's going to make welterweight their home and become the guy for a while. Like Errol Spence tried to become that guy, and he almost did. He just ran into Terence Crawford. Crawford unfortunately, he left the division as soon as he won all the belts. Keith Thurman, I thought he was going to be that guy in his prime, and that was disappointing, to say the least. So, yeah, Boots Ennis wanting to become a career undisputed champion before he moves up a division. Love it. Nothing wrong with that. So, yeah, we'll see if he can do it.
All right, no doubt. I'm gonna lightly tread because we've been on for like 3 hours. I got things to do, but I definitely want to get everybody's opinion on this whole entire there's perspective now on Turki Al-Sheik's reasoning behind what happened with Shakur Stevenson, right? And
yep.
The boxing space wanted to turn Turki into this hype job, and they're always looking for a way to do it. The detractors always find a way to try to turn the situation around. But with the new information coming up as far as Turki's contingencies to the agreements he's had with Shakur Stevenson, as far as what would get Shakur paid his money, and why Shakur Stevenson got the counter offer that he did based on the fight not being in Saudi Arabia, that this fight was a fight they're looking to push in the States. Where are you guys at with this? Is Turki kind of reneging and should honor what he said he was going to do with Shakur, or are we acknowledging the fact that that agreement was based off certain boxes being checked, where the fight happened, things of that nature? Yeah, the
business. You got to respect the business, even if you don't agree with it. Like the panel been saying and people been saying, that's not Turkey's money. That's Saudi government money.
Right.
So you're going to make more money if you fight in Saudi Arabia. You know what I'm saying? It's like simple oil money, all of that. Different type of economy. Turkey has nationalist interests to make Saudi Arabia a boxing spot, like Vegas. You feel me? So that's the math. Now, if cats are getting sick over there, really for real, be like, man, listen, man, just come to Vegas, man. Especially Americans that you got to. They make that whole at that point, all about boxing. The whole area. So I think that's just what it is. It's just obvious business. You're going to get more money if you fight in Saudi Arabia with Turkey than if you fight on stateside.
Yeah. I mean, and it's a lot to weigh out on too, right, guys? Like, at the end of the day, it's like Yeah, people were always fearful about that. Like, he's going to make them fight over there. Well, I mean, yeah, to a degree that makes sense. The interest of the country is why he's in it. But I mean, he's also showed willingness to make some fights in America. But there's some fights that he doesn't that he doesn't want happen in America, that he wants to happen in Saudi. And I think Shakur Stevenson kind of checked the boxes for Turkey, being a fighter that he saw wasn't doing that well in America, right?
Yeah,
Wasn't
Shawnee
moving the
Cassell.
needle. Right. So he's like, I love your talent. I think your talent's great. And I think you check the boxes as far as somebody who, I want to see help move the Saudi Arabia brand. I want to see you over here and help move this brand and be an ambassador for what Riyadh is offering to the space. Not because I'm trying to jack, I'm not doing that with Tank or doing that with Terrence, for example, or doing that with Canelo, for example. Like, yeah, he's going to have Canelo fight in Riyadh with this William Skull fight, but you see how he acknowledges that the Terrence Crawford Canelo fight really should be happening in America, right? The rumors is, no, we're going to do that in Vegas, and we're going to do that at Raiders Stadium. Like, that's where that fight should happen. But when it comes to Shakur Stevenson, it's kind of been like, nah, dog, I did offer you some money, but it wasn't for you to go and do what you want to do. It was for you to do a certain thing. And I don't know how horrible that is. Why is that so bad? And why is that so eye-opening for fans who want to paint this as, I told you, what'd you tell me? I don't know. It is what it is, right? I'm gonna go to COE Films with this one and ask him his perspective on this whole entire Shakur Stevenson, Turkey, Oscar De La Hoya, William Zepeda love triangle. Where you at with it?
Yeah, so man, right off the bat, people was waiting for something like this to come out with Turkey, considering that he is coming in and stopping a lot of what they was leaning on. So they was looking for something to kind of hang their hat on. And this was the perfect situation that Shakur had created when he tweeted this out. In my perspective, listen, Shakur, I think he has some people in his ear, and I think he's a little bit immature about going about this situation. True, you want to get your money, but listen, this guy have paid you more than you ever been paid in any fight, okay? Not only that, he made sure you got a bag when Schofield pulled out. So that's a up right there. So you coming out saying what you said, I think he was kind of out of line with that one. And if they are paying you the bag, and with the contingency of you fighting over there, then that's what had to happen. Regardless of you saying, hey, listen, let's fight over here, regardless. That's where your biggest bag come from. So why don't you work with him? That's and I'm a Shakur fan, man. And I rock with him. I just think that he should have just kept his mouth closed and just kind of, handle the situation behind doors. Or if that was the plan all along, he should have just rocked with it instead of trying to put it out in the public. That's my take on that part. Turkey, I feel like he's gonna do right by any fighter. We see him dropping major bags. Come on now. I mean, these guys are not. I haven't seen nobody complaining about the money they be getting paid. It's the only time, and that's why I think this is a bad look for Shakur to even come out and do that type of shit right now.
Yeah, I do think. That's something else I've said too. This whole Shakur Twitterson jacket, that reputation that he's earned for just constantly running to the Twitter space and reacting. You know what I mean? As soon as it happens, boom, he's saying something.
Right.
This is one of those situations where it's just like, man, a little patience, have a little poise and little patience and understanding. At least have a real conversation with Eddie Hearns, and, with the people involved in it, to be like, hey, what's going on with this? What is this guy talking about? I'm hearing this, that, and the other. But he's been so quick to go to that platform, and this one, I kind of agree with you, may have burnt him a little bit. He might have should have took his time a little bit with this one and waited it out a little bit longer and let it be what it is. Because why? Protect your relationship with the people who are showing faith in what you're doing. You got a relationship with Turkey where he's willing to put money behind you. Don't just throw the baby out with the bathwater. He's been consistent with you up until this point. Clearly, there's a discrepancy or miscommunication as to how this thing is going to work. Get clarity. Don't look the way you're looking right now, where most people, I think, who've seen this, even Eddie Hearn, was like, nah, bro, that's not what it is. I mean, when the agreement was made, it was under the contingency was this fight would happen in Saudi. and that Shakur be a
Right.
fighter fighting over there to get his biggest paydays and not just all over the world or all in his country per se. He's not that big of a star yet. We're trying to build him into one. We're willing to allocate resources behind that, but it does come with some contingencies. And I don't think there's anything wrong with Saudi Arabia benefiting, right? benefiting from what they're investing their PIF fund, right? Like you guys said, this is not Turkey swiping his Black American Express card to make these fights happen. This is a assignment that he's been given by the leaders of his country to carry out an assignment. So yeah, bro, Saudi should benefit off of what that money's going towards. And now you do kind of look kind of weird. It does look kind of weird for you. And it kind of just reinforces the Twitterson reputation that you earned for yourself. Fight Sports Talk, where you at with this, man, at this point?
Well, I'm really glad that you mentioned that there were a certain group of fans who were kind of waiting for this to happen. They were waiting. There are people who say, "Look, this is going to happen. This is going to happen." The scenario of this person you say is perfect. He's not perfect, and wait for it. There's something wrong's going to happen. Then something does go wrong, and people say, "See, I told you so." And Ray, you and I have actually been on a few shows together. Of people who are very skeptical of Turkey. Shout out to Two Cents. I love her. She's great. And we have our disagreements, but I never, like I said yesterday, Clay, when I called in for a bit, I never, I'm a realist, so, and we all are, so we all knew there was nothing perfect about Turki Al-Sheikh. So it's not surprising that he may have gone back on his word, because especially when he realized how Shakur Stevenson performed, because I was one of the people, I think we all were, asking the question, now that Shakur's getting paid really well and he's not with a promoter who's shunning him, which is pretty much what Bob Arum was doing when he allowed not just allowed but really encouraged Vasyl Lomachenko to fight anyone besides Shakur. Is Shakur going to perform better? And he performed the exact same way against Padley that he's performed against everyone. So I don't think it's surprising that Turki Al-Sheikh said, well, we've now had a bit of a change of plans. And yeah, Shakur was wrong to jump on Twitter, which, has made me actually rethink a lot of the things I was saying about how he was shunned by Bob Arum. Like, I did videos on it last year. I felt that Bob Arum was treating him unfairly, but given the way he's reacted to this Turki Al-Sheikh news, I think, maybe I was a bit unfair to Bob. So, and if anybody who can make me think that Bob Arum is the voice of reason is you're doing something wrong there. So yeah, it's disappointing. We'll see if Shakur can, get his head straight and be a bit more mature about things. But yeah, I don't think it's really that surprising. I mean, Turkey, he's come in, he's done, and all promoters do this. I mean, Al Heyman did this, Eddie Hearn did this with DAZN. Ben Shalom did this when he was new to the scene in the UK. You pay more money than fighters have ever been paid in their lives to try and entice them in, and then you see if you can start making a profit. And that's what Turkey's trying to do. And he's now having second thoughts about things. So we'll see where this goes.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna go ahead and bring in is this Antonio MMA or just
No. I'm other one.
Okay, you're just Antonio. How you doing, man? I wasn't too sure because I know Antonio. But let me go ahead and respond to this real quick. Just do boxing. Salute to my brother, man. Y'all make sure you subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Unless you want to rock, he's definitely up and coming. Channel doing very well over there. Just do says I was able to speak to the team. Clay Shakur made the right move. Turki Al-Sheikh wasn't a man of his word. I'm not sure what they said over there. You know what I mean? I'm sure without a doubt Shakur Stevenson felt justified. You know what I'm saying? I doubt he would go to Twitter and just say something without justification for himself personally. Maybe there's a miscommunication once again between Eddie Hearn and some of his fighters. We saw that accusation come out as far as Jaron Boots Ennis and Turkey's communication that Eddie Hearn seemed, I don't know, there was a communication in there where, you know, Turkey was led to believe that there was an agreement made for him to fight Virgil Ortiz, and it turns out it wasn't. And, you know, Jaron Ennis was under the assumption that, you know, there wasn't nothing cemented, that it was understood that he was still going to make a decision. And, you know, we saw the confusion there. And maybe this is one of those situations where Shakur Stevenson wasn't aware of all the contingencies that were involved in the fight being made or being, you know, financed by Turkey Al-Sheikh. But, you know, Eddie Hearn cleared it up pretty much as his manager to say that, man, look, the plan was he was going to have 2 fights in Saudi Arabia, and that those plans didn't happen that way. Therefore, you know, the money on the table did change as far as the idea behind it. I don't know if you saw it. I put it up a little bit earlier. I could put it up again. If the panel wants to kind of see, did everybody see that interview with Eddie Hearn, or is this kind of like third party?
I've watched it.
Did you guys on the panel see it?
Y'all seen
As
it?
far as place pound for pound, as far as COE, as far as and Antonio, did you guys see Eddie Hearn speak on this?
No, I haven't seen it yet.
I did not.
I seen where he said that. Yeah, I saw it where he said, I didn't see the entire interview, but I did see the clip where he said that you know, the fight was I think I saw it on Blue when they said that, you know, it was only, you know, contingent on a if he fight over there in Saudi Arabia. Yeah.
Right. Here it is, just get everybody on the same page.
You want to do it?
Everybody in there.
Do it now.
Yeah, but it won't. Yeah.
Right. Let's move away from AJ. Let's talk about Shakur Stevenson.
You were backstage?
And
come on backstage, bro. I didn't see you there, man. What's the link?
Hurstbits?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a bit of a sticky one because we were looking to do 2 fights in Saudi. One was the first fight. Originally, it was going to be Cordina. Shakur was injured. Then it was going to be Schofield. Then it ended up being Padley. And then we were going to do the Zepeda fight. Obviously, timing-wise, there's now not going to be a show in Saudi in the summer. So there has been conversations about a potential fight with Shakur and Zepeda. But financially, it's different because it's not in Saudi. So right now, there's no agreement on that fight. One thing's for sure, Shakur Stevenson is the champion.
All right, so we don't need to go throughout the whole entire interview, but ultimately right here, he's making it clear, you know, that the reality is that there was an agreement and understanding based on the contingency that the fight was going to happen in Saudi Arabia, and based on the fact that it's not going to happen this time around, that he was walking away, not walking completely away from it, but that he was offering something different than if he would have fought in Saudi Arabia. Which, like I said earlier, guys, I don't know how horrible that is. I don't know how unreasonable that is.
Again, Clay, this goes back to what we just talked about with Edward De Los Santos, right? The team not communicating to the fighter well, or the fighters not being understood of what's going on with the current situations. It could fall on Eddie Hearn, it could fall on Jay Prince, it could fall on Shakur Stevenson, it could fall on Turkey Al-Sheikh. It could be many numerous situations. But to my understanding, and like I said, it doesn't make sense for this not to be understood, because we didn't hear Shakur making a big deal out of this until the attention was brought from Oscar De La Hoya. He seems to be the ringleader to create the chaos inside the media to force this out. Shakur is, well, he's outspoken. He loves being outspoken when things don't go his way. I don't want to call him a whiner, because that'd be wrong to do so and disrespectful. But he's not afraid to put it on the line and let people know what's going on, which rightfully so, he has that right. But at the same time, sometimes we do have to sit back and let things develop before we start putting things in the media, because it goes into what ifs. And once it becomes a what if, it starts marking blames on other associates in the conversation. And all because Oscar decided that he wanted to try to dismain Shakur and call him a duck. Shakur took it personally, and he used that energy to rebel against Turkey a little bit, which 2 weeks ago and 3 weeks and a month ago, he was saying how Turkey is the best person he ever worked with. And now he's getting the biggest bags working with Turkey. and everything's working over there. And you know what I mean? And this is the place to be, and boxers need to go do this. So at the same time, I kind of find it like, I don't want to say it's hypocritical. I just kind of find it that, you know, when things don't go your way, you can't you shouldn't switch up until you know the whole outcome of the situation. And you shouldn't put things out there. I mean, he does what he does, but I wouldn't put things out there until I have an understanding of what things are, regardless of who's trying to bait me into the information.
Right. And that was my thing, man. I just feel like, and I think Oscar played on it, and I think that Shakur, he's been getting so much hate that he wanted to call himself get out in the front of it. But what happened was he jumped too early, and he bit the bait that Oscar put out there. And and Shakur even alluded to it. He said, man, they know how bad I want this fight. So since they know how bad he wants this fight, they put that bone out there for him to bite. And I think he bit it. And I think right now that's why you haven't heard him come out after Eddie has cleared it up. You didn't hear him come out and say, man, you know what, my bad. I jumped the ball. I hope behind the scenes he done reached out to Turkey to try to rectify that situation. But right now, I think he just he jumped the gun a little too fast, man.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like.
Let me bring in Antonio into this conversation as well, man. How you doing, man?
So far, so good, bro. So far, so good.
So, no doubt. Now, where you from, man? I hear a little bit of an accent, man. Where you from?
Yeah. You're right. I'm from DR.
Oh, from Dominican Republic. Okay, awesome,
Yes.
awesome.
I'm
man.
actually here in DR.
You're in DR. You're in Dominican Republic right now.
Yeah, I'm ready here.
Are you Dominican? Are you ready to see Edwin De Los Santos get his opportunity? Are you a fan of Dominican boxing, or are you kind of like?
I like boxing in general. I'm a fan of boxing. Of course, I follow my man Edwin De Los Santos, which I believe is a very, very good boxer, and he'll show it come June 7.
Yeah.
And
No
I go here late. I can imagine that you already talked about the fight between De Los Santos and Keishan. I don't know. No, you haven't?
No, we haven't talked about it at all. Actually, we were going to get into that, but do you have any perspective on as far as this Shakur Stevenson offers or anything like that before? Because we can move on from it. Trust me, I'm ready to move on from it. But I wanted to know if you had anything to say on that. We could.
To be honest, not really. I wasn't interested
awesome.
on getting my take on De Los Santos and Keishan, which I believe for me is the most important thing right now. I'm really excited about this fight.
Awesome. What you got on it, man? What you thinking about this, man? Edwin coming off of a loss with Shakur Stevenson, about almost 2 years ago. He had some injuries he had to struggle through, but he seems like he's ready to go. Rumors were that he was going to go to 140 pounds and potentially fight a Frank Martin. But listen, when opportunity knocks, you got to answer it. And it looks like Keyshawn Davis, like we're seeing this kind of being a trending thing now. Fighters coming off losses and still getting opportunities to go right in the title fights. He gets blessed with an opportunity. Number one, what do you think of the fight? And secondly, also, I don't know if you want to share any opinion on the way the negotiations went with this 225,000 and now it's 400,000 and the inconsistencies there. But go ahead, share your thoughts on the fight in general.
Okay. First of all, I believe the fight is going to be an interesting one. Just because Keishan is such a good fighter, a very athletic, high IQ boxer, as well as Edwin, which is also a very good athletic boxer. He's fast. His defense is very good. I don't think he's elite, but he's very good. So him coming off a long layoff for a year and a half, almost a year and a half so far, it's going to be really interesting to see in the shape and the conditioning he shows up the day of the fight. Even though I believe him being only 25 years old and a fighter that I believe is very athletic, he can make weight in good conditioning for the day of the fight. And it should be a very interesting one. I believe it's going to be close, but I believe Edwin edges a little bit Keishan just because I believe, in my opinion, he's faster. His power, in my opinion, is a little bit, he's more powerful than Keishan. And his footwork will be the key of the fight because I believe his footwork is a little bit better than Keishan's footwork. Quickness, the way he goes in and goes out, he's moving in angles to the sides, how he throws his punches when he's moving forward and backwards. I believe he's more versatile fighter than Keishan. But Keishan is a very high IQ fighter. He's always calculating his punches. He knows what he's doing every time. The guy is very, very athletic and powerful also. So I believe it's going to be a very, very good fight.
Sounds good to me, man. I'm loving it, man. Yeah, man, I can see all those things being a factor. I agree with you. I think Edwin has great, footwork, lateral movement, going back, fighting off the back foot, coming in. But I do think, I'm not gonna lie to you, I think Edwin at times gets overzealous. I think he showed a little reservation when he fought against Shakur Stevenson and didn't let his hands go. But at the same time, we've seen him be excited and move forward and want to engage. He's a counterpuncher, of course, and Keyshawn Davis is also a high IQ, has great footwork as well. Reminds me of a little Terrence Crawford at times. You know what I mean? So that's going to be interesting to see that fight come full circle. Man, I love the breakdown, man. I appreciate it. I appreciate the breakdown, man.
For sure. I'm shocked when some people saying the YouTube or some other channels, that the fight should be 50-50. Some people are shocked about it. I don't know why, because even the Los Santos has shown, even in the loss against Shakur, that he's kind of almost an elite talent. I'm not saying that he belongs to the elite right now, but his talent, his raw talent, he's quick. He has a good defensive work. He has power, good footwork. So I don't kind of understand why people are shocked when I say the fight will be close or 50-50. Some people say that Kishan is gonna whoop Edwin's ass. I don't think so at all. So I'm really excited about this fight. I know Edwin De Los Santos is gonna be in shape and good conditioning. I hope so. Even though he's going for a long layoff, and I'm really excited. And Kishan for sure is gonna be ready. That's for sure.
Man, yeah, good point, man. I think I'll let you have it, Ray, just to say that welcome to the boxing space. You're judged by your last performance.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, he was part of a very boring fight. He was part of a fight that, Shakur Stevenson is also suffering, what I'm saying, from the reputation he earned from that fight. So that's why the boxing space is going to go ahead and push back at him. But like you said, man, a talented fighter. I think it's going to be a great fight, a great test for Keyshawn Davis. Keyshawn continues to level up on the competition. He continues to challenge himself and pick stylistically competitive fights and trying to prove himself the right way. Mm-hmm.
One more thing is that many are saying that Edwin De Los Santos didn't deserve that shot, and they could be right because he was out for a long time and all that. But remember that when it comes to accomplishment or resume, I don't think there's a fighter out there in the division that can offer more cachet to Keyshawn's names than Edwin, because he already fought Shakur, and even though he lost, he did let's say good, because even the fight was boring, and what happened, but he kind of presented himself as a worthy opponent to Shakur. So that kind of put himself in a good position in order to offer cachet to another fighter who's elite like Keyshawn. So he kind of deserved it.
Yeah. No doubt, man. I don't know, man. I'm getting used to it as far as the idea of fighters coming off losses but still getting put directly in the championships. I mean, we saw Gary Antoine Russell just recently, come off of a loss to Alberto Puello. And
hold on, don't compare that. Don't compare that. That was controversial. That was controversial. That was controversial.
Poirier
dominated Russell. Come on.
Some people feel that they both ran. One ran, one chase. So I mean, it's the same thing. It's not the same, but it's I understand. But look,
let me ask you a quick question, right? Just a quick question.
On paper, it's the same.
Hey, listen. Let me ask you a quick question, right? This ain't about boxing, but it's about life. Period. All right. So look, say you got a baby mother, right? So you always, you used to taking your son out to get his hair cut or whatever. So she's married, right? So she pressed the issue for my son to go get his hair cut with her husband, right? So my mother like, man, you tripping rules. I thought I'm going to let him go and do it. So he go get his hair cut. Everybody else hair cut straight. My son hairline pushed all the way back here. Look at my son shit, man.
This is real life.
Yo, I should kick his ass, shouldn't I?
No.
I
mean, can I be honest with you?
Yeah.
You're right, but I don't think you should beat his ass because you okayed it. You gave the okay.
Man, I think he did that shit on purpose, man.
But yeah, listen, I know, but you okayed it. So I mean, kind of take responsibility on that part. But you're right; it's wrong that he did that. Even if he did do that on purpose, man, that's wrong, man. And you shouldn't do that to a kid. Now you know you need to throw that into her.
No, he ain't the one. He ain't the one that cut the head on. His barber man cut his head.
Right. But I hear that. But I'm saying like him just sitting there taking the kid, like you okayed him to go there with the kid, with your son. You know what I mean? That's kind of almost on you too. But yeah, nah, don't let him do it no more. It's like, yo, I'll handle the haircut from now on. Bump that outside stuff.
I'm
you know
gonna
what I
be
honest
too, man. Go ahead, finish.
But yeah, bump that outside stuff, and y'all keep. Look, you want to get him some sneakers, cool. But you know what? When it comes to the haircut and the grooming, that's on me. I'm his father. End of story.
He done took this conversation. It was on his chest so much. He was like, "Man, I gotta get."
Nah, because it just happened. It just happened.
I see it.
I'm gonna be honest with you, and I'm gonna allow the panel, to go ahead and tap in as well on this. But at the end of the day, bro, look, bad haircuts happen from time to time. You know what I mean? Especially with a barber, it's his first time cutting his hair. You can't take it back with the hairline. You know how it is. Once it goes bad, it's bad, and all you can do is try to make the best of it. And mistake is a mistake. But I understand your concerns as far as she forced it, right? She forced the you didn't want it this way. If it went your way, you would have moved the way you moved. You know how it is, man, with the barbershops and the relationships with the barbers. And once you get that barber who treat you right, who cut your hair right, you want to stay with him because you're risking something when you go somewhere else. But I don't know, man. I don't know about the relationship, if there's any contention between you and your baby mother's husband, or but I think there might be room for
No, I don't even know that. If it was tension, I'd put my foot in his ass. It ain't no tension. I don't even know that. I'd have been put foot in his ass with tension.
That's why you don't play with nobody's kids, bro. You don't play with nobody's kids, man.
I got a different perspective for him. I really do. I really do. Hey, man, as a father, first and foremost, like I said, it just happened. You got to cut it all the way off. You feel me? If you know where your line's at, it's back there. You got to just take the blade to it. He's going bald for a couple weeks.
Yeah.
Second, listen, man, you gotta have a conversation, man. Because if you really suspect that they really pushed your kids' hairline back, listen, man, you had every right balance to do what you feel is necessary. Now, for me, listen, I done ate jail food before, so you feel me? If you got enough restraint and kumbaya and Buddha zen in you to, you feel me? Be enlightened and be the better man about some bullshit like that. Listen, I respect you. More power to you. You feel me? But I feel you.
You said you ate jail food before.
Yeah, listen, man. It's nasty. You feel me?
Hey, Clay,
gotta go
he
there.
don't know what the fuck you talking to. He said he ate jail food before.
No, yeah. Both of y'all can relate. Both of y'all done did it.
Listen, I ate prison food too, but you eat the jail food first.
Listen. Matter of fact, it's a book called Killer's Ambition by Nathan Welch, right?
Yeah.
He talked about me in that book. Killer's Ambition by Nathan Welch.
And that's why I'm gonna tell you kumbaya. Listen, man, I did 18, man. So you ain't gotta say nothing. I know in life, man. I know what's up. Don't get it twisted. I'm speaking from experience.
I ain't do number 21.
See, like nothing but 21. That's what I'm talking about. Y'all was the guys, the reason why I walked through it. You feel me? Saying and talking it all.
They out here putting up football numbers out here, man. Hey, I'm gonna let.
Hey, so look, what y'all was saying about so get back on De Los Santos, right? One, I don't think he deserved. See, this what I don't like, right? This is what I hate about the boxing world, right? And it was different between the boxing world and every other sport that we have, right? If a quarterback comes in and he have a good season, right? Next year in fantasy football, everybody not gonna be geeking to grab that quarterback. They gonna be like, man, I want to see how he look first. And they might grab him about in the 6th, 7th round in fantasy football, but you ain't gonna just go grab him in the first round because you don't know what he might do this year. You know what I'm saying? If a running back if a point guard kills, right? Even what's his name? For OKC, he had a Shea. You know what I'm talking about? Shea. Gil Alexander.
Alexander.
Yeah. So he had a great season last year, right? But you don't hear everybody saying he the best player in the NBA, right? When it comes to boxing, once a fighter, if a fighter beat a good fighter or have a good out on a good fighter, that we don't look at it that, you know what I'm saying, it's just his style he had problems with. Everybody jump on the bandwagon. They be like, oh, he's like that. Woo, they get a name of him in the top 5 in the division because he had one good fight. He top 5 in the division. He's doing pound for pound lists and shit. Like, come on, like, why is boxing the only sport like that? Like, person had one good fight, and everybody. I've been watching him. I was watching him when he was in the amateurs, knowing damn well you just found out about. First off, I ain't gonna lie. I'm not sold on I'm not sold on what's his name, De Los Santos, Edwin De Los Santos. I watched him fight in person. You know what I'm saying? Before everybody would jump on his bandwagon and stuff, I watched him fight in Atlantic City. He fought on 2 of Boots cards, right? The last time I seen him fight was just in Atlantic City on the Boots and Roman Villa card, right? And he fought a dude, Joseph Adorno, and he ain't looked so hot then, right? It took ever since what's the name had that interview. What's the boy name? Richardson Hitchens. He had that interview saying, man, how De Los Santos is a big threat, and you know what I'm saying. At first, when Shakur was first fighting him, when they first made that fight, wasn't nobody saying that until Richardson Hitchens had that interview saying how, you know, he got popped and he watched him knock stuff out and spawn and he hit hard. Everybody started jumping on. He gonna be a threat to Shakur now. Woo, woo. And everybody jumped on the bandwagon. What have he did other than he knocked Rayo out?
I agree.
That's the only thing he did. What other fighter have he beaten?
Okay.
Let me give you. Can I really check?
Wait, hold on, Antonio. Let Ray cook. But Antonio is the Dominican Republic representative on the panel, so you know he's gonna have some perspective on this one, man. Well, hold on one second. Let Ray go ahead, the co-host on this show.
Right. So here's the funny thing that I think we missing with De Los Santos. De Los Santos is just asking for fights, and let's keep it funky. Tank was about to fight De Los Santos when he called him, so obviously he was relevant in some sense, right? Because he did put it off. He didn't put it off right, but he made a contact. De Los Santos called for the fight, called for the Shakur fight. They just happened to oblige the opportunity. I don't think he's in any shape or form being sorted after for fights. I think he just put himself in the right position at the right time. He's calling out these fighters and he's doing what fighters do. Yo, listen, man, come fight me. You think you're the baddest man on the planet? I feel I'm the baddest man on the planet. Let's get it on. And I think that's where these fights are being made with De Los Santos. We just seen Jair Herrera. He did the same thing with Shakur. Shakur didn't take the bait on this one, but he definitely took the bait on De Los Santos, especially when he ran through his city talking about, I'm in North. I'm where you from. I'm looking for you, right? Because he couldn't get the Frank Martin fight. Put me on the card. That's what he seems to be doing. I'm not mad at De Los Santos or Keyshawn or Shakur.
No, I wasn't signing for that, Ray. Well, go ahead.
I'm not mad at him, but at the same time, I see your point. You know what I mean? I think what you're saying is legitimate. You know what I mean? But we're seeing this way too much with fighters that are coming off losses, getting these championship attempts and either winning or with redemption or just stinking it up in the pot. So I hear you. You got a great point. And now I'm not comparing any fighter to any fighter. I'm just saying in general.
All right. So let me for the next person to comment, right? This is what I was saying. I wasn't saying like he don't deserve to fight. So before you comment, I'm gonna let the next person go, right? Let the next person cook. What I was saying was you hit because of what Richardson Hitchens said, and because he fought Shakur, you hit everybody calling out. When they be naming the top 5 of the 135-pound division, they named De Los Santos. They be naming De Los Santos. And I'm saying that what have De Los Santos done, right?
Mm-hmm.
Other than he clipped Rayo, right? Certain fights I'm just not sold on yet. Like, I'm being totally honest with you. I'm not sold on him. I'm not sold on Brian Norman Jr. And there's other reasons why I'm not sold on him. But I'm not sold on Brian Norman Jr. I'd have been in some of these gyms and to see some sparring or to see some tapes or then heard, you know what I'm saying, and heard about some sparring that a lot of these fighters that we talk about on an everyday basis, you would look at like for real.
No, I hear you on that. And by the way, I
I'd have let
co-sign
Clay
what
hear
you're saying.
something, right or wrong, Clay.
Yeah.
I'd have had Clay on one phone while we talking to a popular trainer that everybody know, and he's talking to me about blase.
Right,
and Clay,
I'm about
Clay
to
like,
say,
for
you
real?
know better, so I ain't gonna tell you, but I was gonna try to steer away from it so we don't expose ourselves as doing stuff like that. But no, without a doubt, there's relevancy to what you're saying. And yeah, as far as Edwin De Los Santos is concerned, I think I was saying it yesterday that, you know, Rayo Venezuela is his most, you know, the biggest accomplishment that I can remember him doing. I mean, if you want to give him to Joseph Adorno, you can do that as well, you know what I mean, I guess. But you know, like Dub just said, you know, it was all right, but you know, he's seen some things in there that, you know, holes in there where if he gets in the ring with elite fighters, he can get exposed. But I would say Rayo Venezuela be his most biggest accomplishment he made. And I would say what's made him more famous than anything is the Shakur Stevenson lackluster performance that he was a part of. So that's why I say it's a blessing for him to get an opportunity to walk into a title shot with Keyshawn Davis, because, you know, there's a trend going on out here where, you know, fighters are coming off losses and still getting title shots in their next fight. You know, I didn't think he checked the boxes, I'll be honest with you, to get a title fight. I thought the 140 move made the more sense to me. I thought him fighting Frank Martin at 140 to me made more sense. Like, all right, Frank just came off a loss against Tank. He just came from a lackluster performance against Shakur Stevenson. All right, 140, go up and wait. But like I said, at the same time, opportunity knocks. I'm not knocking him for taking it. It is what it is. He's going to have a lot to prove in that fight. I do favor Keyshawn Davis for being in that fight. But ultimately, yeah, man, I don't know the resume as well as maybe my friend here from Dominican Republic, Antonio, which I'm sure he's going to shed light on why he beliees that this guy deserves the opportunity. But you know, yeah, I'm in the same place, but I think it's still going to be a very competitive fight.
Yeah, so let me
wait,
get my
hold
take
on, COE. Hold on,
Okay,
COE,
go
because
ahead.
I promised Antonio an opportunity to be able to go ahead and respond, and we've been kind of going off. So I want to let him have the floor.
My God,
Go ahead,
there is
Antonio.
a lot to cut off. You know, there's a
Yeah.
lot of topics that I want to talk about.
Yes,
First
sir.
of all, De Los Santos do deserve the shot. I believe he deserves mostly because nobody wants to fight Shakur or Keishan or Tank. Nobody wants to fight those guys. So if it is a guy that is willing to go in front and say, "Hey, I'm here. I want to fight the guys, the champions," he deserves the shot when nobody wants to. So that's one. That's one. Second of all, his biggest accomplishment was not knocking out Rayo Valenzuela. You know what his biggest accomplishment was? Putting your guy Shakur on his wheels for 12 rounds. That's his biggest accomplishment. Because Shakur was whooping everybody's ass until he got to Dos Santos, which he won the fight. I can say he didn't, because he did. But it wasn't like he dominated Dos Santos. It was a fight that could have go either way. In fact, Dos Santos should have won the fight because he was looking for the fight the whole time, and Shakur was going backwards. When you're going forward, you're exposing yourself to be hit. And even though he was going every time he was going in front, looking for the fight. If you look at the the punching count, Shakur wasn't so far ahead of him because Shakur hit him 61 times, I believe, and only hit him 45 or 45 or 46, I believe. So if you look at the count, it's not that Shakur dominated him all the time. So he was doing really good, even though he was exposing himself by going forward all the time, all the fight. So Valenzuela, of course, is the fight that he won, that everybody noticed about it. But it doesn't mean that it was his biggest accomplishment. When he showed what he's about, when he fought when he fought Shakur, who was beating everyone up, and then when he got to fight De Los Santos, that didn't happen. So it showed how good of a fighter he is. That's second. Third, De Los Santos. What's the other thing I wanted to talk about? Okay, it's not only Hitchens that say that that De Los Santos was doing his thing on sparring. It was also Bredman. I don't know if you know the guy Bredman, that trainer.
Of course,
That also he gave an interview some days ago. I don't know to what channel but he said that he was
Probably new.
he saw De Los Santos coming to Philly. He was cracking sparring. So there is a lot of people that have said that because it is true. The guy is really good. The guy is very talented. The guy has a lot of power. And remember, when Valenzuela when Russell fought Puello, he was coming off a 100% K ratio. you know? And then Rosso fought Valenzuela and beat up his ass the whole fight and couldn't knock him out. And De Los Santos got rid of Valenzuela in 2 rounds or 3 rounds, I believe. So that tells you how special that guy is.
You can't say that though. You want me to say why you can't say that? First off, you comparing a Rayo at 135 pounds coming in the ring at maybe 140 to a Rayo
So like you
that's fighting at 140 and came in at 152 on fight night. You talk about you talk about more experienced Rayo after he won the belt, right? You talk about a bigger Rayo. You like the Rayo, them was 2 different Rayos from the Rayo that he fought. You can even look at the fights when Rayo fought. There was 2 different Rayos. The Rayo that Antoine fought was more defensive responsible than the Rayo that Edwin De Los Santos fought.
I agree.
So if that's the case, any of the knockouts of the Tank Davis, the last 5 fights doesn't count because he's been bringing guys from lower divisions. So is that your logic? Tank. So
I'm gonna tell you my logic. You saying he said Antoine fought him, but he didn't knock him out. Do you honestly think Edwin De Los Santos could beat great Antoine Russell? Because the way you said it doesn't make sense.
Sure.
Yeah, you on Dominican time, man. You on Dominican time, man.
I don't know about that. Man.
Triangle theories.
Hold on 1 second, guys. I want to let COE get the floor for a second, man. We heard from Antonio. We heard from Dub. COE, go ahead, man.
Yeah. So triangle theories. I think it doesn't work in scenarios similar to where it does work to a certain point, but in my opinion, I think who you lose to, how you lose, who you fight, it plays a big part on, and also popularity. It plays a big part on if you be able to get those shots, because we all know money make the world go round. And we as fighters, not fighters, but fans, we can kind of petition or kind of shed the light on the fights that we want to happen. And if we think that these promoters and these guys, they're not listening to these channels and they're not listening to these streets and what's going on, then we're mistaking ourselves. So I think popularity plays a big part. Who you lost to, how you lost, I think that also plays a part. Triangle theories, it kind of plays a part to a certain extent. I know you said like Pitbull. Pitbull lost to Tank. Look how many opportunities Pitbull done had to fight in big fights.
Exactly.
That, like it's like, come on. He's getting opportunities that I'm like, damn, won't you give this guy a chance? So
look at Rolly.
Yeah, that's why that's where I was going next. Look at Rolly. Look at the opportunities Rolly's been getting. So who you fight, how you fight, and who you lost to, I think that plays a big part on if you get a chance to fight in those big fights. De Los Santos, in my opinion, hey, I think De Los Santos gonna give Keyshawn a run for his money. And I'm not saying that just because of what what he did to Rayo. I'm not just saying that. I'm saying it because I'm just looking at the technique. I'm looking at his style. I'm also looking at his IQ. I'm looking at his IQ and everything. So I take that in account, and I also take into account that, hey, this guy, listen, Shakur wasn't staying away from De Los Santos for nothing. He know that power. He felt it. So, I think he's going to give Keyshawn a run for his money.
Will you argue that?
I think. Hold on 1 second. I think stylistically, this fight has the moving parts to make it a very good fight. I think this is going to be a challenge for Keyshawn. I think Keyshawn's going to have to. I think Keyshawn gets an opportunity to showcase the wrinkles to his game. He's been doing that though, right? He went from Jose Pedraza to Miguel Medueno to Gustavo Limos to Dennis Baranchek. He's been keeping it. He's been moving in a certain direction with the competition he's had, and we got to appreciate and celebrate him for that. But at the same time, though, I ain't gonna lie, I'm on the same page as Dub as far as Edwin De Los Santos hasn't done his resume doesn't speak to him deserving the opportunity as much as,
Right.
and that's what makes it
Yeah.
a blessing
Okay,
for
okay.
him. The fact that
Could
he has
anybody here? Could anybody here argue that Keyshawn has a better resume than De Los Santos?
Okay, hold on, Antonio.
Keyshawn has a way better resume than De Los
Hold on.
Santos.
Hell yeah,
How? How so? How so?
Keyshawn is
Hold
champion.
on.
Keyshawn is champion.
No,
Right.
no, no,
Hold on, let
no.
me cook too.
Forget about it. Oh, no, no, no.
Do you
It
want
doesn't
me
matter. It doesn't
to?
matter.
Do you
It
mind
doesn't
if
matter if he's
I?
champion.
Do you mind if I just
One
ask?
second. Let me just. So what I was saying is, and I think it still touches base on, and I think I see the disconnect with Clay and Walker and Dub C is saying. But what I'm getting at, and I'm trying to connect the dots, is De Los Santos. Maybe he doesn't deserve to fight, but he called out these fighters, and when he called out these fighters, they accepted the challenge. They're the champions, right? When you seen Tank make the attempt to offer to De Los Santos, he was a champion calling out Tank. Did he deserve it then? No, but because of his name and who he was and what he did with Shakur in the ring, it prompted Tank to maybe look into a fight with him.
Right.
So now we have to look at this whole picture as De Los Santos obviously is a name at 135, whether we like it or not. He's still there in the middle of the mix. So because he's in the middle of the mix, we have to honor the fact that he's probably all they got to put a name to that in the hat and pull out. That's all I'm looking at.
I agree.
My brother. I pulled it up while y'all was talking, right?
Wait,
Real quick.
My turn. Okay.
Wait, hold on. No, not your turn. Hold on, because I still got to bring in Anton Zigley. He's been sitting there for a minute.
I just want to say this real quick though. I just pulled up his resume, right? I pulled up his resume real quick. He fought 5 people with winning records. His last 5 fights had winning records. He fought William Foster III, but he lost. He fought Luis Acosta. He won that fight. He fought Jose Venezuela. He won that. Joseph Adorno, he won that, and then he lost to Shakur Stevenson. His last 5 fights, but before that, he fought taxi drivers. Like he fought dudes that Clay can go in there and whoop.
Look,
a dude, bro.
Look, but
I gotta get thrown in it, man.
No, I was actually looking at his
My brother, it doesn't matter.
Let me just say something. I was looking at his resume.
Anton get it, Ray, because he's just gonna woof.
I know it is. I just want to say I was looking at his resume, and I seen all the way back to Manuel Buddhist. These guys had winning records. Now, I'm not saying they were the most exciting of winning records, but they all have.
Here comes Dub.
But here you go.
Nah, I ain't about to go. I ain't about to go.
Okay, go ahead, Anton.
My brother.
Wait, Antonio. Let Anton go, or he's not going to get a chance. Anton, go ahead.
Sorry.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Go ahead, family. How you feel?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, yeah. I just wanted to say, like, when you look at the 135 division, right? All of the top names, we know the 4 champions. But when you start to really look at every sanction and go down the rankings and look at the people, I feel as though that Santos is better than some of those guys. Me personally, I like him over Morataya. I like him over Zepeda, stylistically. I like him over I would take him over Schofield and Abdullah Mason right now because of their age and they're still growing.
Whoa.
Wait. Let me finish. I feel as though that Abdullah Mason does have more, like a higher ceiling than him, but right now that's a dangerous fight for him. Like if he was to take that fight, that's what I mean by that. But what I'm trying to say is I do believe that he will give Keyshawn Davis a good fight. I think it will be a good fight stylistically because Santos, he's athletic. He can punch. And me personally, as far as Barinicek and what's the guy that he fought? Lemos and the guy before that. I don't feel like Keyshawn really been in it. Yeah, Modeno. I don't, besides Modeno, when they went to distance, I think that's like the only puncher that I feel like Keyshawn has been in there with. So I think it's a good match.
Exactly.
And, you know.
Yeah, I like it, man. I can respect it. I could definitely respect it, man. Antonio, go ahead, man. I know. No, let Antonio get, because Antonio been holding this, and I want to kind of hear it. He's the DR representative on the platform, so I definitely want to give Antonio an opportunity to rebuttal some things. Go ahead, Antonio. I know you've been waiting, bro. Go ahead, let it go.
Okay, thank you, bro. No, I want to go back to the resume, or arguing about the resume of the both fighters, Keyshawn and Edwin. And I was arguing that I believe De Los Santos has a better resume than Keyshawn. and it's only because of this. It doesn't matter who he fought before Foster. You're as good as your last performance. And when we attend to his last performance and his last fighters, the last opponent he fought, it is Adorno, Shakur, it is Valenzuela. And you can argue those three fighters, at least two of them were considered elite when it comes to Rayo and Shakur, who for sure is the best of the best. So he fought against Valenzuela, who was undefeated at the time, who was known as a puncher, a very good boxer, upcoming fighter. So he defeated him in 3 rounds. Then he fought Shakur. Shakur, no, he fought Adorno, which is not an elite fighter at all, but he's a very good fighter, and he's not an easy fighter for anyone. Those Adorno is not an easy fight for anyone. And if you look at the fight, Edwin whooped his ass. He won 10 rounds to 0. 10 rounds to 0. He won all 10 rounds. So it doesn't matter who he fought before Foster, bro. His quality, the talent he has shown the last 3-4 fights, this is what matters at the end of the day. Secondly, if you look at the resume of Keishan, who has he fought that you
Hey,
believe
look,
he's a... Excuse
Keyshawn only
me.
fought one person with a losing record.
Bro, it doesn't matter. It doesn't
Even from the
matter.
beginning.
I just told you it doesn't matter. The last fights the Los Santos has fought has been against talents that are worthy of any fighter, even Shakur, even any of them. And he has been very, very, very dominant in some cases. And in the cases he lost, in the case of Shakur, he looked very good. And Shakur was on his wheels 12 rounds the whole fight. So that's one. Second, if you look at the Houston's resume, was the only fighter or the fighter that you believe was athletic enough and was physically strong enough in order to oppose him and put a good fight against him? I believe it was Madueño, the only one, because Belichick was a midget, too little. And even Keishan's on the record saying he thought it's gonna be an easy fight for him because it was too little for him. He was on the record saying it. So if you look at the resume, he has fought nobody that has accomplished nothing also. Because Belichick, who has he fought before Keishan? Nobody. Belichick was a guy that fought a guy like Navarrete, who is...
Navarrete.
Yeah, but Navarrete is not a G 235 pounder. Navarrete is a 130 pounder who went up to fight Belichick for a back-end title. So at the end of the day, if you look at the resume, Keishan has a far, in my opinion, less worthy resume than De Los Santos. He has fought nobody. In fact, the only black fighter he fought, which was athletic and tall and strong, hurt him in what's the guy Albright, I believe was the guy that hurt him very, very, very seriously. So I don't think what you say Keishan has a better resume than De Los Santos, because at least De Los Santos fought Shakur, an elite fighter, and he looked very good.
He didn't look good
Let,
against.
let me
How
let
many
me jump in.
champions?
Let me jump in. Hold on. Let me please cook on this topic. I didn't get a chance to say nothing.
Go ahead,
about this.
Blaze.
All right, and I'm gonna keep it real sweet. I got an opinion respectfully, but I'm gonna stay facts. And respectfully, on June 7th, I believe that Keyshawn is gonna stop De Los Santos.
I believe
And
it
that's my
too.
opinion. Hold up. I'm starting with my opinion. You feel me? With my conclusion. Let me give you my facts. First and foremost, man, let's not forget when he beat Rayo dropped him before he dropped Rayo. So let's not forget that didn't happen, right? And then when you see Ryo fight next, he was bigger than he had the advantage. He outboxed Isaac Cruz, right? But then he got ate by Antoine Russell. So it's kind of like that. His resume, Dale Santos' resume, bounced up and down. But let me talk about these facts right here. That fight against Shakur Stevenson was CompuBox on Shakur's side the best defensive performance in the history of boxing CompuBox. He did not hit, and that's the worst offensive performance in a championship fight with De Los
Please.
Santos.
Second
That's
best fight
facts.
on
Hold up, that's
CompuBox.
facts. That's facts. I'm not making
Come
this
on,
up
bro.
like crazy. This is no, Antonio, bro. Respectfully, brother. That's facts. Them the numbers. I'm
These
not. I'm
are
not
not.
making
These are
this up.
not.
Hold up. No,
Devin
Antonio,
Haney
it
broke
is.
his record.
Hold up. Okay.
One
You
sec.
say then it's two. Then all right. Excuse me, two. You want to be two? Okay, let's start right there. Now, Pete, though, when he was fighting Shakur, let's not act like he was the aggressor the whole time. He wasn't. He wasn't the aggressor the whole time in that fight. And Shakur arguably says
At
he had
least
a shoulder injury. I
80%
don't
of the
care.
time.
I don't care about whether he had a shoulder injury or not. That doesn't really matter to me. He got in the ring. He should have. If he got in the ring, it is what it is. I'm not giving him no excuse. But that is the only outlier for his offensive output inside of that fight. You know, and so what I'm saying is that he just fought Shakur. He didn't do nothing in that fight to gain any type of respect as a fighter at an elite level. Respectfully, like I said, respectfully, this is my opinion. You feel me? So when I'm circling back now, we're talking about De Los Santos fighting Keyshawn. Here's my opinion on Keyshawn. Keyshawn has less of a resume than De Los Santos, but Keyshawn appears and performs like he's the better fighter, in my opinion. And so that's where I circle back around where it'd be like, all right, De Los Santos done fought some guys. He done want to fought some names. He done called some people out. You know, he's a good contender at 135. But if you look at what happened in the fight with Shakur and the layoff that he got, it's like everybody will want to fight him because they don't think he's that guy like that at 135. So, of course, Tank would look at him as an option. Shakur should, and for sure, Keyshawn got one. And so it's the top rank, right? Both of them from top rank. You know, I hate to say, dare I have a hot take and say that, you know, Aram is feeding them to Keyshawn. And like I said, respectfully, bro, I'm not knocking your man's from the Dominican Republic, but I'm just telling you my opinion of what I see on tape. And I think Keyshawn stops him on the 7th.
Bottom line is the fight is going to be competitive. I think the whole panel, just this conversation being where it's at, lets you know that the fight is going to be competitive. What I am going to also tell you guys is that we are definitely at the 4-hour mark. And I got things to do, right? You know what I mean? I know it seems like this is all I got to do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass it around the room just for some closing statements. Let's not be long-winded about it. Ray, I'm going to let you go ahead and handle this because I got to go run in. I got to go use the bathroom, right? I've been drinking water and I got to use the bathroom. I don't know if that was TMI or not, but just kind of like let you know that I'm not going to be on here.
Yeah, it is.
I'm gonna let Ray take it from here. Let's get these closing statements and let's close this up, man. I appreciate all you guys, man. Thank you in advance. Before you guys go ahead, thank you in advance, man. Antonio, man, I appreciate your input, man, your contribution to the content on the channel today, man. Welcome to the community, bro. I hope I see more of you here, bro.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, talking is boxing. I think no matter what, June 7th, we got a barn burner. Let's see what
Clay,
happens.
before
man.
you go, what days do you go live? I be checking the channel. I be just missing you. I be thinking.
It'd be Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, normally at 11 a.m. This week, I had some things to do on Wednesday, unfortunately. And also, I started off late this morning because I did a late night show, pop-up show last night. Ended up staying up to like 2 in the morning. So I slept in and didn't get a chance to prepare. So we ended up going on, I think, about 11:30, something like 11:15, 11:30, maybe even 11:40. I wasn't 12. It was like 11:45 the latest.
I'll double check.
Yeah, you can double check. It is what it is. But yeah, normally you can count on us being 11 a.m. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. I'm trying to implement a night show, maybe Monday night. It is what it is. Yo, you drive for JB?
Yeah, I drive for JB Hunt.
Yeah, me too. So
salute
driver. Salute driver.
Yeah, bro, that's fine.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
so
sir.
yeah, man. So I'm trying to do a Monday night show. But also you already know I'm also Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday with Blue at 6 p.m., 6:30 p.m. And I'm also doing a night show co-hosting with him as well, man.
Okay.
All right, no doubt, man. So Ray, I'm gonna let you take it over from here. Let's get closing statements. How you feel like organizing? I'll be back.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We're gonna start from the bottom, coming up. Pause. But we're gonna start from Antoine. You wanna go first, or do you want me to start at the other end?
You can start at the other end.
All right. Well, all right. You want to go ahead?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I'm talking
Sure. I want to say that don't look over Nolo Santos. I believe his talent, he's elite. I think he's going to be ready for the fight. I believe it's going to be a competitive fight. I believe Shakur, Keyshawn for sure is going to be more than ready. I expect him a lot. I think he's a very good fighter, good talent, the high IQ fighter. But don't look over Nolo Santos. He's elite, again, I say. And he's going to show you all come June 7.
Okay. All right. Thank you for coming, man. Appreciate it. Really nice. Segue. You know what I mean? We appreciate it. Who want to go next?
Yeah, I got it. So, like I was saying, I think De Los Santos is a hell of a fighter. I think Shakur was avoiding that power and was avoiding him for a reason in the ring. I think that speaks to some of his eliteness, and also I think that's another reason why Tank was avoiding him as well. So I think Shakur, I mean not Shakur, but I think Keyshawn stepped up to the plate because Keyshawn has a statement to make, and I think his statement is he want to outdo his big brother at this moment. If he get in there, if he knock out Keyshawn, if he knock out De Los Santos, then at that moment he become the guy at 135 besides Tank, and I think he just has a point to prove. I don't think De Los Santos will be able to do it. I think Keyshawn get him out of there in about 9, somewhere around there, maybe 10. De Los Santos fade away, and that's my take.
Mhm.
I'll
Hey,
go next and let the other dudes that's going to talk probably a little more
all
and
right.
cook at the end.
So look.
Yeah, hold on, Doug. Let Antonio go.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say, I feel like both fighters, Santos coming off this long layoff, like the other last guy just said, Keyshawn got a point to prove. I do see flaws, and every boxer has flaws. So I feel like they both can, capitalize off each other's weaknesses. I don't know if Santos just coming off of this long layoff is going to be able to exploit Keyshawn weaknesses because of the layoff and not staying sharp. Sparring and all of that helps, but being in the ring is a different, that's a different beast. So
Mhm.
I'm excited for the fight, but I'm more excited for my man being a Philly representative this weekend. I'll be at the fight, Jaron Ennis. I was a little concerned from his pictures. He looked a little weight drained, but I just need him to go in there and get the job done. And I'm really looking for this fight. I know what he could do. I just want him to be more defensively responsible in this fight and not get hit with shots he shouldn't get hit with, and come out of there with a win and bring them titles back to the city.
Okay. And Doug, you want to go next? Or you want me to go to Blaze?
You can go to Blaze. I go next. I then.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to jump on the channel, chop it up, rotate with y'all. Yeah, I just want to say, I'm looking forward to the boost standing on his fight. Think it's a good fight. Think it's a good challenge. Like, like we talked about earlier, it'll be the first time that he's actually, fighting. We're defending his title, right? He didn't fight for it. He got an email to him. That's not taking nothing away from his talent, right? So he got to not only has an opportunity to defend the title, but unify, right? And so he has every opportunity in the world right now, to under the brightest lights in his biggest moment, right? To take advantage of it. And just like what the last brother was saying, that, I'm looking to see him be more sharp, more defensively sharp, and Stanley Jonas is an opponent in which forces him to do that, because if he isn't sharp and he fights defensively lackadaisical like he did in a couple of the prior fights, it can be problems for him. But I believe he's gonna rise up to the occasion and let us know that he's top dog at 147. So I'm looking forward to Saturday.
Okay. What's up? All right, Doug.
All right. First, I'm gonna touch back on the De Los Santos joint real quick. The comment that he made, and then I'm gonna go to Boots. Right. All right. First off, when he said about De Los Santos clip knocked Rayo out, but Antoine went 12 rounds with Rayo. Right. What y'all think was harder to do? Right. De Los Santos clipping Rayo, or Twan beating Rayo 12 rounds to none? Out punched him, out thrown him, power punches, more jabs, body punches, beat him in every category you can beat him in. And he had a different corner. And he had a different trainer in that fight, and he was bigger. That's one. So that's why that I don't know why he said that, because that really another thing, right? As far as Boots. Boots main spawn partner. I just interviewed him yesterday. His main spawn partner is actually a 160 pounder, right? His name Bricklayer, right? He like 6'7" 6 knockouts. You look him up. He from the same gym, body snatcher from They with my Trayvon Marshall, all them in the same camp or whatever. He said, man, Boot. And I supposed to went up there with them too, Philly, when they went to spot the last time, but something came up. But anyway, he said, man, Boots look good right now. And Greg said that's why I interviewed because I forgot he's supposed to be Boots' sparring partner. Greg was like, man, you know your homeboy, man, Boots, man, sparring partner. So I'm like, who? He like Stephen Hobbs. So I'm like, nah, he sure ass too. So I interviewed him and he told me, he's like, because Greg said he liked him because they was working, like they was going at it. You know what I'm saying? But he said, man, Boots, man, it's like Boots got faster. He said, you know, he didn't work with Boots his last 3 camps, his last 3 fights. And he said now, he feel like Boots got faster, man. He said footwork, he said it's his punching speed. He says like everything was a faster pace with him. And he's doing it. He said one day they went 14 rounds. They went 14 rounds and he was keeping at that same pace.
Not
So
only
he said,
that, they fight 4 rounds a minute, 4 minutes a round.
yeah, they do. They do fight. They fight 4 minutes, but not everybody don't do that though. Cause when they went up there when they sparred J Rock, Body Snatcher has sparred J Rock, and they was going 3 minutes. They was going first. They went 2-minute rounds. Then they was going 3-minute rounds. Schuler, what's it called? Something Schuler Gym out Philly. That's where Brand Man. What's the guy that fought David Benavidez? Cameron Davis. You know what I'm talking about? Cameron Davis?
Yeah. Yeah.
Cameron Davis. That's the jump that
Chiron. Yeah. Chiron, yeah.
Cameron Davis.
Yeah.
The gym Stephen Fulton was out of. That's before he left. Before he deposed him. But yeah, they was doing 2-minute rounds at first, and then they was doing 3-minute rounds. That's why before that fight, I told Claymore, I said, man, I don't think J Rock I don't think he gonna beat Slim, man. What's his name? Yeah, what was his name? Johannes.
Johannes Tellez.
Yeah.
Right.
I said, I don't think he's gonna beat him because I seen dude fight before that. Him and Antonio fought in the same card, the Tim Zoo card. And he fought the dude that Swift lost to on the tank card.
Gonzalez.
Joanne Gonzalez.
Yeah.
I seen him fight him and he destroyed him.
That's what I was thinking of earlier too when I said Gilberto Ramirez. Thank you, by the way.
Yeah, let's definitely land the plane though, because I want to get to the I gotta go.
Close out.
And I appreciate you, Dub. You already know we can carry this over. You know what I mean? We figured that out. That's how we do it. Did Antonio go already?
Yeah, everybody went.
Oh man, look, I appreciate everybody for being up here today, man. I'm gonna pull y'all down. Boop, bap, and boom. And salute to all you guys, man. I appreciate you guys, man. The show was a good one. I like the panel today, man. It was a decent little panel today. You know what I mean? We talked about a lot of stuff. Bottom line is we have a great card going on this weekend. Can't wait to see Boots and what he's going to bring to the table. Looking to see the best version of him. Good luck to everybody involved in it. Stan Maniana, Stan Ionis. Hope he has a great performance as well. Looking forward to see Raymond Ford get it in this weekend. Looking forward to see what Zaquin Moses has been working on. Looking forward to see Omari Jones have his second professional fight on the card this weekend. I don't remember the other fights if there's any other cards going on this weekend. Clearly, this is the one though. This is the premiere. This is the fight card we're looking to have. Guys, catch me at 6:30 p.m. or I don't know. Look, I don't even put a time on it. It depends on when Blue motivates and puts it together. But we'll be on this evening, chopping it up with more boxing as well. Shout out to all the sponsor of the channel today was definitely Love My Kids. Appreciate you really supporting the channel today, man. Thanks for everybody. Ill Will 85, man. I appreciate you. King, you support the channel as well, man. Thank you. You guys know also how we carry it. I'm probably not going to see you guys Monday night, Tuesday morning-ish. We'll see. Tuesday you can count on. Monday night we'll see what it is. Ray, I'll let you have it. As I normally
man, listen, I mean, we got a great card this weekend. I mean, he just mentioned the Provost card, but I'm going to stay where we're at.
Oh yeah, shout out to Mark to Mazuma TV. He pretty much co-hosted with us today all the way through earlier today, man. It was a pleasure having him on the channel as well. But go ahead.
Absolutely, big up to Mazuma. But this fight coming up, the main event, right? Let's talk about it. We're looking at it from title to title. We're looking at it for a standpoint of who's the better guy in this ring. All of us feel that it's Boots. We all know that Stanley Ennis has a chance. But at the end of the day, the competition lies between the two champions coming to ring to battle. What they're battling for is not just supremacy of unification, but they're battling for the Ring Magazine belt. They haven't had a lineal champion in that division for quite some time, and this is going to put some stain on that title. So shout out to both fighters for the competition. Let's just big up the fighters and hope for the best. Whoever wins, wish them the best, I should say. Wish them both the best, and let's just hope that we are entertained by this fight. I believe that we will be, and I just want to shout out to all the teams and the preparation of all the camps, and hopefully we get a healthy event. And there you go. I'm landing.
No doubt, man. I appreciate you guys again, man. It's your boy Rain. It's your boy Ray Davis. It's that ATP Combat Media Show. You know how we carry it, man. Until the next one. At this point,
yeah.
They hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way too fly, yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down.